So Hamas gunmen were in the vehicles conflict. Israel has now fired 2 military commanders. What do you see that might be missing when you look at some of the details of this?
Yeah, sure. This is a sequence of events that the IDF laid out that they say led to this misidentification, this clarification of the events on the ground. They say the IDF spotted 8 gunmen getting on 8 trucks. We're talking about trucks here, big vehicles that carry the actual pallets and containers of food and other humanitarian supplies. And then the IDF says they saw another gunman. Again, we're talking about 2 gunmen they're saying they see get on a truck or a truck. Then the convoy goes into the warehouse, and the IDF says what happened next is where the misidentification and misclarification happens. That the IDF then tracked the SUVs, the vehicles leaving the warehouse after the 8 trucks had been there. The IDF says they didn't realize these SUVs were for the World Central Kitchen, despite the fact these were markings are clearly emblazoned on those vehicles. The IDF then says that those vehicles were engaged because the IDF believed that the gunmen were inside those SUVs now, no longer on the 8 trucks after they've been to the warehouse, but inside the SUVs. Now, the IDF says this should not have happened. It was against their protocols and against their rules of engagement. And they have now dismissed a major who was directly involved in the incident and the brigade chief of staff, a reserve colonel, and disciplined the brigade commander as well. Now, the World Central Kitchen say that it is good that the IDF has acknowledged and accepted responsibility. It's good that they have taken disciplinary action. However, they're saying that this is these outrageous killings, that what the IDF has said so far and what they've done is really a cold comfort. They said that the IDF report shows that the kitchen were doing everything that they should have been doing. But this, of course, leaves many questions unanswered. How could it be assumed that a gunman who's been on trucks now inside 2 gunmen could be inside 3 different vehicles?
Go outside. Sure. We will wait to see what happens. I know the go outside. Has asked for an independent investigation.
Go outside. Go outside.
I do want to talk to you about something that just happened to you after this conversation.
Come on. Go outside. Go outside. Come on.
President Biden, the 8 crossings into
Come on. Come on. Go outside. Go outside.
A dedicated port, Israel said.
Come on. Come on. Go outside. Come on.
What else?
Go outside. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's kind of key to look at what the White House is saying here. U.S. policy has been determined on how Israel moves forward from these statements. We heard the same from Secretary Blinken today, and it's what millions are telling us as well. It's one thing to hear it from the Israeli government, particularly when they're pushed by the United States to do this, but let's see the reality on the ground. And the context of that, of course, is that back in January this year, the Israeli government said that it was okay for food shipments to come in through the port of Ashdod, which is 20 miles from the Erez crossing.
Go ahead, you can lay under there.
So those food shipments, when they arrive, were then blocked by
Dog will not go outside. He was sleeping, so I picked him up from the harness. He did not come downstairs at all yesterday, so he hasn't had anything to eat. I had to pick you up like that because you got to come downstairs and eat and drink something, dog. And it's cold up there too. It's warmer down here. I got the heater on.
That's why people are starving in the north of Gaza right now, and that's why there's going to be so much food here, because if this actually happens, that the U.S. has forced so many times the errors to be open.
UN agency that's looking at payments for famine here too. Their family famine. Ms. Robinson, thank you so much for all your points.
With the war calling out as Israel is now
discussing opening, planning to open another property to allow more after that phone call between President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister, where Biden and U.S. ultimatum that Netanyahu is specifically concrete and legislative steps to protect aid workers who will risk losing U.S. support. CNN asked the White House now with much more on this. Arlen, what are you hearing this morning from the White House about this initial review, this initial analysis, this initial report coming out about that spread? Well, the officials here at the White House were closely waiting and watching for this initial report from the Israelis. They're trying to get some further explanation for what exactly led to that strike on that World Central Kitchen convoy. It comes on the heels of a very blunt conversation between President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, where Biden warned Israel that these consequences they do not do more to protect civilians and ease the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Now, in that phone call, a senior administration official told CNN that Netanyahu admitted that the IDF was to blame for the strike on this convoy. And this morning,
This is what specialized housing was invented for, by the way. When I first came here, this table only had like one thing on it. And I remember I was like, I took it off. And then I woke up in the morning and it was fucking there again. Because she was walking around and stuff then, and I'm pretty sure she put it there and not him. It was, I think, one of these drawers. Because I don't see it here now. It was a drawer or something that, like, for whatever reason, wasn't put in the thing, because that's how Tommy was. You take 14 years to do something, or you just never do it at all. And it just sits there. So I just went, oh my God. I mean, I'm not going to obviously battle war. I lived in a house with her, so you just go, oh my God. Even when, it's like, yeah, even when someone, you've seen it on borders, even when they clean their houses. Well, I don't believe in forcing things until people get like that where they can't take care of themselves, because that's freedom. But yeah, like if their family members can't coach them to do shit, they've got to be like, yeah, it's basically what they say. They've got to be like crawling in, it has to be a health department, like they've got to be crawling in pestilence, and they clearly don't have any mind left. If they can still walk around and talk like they know what they're talking about, they just stay like that. Sad. But you have to draw the line at completely controlling people's lives that are actually competent. So any housing, if you come in and clean out a house by force, it's still going to end up like this. This is after 2 years. And this is her not being able to acquire anything new. Right, like she's not able to go to a store. She can't order things by catalog anymore. So it's just simply moving around the things she already has. Even his rooms, I showed everybody, you just go, clearly these people are extremely mentally ill. Right? Obviously, if they weren't in control of money and they were living with another person, they'd have to be confined to a room. That's how people do it. Not you give 2 people with the same illness all the cash and have someone like me living here. To be abused, I mean, I wasn't abused because I left them alone. Yeah. If I tried to do anything like that, I would have been kicked out. I don't know if I would have been abused. Tommy would have just told me to leave. The first week I got here, he started putting stuff all over the top of the toilet seat, and I said something about those 2 rooms, and he didn't actually tell me to leave. He might have told me to leave, and I was like, I'll leave tomorrow or something. I never did, but he said to his mother, I don't think this is going to work out with Mary. So, yeah, because they think they're in control. He's renting a house.
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders. 3 plus tenders.
No one contacted me when she went to her in 2021. They knew where I was. I go to the same shelter every time. They knew where I was, but some people maybe, I guess, didn't want to burden me with it. I was almost killed in a hotel, but by lunch meat. So Are you ready to go outside now? Go outside? Come on, you good boy. Go outside. Come on. You know you go outside. Come on. Be outside, outside. Go field side up. Come on. Be outside, outside. Come on. You're outside. Come on. You're outside. Come on. You know you want to. Come on. Be outside.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms help me. Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you.
I know what you're going to do. You're going to come right from the hallway to here, right? You got NP in you since you haven't drank anything. What'd you get up for if you don't need to go outside or eat? Why'd you get up for? If you don't need to eat, drink, or go outside. I know how it goes because of Tavito. I don't know if you're just depressed or you're at that point. Tavito would just get up and stand at the dish but not do anything at the end. You got to get up and move and you're turning into Barbara Kent. Are you going to at least eat and drink? Did you see there was food here? You didn't have your canned man at all. Nothing. Oh, you ate it. When did you do that? Do you want some more? Because you only had, that's all you had in a day. It looks like you still have water. When did he actually eat this up for you? I checked it before I brought him down here. Because I put half a can of food in it yesterday.
It's Carol.
Do it now before we forget. We'll do it live.
Asking the right question. Great. Actually, I'm a secretary. This special when it comes to your finances.
Are you a certified financial planner?
All right.
CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's got to be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's get your plan out.
That's my best impersonation of Tommy.
Already a subscriber? Log in. Not a subscriber? Add that today.
What kills to remodel is that there's fact and there's fiction. Fiction, it's too expensive to remodel your fast. Fact, with that center's cut overcome process and hundreds of design options, you get the fact you want to fit your budget. Fiction, fast remodels take forever.
I'm sure you're hungry, huh?
Fact, that fitter installation takes just
It's
1
cold.
day.
You got to eat some food. You're being cold up.
That fits you. That it just
check the
fits.
water
Go to
there.
thatfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Oh, that's awesome water. I don't like to leave a bunch of water in here because we have this pretty water. And then it just sits there forever. So that's what I'm saying. Except Tommy wouldn't clean the spoon. It would sit there till either tonight or tomorrow night with all the rest of his dishes, unless Mary washed it, which wasn't all the time, but I can't stand dirty dishes in a sink. I just can't stand it. There's a dishwasher. I'm going to check. Watch, there's probably dishes in a dishwasher for a year. There's a dishwasher, but it's not used.
CNN senior crime and justice reporter Kate Poland with us this morning. A lot of rejection this morning.
So when I first got here, I started putting dishes in the dishwasher, and Barbara told me I couldn't use the dishwasher. Yeah. And then she'd come out and sort of pretend she was washing dishes. Yeah. But that's why the dishwasher isn't used, because apparently they decided they weren't using a dishwasher, probably her. I can shut this off, I think. At least turn it down. Oh, just put it on low. Low is an option. There you go. It's. I don't think it's gonna warm up enough to. It didn't blow a fuse, so there's one in the bathroom upstairs. So it's not on. I had it on a little bit when the dog was up there, but I wasn't going to have it on all night. I'm surprised I left this on. Yeah, alone in the house, you really don't want a fire, but I was on the first floor. So I slept in her bed because it's like a real bed. I slept a lot last night. I don't know, as weird as it sounds, I probably should take my walk today. I thought of it when I got up this morning. I got to make sure I don't get into some kind of a rut. It's just, it feels weird to try to go back to your regular thing. I don't know how to explain it. I think some of it is I'm like afraid now that people are going to come here. Not like paranoid, antisocial, like. Yeah, I mean, obviously, a woman alone in a house who's completely destitute. Not like, I mean, like the landlord and stuff going, that's how people treat people like me, because especially like April's rent isn't paid. So you go, yeah, sometimes people do weird things. You could have a weirdo show up here pretending they're the landlord. I know, you just go, this is the thing. I've never met the landlord. Okay. As weird as it sounds, can you have the police come with you, because just to verify you're the landlord? Yeah, because the landlord is a company name. It's not a person's name on the checks. Yeah. Do you have keys? If you have keys to the house, then obviously you're probably the landlord. Yeah, she never showed up. Yeah, obviously she's not helping herself, but I'm not gonna stop making that judgment call. It's not up to me anyways. But does she know all this stuff is in writing? Okay, she didn't show up to get the potty chair because hopefully she made the right decision not to do it. But yeah, I knew the second it was here it was bad, because she needs the potty chair or she's gonna be changing diapers. For basically no reason, because she can go from the chair to the potty chair. So, so obviously no keys in the mailbox. So the landlord would have the keys to get in here. Yeah, that's what I meant. So she's not the landlord. Just a terrible situation. It definitely shows a sign of aggression that a person did that. That's probably what the cops are saying. That's why they told me I have a concern for your safety. Yeah, they know it's cops. They deal with people. They're trained for that. I knew it was bad when she said that she didn't bring the keys with her for 2 days. Right, because she left on the 2nd and came back without the keys. She literally took the keys to this house and brought them to her house and left them there. I don't feel that was done accidentally. Does she have pockets in a coat? Does she use a handbag? Okay. I feel it was definitely done purposely. So, yeah. And then she's texting me again. She wants to come here in the nighttime, and my mother's not even here. No, it's outside. She never came. So hopefully that just means she realized that was insane, even though she does need the potty chair. You're going to drive. That's Norton. This is Hyde Park. What's that, a 40-minute drive? Especially if her son is not there with Barbara. She can't be left alone. She has stairs in her house. And because she hasn't had children, I'm sure she didn't set up a gate. I'm familiar with their house. She has stairs right to the front door. The woman's in a wheelchair. So she's stuck. It's almighty. Okay? She's stuck there for the duration. All she needs is to have the woman in her possession when the VA shows up on the 17th, unless somebody has her sectioned to a hospital. So that is a possibility, just so everyone knows. This is the thing: is you can't get into it and like inform the person. But it would be nice if Barbara knew that, right? That's a possibility that she might have to go to the hospital, especially since she couldn't sign that piece of paper. Because you have to have so many siblings' names. or the mother. Is that what it is? And the mother is not able to sign things, and the other siblings won't sign it. Okay, so one of them's on a vacation. One of them doesn't live in Massachusetts. The other one has already informed me she won't sign it. Okay, so it's possible she was here she wanted to show up with a piece of paper to tell me to sign it. Who knows? So, yeah, I'm not signing anything. Nope. No. Because I was already informed by the man's other siblings that they don't want it signed for a reason. I think it's about Barbara, and I'm getting all confused because there's different things going on. But anything to do with Tommy, right? They're not going to sign it. Obviously, stuff has to be done up at the funeral home, but stuff has to be done, I guess, at what's called probate, which is separate from Barbara Kent. Yeah, apparently you can't just, when a man has no wife and no children and his mother is still living, but she's 100% disabled on a psych, you can't just, as one of the siblings, show up, especially you weren't even living with him, and start handing out his belongings to people. Apparently you can't do that, especially on the hours after he died. So it may be a reaction to shock. So yeah, that's why you have to have a little bit of sympathy and compassion for people. That's why people make up crisis management. Like, that's why. Because I would assume they know the laws and stuff, and they can inform them of the laws. They try to, help them process somewhat their grief and to understand that they need to take a breather and absorb everything that's happened. And then before you start making all these decisions, some of them are very serious, like deciding to be a caretaker for this woman. That's a pretty serious thing to decide to do, because it's going to be till the end of her life, unless you're going to then be allowed on her at some non-existent nursing home, as far as I'm concerned. But if they can find one to take her, I'm not going to fight what people do with her. Yeah, just she has children. She has Kathy, Candy, Tommy, and me and Cindy. She has 5 living children. She lost one of her children, so she has 5 other living children. So I just go, what do you guys want to do? Okay, just, you're not getting any bad orders from me. I'm welcome to go back to the shelter, but try to wait till the spring, because it's a warming center. We have to sit up. And clearly I have a medical condition, so that's not going to work. In an emergency, it does. That's why I wanted to bring people here. I'm not the only person on earth who has a medical reason not to sit up all night long.
Since I've known her since she was in middle school, she's always worked that same way. She's always had that fire. She's always been a great leader. I really honestly couldn't be happier for her in the year that she's had, and the way she's loved this team.
Are you going to go outside now? You did one of your normal behaviors. You're scratching. Are you ready to do outside? Go outside. Come on, go outside.
She's just a competitor.
I'm going to let you back in. You got to do your potties.
Just intangibles of the game. She knows how to play.
Potties? Peanut potties? Potties, peanut?
I wonder if she wants to win at all costs. And so I know going into that, it'll be a great matchup. But I'm excited. It's just great for the game. And to be at this level on this side of states.
See if my insides feel any. Yeah, and plus I gotta try to eat a little bit more today. See if my insides feel any better after taking a walk today.
That is after number 3 Tennessee State takes on top-seeded, undefeated South Carolina at 7 o'clock. And the top team,
I don't know. I don't think it was that late. I pretty much fell right to sleep. And I think I woke up at 2 o'clock. I checked the phone, 2 a.m., and then I went back to sleep. So I was a little bit concerned I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep, but I did. It would have been better to completely strip the thing, but I'm not doing that right now. Yeah. Because it smells a little bit. Yeah. Even though it's not wet, she probably herself smells. The first thing that woman needs is to be bathed. They probably don't even do that at the hospital. Yeah, just. She hasn't bathed in about 2.5 years. Yep. Ever since she was at the other house, I don't think she's bathed. Nope, she was still taking showers the whole up until the time that we left there. Yep, she could climb over that thing into the tub, and she had a shower chair, and she probably didn't even need the shower chair, but she would bathe like every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. She would independently shower. I know, because you probably need to go outside. You haven't done anything in an entire day. Coffee with milk, it's better than nothing at all. So I don't know, maybe I'll get myself a little light cream. So that concern about hating a person for using light cream doesn't exist anymore. He totally was like that though, folks. Come on. You do. God's had to counsel me on it several times about he clearly is mentally ill. He can't remember to do things or whatever, but yet he can. And I do. I actually think he was just one of those people that's just like a wicked asshole. They have to exist, and it just so happens one of them's your brother. They have to exist. They come. Someone has that in their family. That's where the assholes come from. Okay, so just if he can get you to get light cream, then that's what he's going to do. But I noticed sometimes he would actually buy one after me. Yeah, like I don't know if he felt bad or he was trying to mimic what I was doing. Or yeah, like he definitely was mentally ill. I noticed he would have done exactly like Barbara, and talk about being admitted to a nursing home. Yeah, because it just his underlying is different than hers, and his body size and his propensity to yell and scream. He dodged at cops. So he saved himself 30 years in a nursing home. He's only 57 years old. Right. She was like, what, in her 70s when she started doing that? He was already doing it. Yeah, like, you're not going up on that bed, dude. Yeah, you're looking for Bob, or you're trying to get up on that bed. I don't think you're going to be able to jump up there. Can you not get to your blanket? Did I move I don't think I moved anything. I think it's a towel. Can you get over there? Your towel's still there. Go ahead. You can go over there. I got the heater on and everything. It's nice and warm right here. See how it's better than upstairs? I know you got his blanket up there, but I let you stay up there for an entire day. I actually thought you might have been expired when I went up there this morning. I was worried. I'm like, here we go. Now I'm going to go up there and find his dog dead. Nope. But still trying to sleep on a blanket. Who knows? Maybe the dog wasn't actually sleeping before. He's sniffing around. That better be loneliness. Don't you dare. That better be loneliness. We got to go outside. Come on. Outside, outside. Come on. Come on. Let's go outside. Party, party. Come on, Peanuts. Go outside. That just sounded like candy. Don't you dare. That's not going to stop him. Come on. Go outside. Come on, go outside. Come on, go outside. God, come on. It's every morning. No, I'm not asking you to do a foreign thing. All right, here we go. Come on, go outside. Come on. Come on, go outside. Come on, do the poop this. You gotta do the poop poops. Come on, poop poops, let's go. Go outside. Come on. I know you know the words, dog. Come on. Let's go outside. Peanut. Yes, that's not gonna work out either. I'm not detrimenting my health to straight with dog. Okay.
It's easier than ever to stay connected with your Reminders down. You stay check your technician appointment, go into this. You can also sign up for text messages for appointment reminders with the company. It's a lot easier to have. Select notifications. Plus now, you can add us down home, which runs on one of the nation's largest streamlined 5G. Reminders down account makes it easy to get exactly what
On the radar this morning, Donnie Sweeney, Trump's former lawyer in the Archbishop effort to stop Congress from certifying the 2020 election, once the judge could delay taking away the California law and said he can make money making out legal bills. He sued the government and looking Congress members of that case that wasn't going to agree. Battle Bay are suing two California cities that canceled their political defense. Now, he's been forbidden from practicing law in the state after a judge recommended he be disbarred because of his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Eastern court also wanted to defend it alongside President Trump to ensure the election to work in case. Angelina Jolie is accusing ex-husband Brad Pitt of disgrace of physical abuse in new legal documents. Jolie filed a motion yesterday as part of Pitt's 2022 lawsuit over the French winery that they once owned together. The filing alleged in part that Pitt was so concerned over his misconduct that he wrapped the deal to buy her stake in that winery, all because he refused something as the Pitt's representative comment on the allegations. In Florida, construction worker with children trained broke off a building and fell onto a Fort Lauderdale bridge, crushing two cars. Look at those pictures there. 3 people were also hurt in that collapse there. The driver of the car said, this is about the most training.
I was driving and I felt a compression. I looked up and I saw the blue structure coming down. And I slammed on my brakes. It sheared off the front of my Tesla, the car, and all the airbags went off. And I'm very, very lucky to be alive. So that's it. I saw the structure after it hit my car, bounce in the air, and then land on the car.
I'm definitely having issues with my hormones. I might actually have an actual period. So that's got something to do with what's going on with my belly. But it's a little bit better today. Also, now I'm constipated. That never happens to me. So, obviously, can you imagine the paranoia after what just I witnessed? And then all of a sudden you're having a thing. You're like, is this how we're all going to go? But, yeah, I think it's just, I was already having that, and it's probably hormonal. After having it wicked flat like that. Yeah, because it happened last month, and then I had the spotting. So once I go through menopause, that's not, in theory, not going to happen anymore. It explains probably why it was so bad, and then that's when I was walking all over the place. I still was young enough and had enough energy, the New Mexico and all that. Otherwise, I probably would have been, I'd be dead. They would have had to go in and like cut off half of my liver or something because of the size of it. But that's kept me alive. All that walking and the diet and being able to rest. Even though I've had periods of time where I can't even rest like a normal person does, but it's anybody that has this. I don't want to scare people. It's a rare condition. If you have polycystic kidney disease, don't have children. Okay? Because if you're a female, it's definitely related to that. Okay, and it has to do with estrogen levels. So Tom Ken had it in his liver, but he did not have this. So anyways, probably definitely take a walk today. Try to eat some of my regular foods. Maybe get some peanuts for once, and then just try to get everything flowing. Maybe she was happy she took a big, huge dump. She could have been having something going on too. So, yeah, now every time, everybody in the family, but they haven't stated it yet. When they go to take a poop, they're starting to get scared. It's just, I don't usually have to do anything, just bloop. The nature of my abs and my diet, but because of the stress and not eating the carb week and stuff, I don't eat Nutella, but it's not a good week to eat Nutella. That stuff will completely bound you up. If you have diarrhea, I know, here's a new medical treatment. If you have diarrhea, you need to get some Nutella. Yeah, just one of the regular, like a smaller jar or even the regular jar. And just over the course of 2 or 3 days, just eat Nutella on white tortillas and you will probably stop having diarrhea right away. That's part of the reason I don't do that. The soy butter doesn't do that. And usually that will only last me 2 days. One of those jars. I haven't had any more of that stuff I mixed up. I brought it down last night and I just fell asleep. So I cooked the beans. I gotta start using that chicken or it's gonna spoil. Or maybe put 2 of the breasts in the freezer. Yeah, because you can take. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm thinking of it. You can take that stuff out of the freezer when it's cooked. I already cooked them.
Joe Biden, I've been doing that over 30 years. Joe Biden's party is very good. Look, we have work to do. We're not being Pollyannish. We're not exactly where we want to be. And there are going to be challenges along the way. The digital guys issue is a challenge, it's not a threat to Joe Biden. Like any challenge in the campaign, we've got to manage it. We've got to manage it well. I think we have. He's been very aggressive in trying to make it. Look what he's done with it. Spoken with BB, put pressure on them, negotiating ceasefire. So I think this is going to be one of the issues.
Well, he did say, but it doesn't mean he would have done it. But he usually, I think, did what he said he was going to do, except stop using drugs and start walking and following a diet or go to your therapist. He did say after his truck broke that day of the food pantry, he was asked me if I needed to get something at the store, he would give me the money. So if he didn't take money out of his account, he had to have had money in his wallet, right? Because why would he say that? That was only a week ago. But anyways, maybe he spent that money after that, but he didn't go anywhere for an entire week, so he couldn't have spent that money. So that takes us to the day before he died, because the day before he died is the day that he fixed his truck. So unless he thought he was going to fix the truck, go to an ATM and give him money. Stir that pot for a while. Was there money in that wallet? Okay. Anyways, how would anyone know since it was handed to Cindy Kent? I haven't seen his wallet. I'm sure the EMTs didn't open it, did they? He was probably getting cash back. The bank would know. He was probably, it's not that he shouldn't have been doing, but he was probably getting cash back on those trips to Stop and Shop. But it was probably not a big amount of money. He had to put gas in his car at some point. He didn't do gas a lot because he hardly ever drove. Yeah, so he couldn't have been spending too much money on gasoline. I mean, they weren't going to Fish Fillet Friday. He wasn't doing hockey anymore. He didn't take joy rides. I would see the truck go that way. And I don't know if that's Stop and Shop or drugs. It's got to be either Stop and Shop or drugs, whatever goes this way. I'm thinking it's drugs because Stop and Shop, he likes to go to the one in Dedham and he drives this way to Dedham. There used to be something in Norwood. I don't know if that's how you get to Norwood. Okay. That's all I know. I'd see his truck come and go because I stand in that window from that direction. He occasionally went to the Stop and Shop I go to, but he didn't go there. He liked to drive to the one in Dedham. So that's where he shopped. I think a long time ago, there was one in Norwood he shopped at. Because the one in Hyde Park is, he wanted to do the things that he was used to doing. He felt comfortable with the one in Dedham, and it's a better Stop and Shop. It's bigger and has more stuff. Yeah, I completely understand that. All due respect to Hyde Park, I'm glad to have it, but it's a smaller Stop and Shop. Anyways, you got to have gas for a car. You're caring for someone. They'd probably say, that's why I can't care for her, because I don't have a car. Yeah, because how would I actually do anything? How am I going to get the supplies she needs, all that stuff? If they're not doing like home health care anymore, yeah. So, I said, you guys let me know what you're doing, right? It's like, that's why I wanted her to go to a hospital. Then that's all discussed with her doctor, all that stuff, unless they're not doing that stuff anymore. But Candy agreed with me. I honestly think, from what I can tell, that Cindy is the only one who didn't want to do that. So Tommy, I don't think likes that stuff either. But clearly, these two people have an issue with outside forces. We'll call it that. We'll call them outside forces. Some of it, I mean, you make paranoid people worse in their defense. You really do. And then I think because of what's happening to me, it definitely has made stuff like that worse. But I don't avoid outside forces. Yeah, like if I'm going to a shelter periodically, I'm not avoiding outside forces. Get it? All right. Don't confuse a medical do not treat with psychiatry. I even partook in Devora. Okay? She definitely wasn't prepared to deal with my caseload, for sure. So Ron DeSantis and Casey DeSantis in Florida alimony. And that was it. That was the end of she's going to try to give me therapy. That was definitely the bloop in the bucket where she went. Yeah. What do I say to that? Okay, I can see now. It doesn't mean you're perfect, Mary, but clearly, okay. You're not even running around with the typical paranoid statements like someone put a chip in my head and they're reading my thoughts. Oh, God. This is the regular. My numbness is worn off and now it's the regular joints and stuff. It's hard to explain. It's not that bad today. It's kind of like, yeah. It goes away in the morning, actually. This is really good now that I'm thinking about it. Some of the things that I was experiencing in the morning, I don't know if I was picking up other people's vibes, man. That's what I'm saying. Just some things like that go away when I'm at the shelter. There's certain things that are worse and other things that completely go away. Weird. Yeah, just sometimes you don't understand the amount of stress that I understand his stress with how I am with the dog. That's him with a woman every day. And it wasn't like that at the beginning. That's why it completely just went downhill when he was alone in the house with her. And then that's part of the reason he brought me here. He probably felt bad. And before I was in the hotel or something. No, I was at the shelter for 5 months. That's right. I was only in the hotel for 3 weeks. So it's not that. And then I was outside for 2 months. I guess they didn't move in here till like January. I got the paperwork. They didn't move in here in November. Okay, so someone bought this house in July of 2021. And then it took them from July of 2021 to like January of 2022 to move these people in. There's no way that's a coincidence with everything that's going on with me. All due respect. I mean, yeah, you go, I don't know how long that house was for sale. And I'm pretty sure that they looked at it before July. It was when he got that dog. Okay, just unless they bought it in July and it went for rent and that's how he saw it. I know. As soon as I got here, I Googled it and it said it was sold in July something 2021. And I immediately got freaked out because I was already here. I was like, what the fuck is this? I figured it was him. Yeah, I obviously, as weird as it is, I thought he was fucking lying because not that he didn't want me to know he bought a house, like it's wrong, but that he didn't want her to know. He wanted to be in charge. He didn't want her to know that they actually bought a house. He didn't want her to know that because of her mental health condition. Right, because all of that stuff was discussed over the course of a decade before this happened. And they would have everything this is my house. Okay, so that's why people were told to get these people out of their houses. They cannot be in charge, even when you've taken over their money. Yeah, that's why I feel if Cindy's going to be doing it, I think it gets worse over time. So I apologized to the rest of the family members. Okay, but honestly, let her take care of her until that time, because then I'm not doing it. I explained it to Cindy that I needed to get around. Because sometimes the shelter was not answering a phone. It's all automated system. I explained to her about the SNAP food card. I might want to do that today. Today's a Friday, right? Get it? Well, then I can't. If I walk out there, then it counts as my walk. Yeah, that's 7 miles each way. So if I walk out there to the SNAP office and find out if the SNAP office is open, and then I can deal with my SNAP food card. So maybe that should be my goal today.
All right, so let's go to this. They're telling me to rap by showing me the coming up. Okay. It is known as the cowboy capital of the United States.
I think it's supposed to be 45, which means it's going to be probably chilly, especially warming up from yesterday. No, I don't have any swelling or anything. It's just my typical thing. Some of it's indigestion from stress because this SNAP food thing. It's not as bad as November of 2020. That was stressful too. It's just too much stress. Everybody probably gets that indigestion, especially when you're older because you've been stressed your whole life. I remember Al talking about it, that he felt like he had a bubble. Oh yeah, and he would pound himself until he burped. Yes, and he said he told his doctor about it, and his doctor said, you've got to reduce your stress. He was already on all the meds, high blood pressure medication, and the thing for his stomach, the same protocol they give people. So, yeah, that's why since 2016, I said to the psychiatrist about the blood pressure, I go, I think I can control it if I'm in the right environment, like without medication. But they ended up putting me on it. I agreed to be put on it. They've never forced me to take medication, by the way. It was kind of me. I get scared. That's why I don't want it taken. I don't think because it's not good for me. Lo and behold, I had an allergic reaction to it. And I also think it's bad for your heart, given my fitness level. I felt like God took me through the whole thing, and I saw it for myself. It's too much of it's made to slow down your heart. So it's too much of a strain on your heart when you're that active. It's like was making my heart pound. And when I'd walk up a hill, I'd feel completely breathless until my body overrode the lisinopril. Because I don't have that now. No, remember when I said it's something to do like in the morning, and it's probably glycogen depletion, and it would be like for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I'd be fine. Yeah. So I know about things like depression and stuff too. That's why I try to explain it to people. Just force yourself. And I told you, I saw him twice in the past 2 weeks after his truck broke. Walk by. I don't know if he was trying to walk up to the bridge, like I said. I know he's done it before, but well, yeah, put in the good thing, like God's going to give you another chance, but I don't know, dude, all those thoughts and stuff in your head. But he was mentally ill. You got to have a completely different brain or you'd be miserable, in my opinion. You got to have in a rebirth. You would have to agree to just all those things that you didn't want to let go. All this where you argue about religion and stuff. It's just, you can't have that. You've got to be active because that's just a way of life. You can't you could just sit somewhere, but I don't know how you're going to eat. You'd have to live somewhere where it's not New England, because sitting around people eat like apples off of trees and stuff because they live under an apple tree. But then apples only grow in the fall. You've got to at least go from there to there. And when you're that unfit, how are you going to do it? Like find out how primates live. They probably have other ones that roam around, and then they just show up and they steal their food. Just like he was doing to me. That's not going to exist here. Okay, because we are not primates. There's no lions roaming around. That's why they invented people on horseback. Okay, like really understand it. It's completely a primate species. To me, it's completely freaky. Okay, It's like literally monkeys and apes that look like people, like Planet of the Apes. So it's clearly not a new concept like Hollywood was trying to explain it. Okay, so if people have been studying primates, Neanderthals, and human beings for quite some time. So that's what it is. Like you can actually, and you get to a point of life where that's all you do. You have to get married and have children, dude, just like your mother did, to even concept that type of a life. This is a transitional period, and thank God Almighty for people, because clearly back in the day, you would have to seek out the townsfolk to do something about a body of that size. You'd have to figure out how to wrap it around it and drag it down the stairs and bury it in the ground. I'm sure that's what went on back in the olden days. It's not you killed the person, but there is nobody that does that. Okay, so I'm wicked grateful that they did that, because there's probably a lot of people that don't actually get autopsies. So that, I mean, I don't know if that's something that people can invent. I'm contradicting myself about just doing things. There'd have to be some sort of training school and some sort of certification where the people come and take the people out of people's houses, because it's so emotionally weird to just have a person. I didn't realize it went on that long, and apparently it goes on even longer when they're not doing an autopsy. So, well, I think they were answering my question even if they didn't mean to. I have an established medical condition, so they probably wouldn't do that with me. Okay, so, well, that's I'm supposed to be fit for autopsy, but I could see people making sure that people aren't going woo and checking out my vagina when they want to know if it's shaved. Yeah, that's a little bit strange. I don't know. Some people might want to examine my brain. So I'm not completely against an autopsy. I think the only reason you're against it yourself is you still aren't getting that you'll be dead. Yeah, like there's nothing registering. Remember that Tales from the Crypt episode, how scary that was? Yeah. That's not going to be happening. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, death is it's such a kind of scary thing where you go, how do you just not like exist anymore? Like, it's weird. Yeah. So I think it's not just a concept, so don't get weirded out. It, like the whole concept of heaven and stuff, clearly I could see why people would think that people made that up just to get through it, because it's such a, how do you just go, that's it, you know? And then for yourself, it's such a weird, I don't believe that, because I don't think that God lies to me. So I just don't believe that, but it logically, yeah, like how is anything going to work? And then why would I have, in 2011, why would I think a certain thing that to me still makes logically sense? Why would I immediately think that and then go get all depressed? And then you have to start thinking about how many people are on planet Earth and how scary that is, and that they won't stop breeding. Yeah, because it becomes weird. Like, there's always going to be someone that thinks that you're Hitler. Always. When you start talking about population control and who should have children, there's always going to be that. Like, should mentally retarded people have children? Are they going to be mentally retarded? Does anybody want to be born? I think you should take it that way. Does anybody want to be born mentally retarded? Okay, then you have to go, mentally retarded people should not have children. You have to cross the line from, you don't want to be Hitler. You don't want to be that whatever. You have to cross the line, because somebody has to, and go, I don't think mentally retarded people should have children. So they need to be sterilized when you have a mentally retarded child. Okay, so it's a pretty simple procedure for males, by the way. And then no one will ever go after them for child support, because people rape mentally retarded boys and men all the time. I was possibly engaged to be married to one of them, and he was getting raped left and right. That's not anybody's father. Right. He likes to pretend people that he observed and go, I like to watch you walk away. It's like Jen, because that's, whoever he was around, that's what he thinks you do when you have a wife. I like to watch it walk away. So whoever he was around, that's how he talks. Jen does the same thing. Hers is like an Italian dude. You just go, this is terrible. Like, no, I didn't like that stuff about him. I don't want to be married to a rude Italian person, Michael Foran. Not if it's that Kabasi stuff. He's not rude, but yeah, no, nope. He's Italian. Yeah. Brian is Scottish, Irish, and English. Big difference. I know, terrible. I sound like Barbara, but she was doing it to her children. You have to have adult friends. You gotta know how to say jokes.
Things just appear. A hat, a duster, a belt, some boots. Maybe a horse. Every now and then you might see one in the background. But look, people are worried about the weather, John. So I had a little conversation with some locals. I hear that it might storm a bit here.
That's clearly not how Barbara Kent is, but I think maybe at first it's interpreted like that because she's grandiose. She's a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. From my opinion, not that I would know, it's kind of like when I decided I knew what directing films was. in my opinion, this is a nun. That's how a nun talks to adults, right? Preferably not family members, by the way, but that's how a nun talks. Nuns know what stuff is. I think, in a sense, it's kind of better. Some people prefer older nuns that were married and stuff before because people like to know that somehow you understand them. Somehow you know, like there's that barrier where you go. That's why people prefer males or females. And there's like that barrier that the person doesn't really understand you or something when they do.
I always go for the tabs. Rosa Perez, thank you, partner. Great to see you this morning. Multiple props to you and your team.
I do. I don't know. As far as I know, I've never been in the Jewish community, but I would say that too. That I think it's kind of Jewish because Jews don't like to interact with other people, and so I'm sure when they're socializing with other Jews, it's a lot different than when they're in the world. I hope to God that there's still mothers that no one knows who they are because they're just like me. But someone didn't take their children from them. Right? Mothers don't work. Right? Typically, they have a husband. Sometimes the husband skits off. Sometimes the husband dies. But there was always a system to take care of her so she wouldn't lose her children. So this business with deranged people, I wouldn't even say they're all males. Just they're going to stop their wives from leaving them, even when they have another wife. So in life, there's no possible way this could be about money. Okay? What does that have to do with Social Security? Yeah, you go, if you want to get rid of alimony, then you give me a way to live like you do with the whores. They shouldn't get mad at me. They need to stop getting mad at me and realize how disgusting this is. Right. Why would that be okay? And then every penny and stuff is given to them. And don't tell me this. Oh, you just think that. No, it's not. I just think that. No, because I know, I'm not saying they're whores, but I know people that had children out of wedlock. I know what goes on. So it is that. Especially when you don't have all a grand design where you're going to have a car and you're going to get mani pennies and stuff. They don't pay for a thing. They don't leave women like that and children just bloop. when your children are 18, they start that business, because then your children get turned into the world machine. So, but until that time, they don't do that. Even in your world, obviously when children hit high school, they actually need your attention more. And as a single mother, that's difficult because there's not a backup. But if at 18, people went, okay, well, now you've got to do some sort of work. I went back to school when all of my children were minors because I was trying to get a divorce. When legally, I didn't even have to do that. It's called alimony. So if the man lost his work and he had no money, then you discuss that. You don't keep just doing all this. I was being treated like this when I was still in my house with a joint checking account. My hand to God, him and his girlfriend, they just did the same thing all around me. And because I'm not an attacking person, I'm not going to do it. And I'm so grateful I didn't do it. I probably would have had a heart attack. It's just, I don't have it in me to be doing that stuff. Especially with my medical condition and not realizing the severity, how it was going to get at that time. So, no. You know what I mean? Just take a backpack and get on the bus and go. Okay. I couldn't get that Bobby Long song out of my head. Was it yesterday? What's it called? Where You Lay, I'll Be the One to Watch You Lay. It's supposed to be about his dog, I think. Yeah. Yeah, like it reminded me of Pacey and Joey because I loved Dawson's Creek, still do. Haven't seen it in a long time. Where they do the story at the beginning about him sitting and just watching her sleep. And then at the end of the thing, she's sleeping on the couch and he's sitting on a chair watching her. So I know high school students, but you've got, I don't think so. At that time, it actually wasn't Kevin Williamson, which I think he's out as a homosexual man. That's how you get that. I don't know. Maybe they had a whole slew of them. That's why they use pseudonyms. So, because some people think it's funny and other people get grossed out. But believe it or not, I would say homosexual men write the best straight romances for sure. And then women go, why can't you be like, because it's a homosexual man writing this? Okay.
A gag order against Fulton County DA Bonnie Willis. CNN's Sarah Murray is with us now. A, great to see you, Sarah. B, what do you learn?
Anyways, I think he said he wasn't writing for that season. Yeah, he went to do other projects. Probably he was doing like, I know he did last summer and stuff, and Scream. Wasn't he doing Scream too? Final Destination, yeah. So he was busy doing that. He likes horror films. So I don't think he was involved. I think the vehicle was supposed to be this childhood thing, and he may not have thought it was ever going to go on that many seasons. So, well, we're grateful. We're grateful for the, what was it, 5, 6 seasons? Anyways, I couldn't get that. It was like him singing the song. I haven't listened to his music in a long time, so I don't know if that has a significance to someone. So. That TV keeps turning itself on. It's like weird. I don't know why it's doing. I have both remotes. I got all paranoid about that someone had the remote and was doing it, because you go, what is going on? I've already lost one of them. Oh, no, it's right there. Whoa. The cable part of it doesn't come on, just the TV part. Yeah, because typically I'd look and I'd see that the door was open and it was doing that. And that meant he was in there sleeping. Yeah. So he kept it closed sometimes in the daytime. At nighttime, it was open. So in the morning, and you'd hear the dog sometimes rustling around. So, yeah, had that not happened in the bathroom, it could have been I would say about a day. Like he could have gone from the night all the way to the next night. And then I would be like, I would realize that she was whatever in a wheelchair. And I'd be like, have you seen Tommy? I'd start turning into her and I would realize there was no food cooked. Yeah, it wouldn't be days. Because you'd see him and hear his voice at least once a day. He'd come down here. He talked so loud, screaming at her. So I'd say maybe a day. That was pretty long, I think, but it wasn't as long as it would be if he was in the bed. And then I would have saw his face and everything. God was talking about that last night. Just the whole nature of it. Yeah. Like, because that door could not open with his body there. There was no possible way that I could see his head and everything because the body size. So I don't have that stuck in my head. Yeah. Someone's legs and bare ass and shit in the toilet. And then I think I could see that there was red liquid too. I went, oh my God. I knew it wasn't good. I knew it was not good. You would think so, but I don't think he had a firearm. And wouldn't you hear it? They would tell you that, wouldn't they? I know. I don't know. I know. And why would there be shit in the toilet? Yeah, I thought about that. I don't think there'd be shit in the toilet. If someone was going to do it in the bathroom, it maybe even had those thoughts that you wouldn't see them. There wouldn't be shit in the toilet with the lid open, and your pants wouldn't be down. Yeah. But did someone kill themselves in this house? I know you wouldn't have that with me because of my body size. Yeah. The door, you'd be able to see more of me if that ever happened to me. That's what those people are for, because I'm sure it's still weird and you probably get used to it, but it's not someone they know. I think it's probably weirder for other types of people. Like, say that you were like a matriarch or a patriarch of a household. Yeah, and then obviously that's your one vulnerable moment in life, especially like that with your pants down. Just, okay, it's just a weird feeling. And yeah, like Cindy's like, can I see him? And they're like, no. And I was like, I think it's better that, yeah, I mean, I protected Tommy from that. You go, I don't think you need to see your brother with his pants down, dead on the floor. No. That's what a wake is for. Yeah, Mary doesn't even like wakes because I already saw that he is in fact dead. So sometimes it's difficult. She's writing on a board, I am not dead. I don't know if she thinks that she's talking for Tommy or she's like, yeah, I don't know if she's just, sometimes she does that. She thinks that she can hear people's voices and stuff. Yeah. I know. I write things. Yeah. I'm not going. And then Tommy from the heavens said this. I'm not getting any messages from Tommy from the heavens. That might be a message for his dog, the Bobby Long song. I don't know.
Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a step to produce.
I get messages from God. Yeah. I get messages from God, not, and they have to be verified over and over again. Otherwise, it's just writing, speculation, writing, contemplating, justified paranoia. Some of us have made that mistake of going and just, yeah, and then you go, never do that again. Got to verify for some time. Wait for God to hammer it into your head a million times. I'm not even trusting the shower curtain ring guy. I know you just go, of course me. It's like Brian going, I am not dead. Have Barbara write it. I am not dead. Scott said he's probably in the meth tunnels. He goes, anybody that's using meth is probably in the meth tunnels. So I don't know. Maybe he was in the tunnel at Downtown Crossing, but I don't think they let you sleep there. We are. I told him, yeah. I go, Maybe he thought I was saying something. I go, well, my friend said, yeah, you got to watch out, people sticking people with needles. And then we went down to, I didn't even call it the Ave when I was talking to him. So we went down to Mass Ave and he was checking the tents. He goes, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. He wasn't there. Maybe that's where he saw him last, or he figured he'd go there, because right from Faulkner Hospital, that's probably where he went. Yeah, so. Anyways, I said he's probably in someone's house. So I'm sure Scott knows about what that is too, just like Alex. I guess Scott's 36. Remember, I was wondering. So Brian's the same exact age. You just go, okay, so you're not him? All right, great, because it was getting weird. Yeah, just because of the way that Tommy and Cindy and Barbara were acting. Yeah, like obviously nobody else. I would think Scott from Quincy would go, what are you doing? You're who? And you're like, what's your name? And then see if it registered. That's disgusting. I could see that happening to a person. It's like so disgusting. We go, what's your name? And then you go, what? What the fuck? I haven't seen you in 5 years. What the fuck? How could you be this gross? Yeah. All right, that you're clearly not Brian. I told Brian that after Plymouth. I went, dude, these people are acting so weird. I was wondering if we were related or something. Like, what is the reason we can't go out? There is no reason we can't go out. I don't know if they were having flashbacks, like he's George Johnson or something. I don't know what that was. That's what I was wondering. Especially since one of the people out there that's gross, his name's Lorraine. It might have triggered a bunch of stuff. You go, oh my God, what is going on? Everything is not a life walk. I'm not a hologram. Brian Buchanan's not a hologram. I'm pretty sure that's his real name. I have a hospital bracelet from him. Granted, he didn't show them any ID. I had horror show that he's that gross Derek guy. I don't know how he could be that gross Derek guy. He would have lost 100 pounds and learned how to talk weird. Yeah, as soon as he started talking about Janis Joplin and about, he kept talking about his penis, I went, this is gross. You sound like gross Derek. Okay. There was nothing hot about that dude at all. He was a friend of mine. Right. Hopefully he doesn't feel bad that he's gross Derek. There's different Dereks. He wouldn't stop trying to put his hands on me. Brian doesn't do that. Yeah, but he did the same thing. Remember that song? He's in the corner, something, something. He had all kinds of issues because he wouldn't get away from his mother. And I told him that. He'd call his mother, have a conversation, and then he'd have to retreat into just listening to music over and over again. That's people presenting probably, because he told me about his mother and stuff, and it's like, you got to stop talking to her. He clearly was away from her. He wasn't living with her, but it's like, you got to stop talking to her. He looked like he was trying to groom Bobby Sullivan in the alcove with his phone. Whoa, I don't know who's assaulting who there. They weren't doing anything, but it's just. Anyways. So she never showed up. Maybe there's a text. I know, it's just, oh, Jesus, God. Every day. That's why. What is it going to do to stop it? Okay, you take possession of her. And then, okay, thank you.
I think this could be confusing to some people watching this.
All right. See, Mom wanted me to ask you, how's Peanut? I think just ignore those. Yeah. Just ignore those. That sends a message that you're not going to be partaking in that. That's why you were supposed to take the dog with you, like the porta potty. Yeah. Like, I don't have your CDs in my car. It doesn't matter what's going to happen with Barbara. It has to do with the next, what? At least 15 days? Okay, it has to do with that. Like I said, now that there's other siblings involved, And we have to meet tomorrow. It's only till tomorrow. We have to meet tomorrow at a funeral home. So you folks, okay, can decide about a group of you coming if you wanted to go through the house. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Okay. I occupy one room, so clearly that's my stuff. The rest of this, none of it is mine. I don't take claim to any of it. I can't do anything with those dishes. Maybe Barbara, she has a house. She might want to take them so they're there. I think they're pretty old. No, honestly, what would I do with them? I'm not allowed to have a house. Just if something ever happened and I got housing, then I could call you and go, I mean, but once you take them, that's sort of rude and tacky. I can get my own dishes. Honestly. Barbara doesn't have to know. I don't even know if she remembers about the dishes. Okay, just... I'd rather someone take them than they're going to go in a dumpster and get smashed. I can't even put anything in storage. I have no income. I really prefer not to do that to people where now they're going to pay your storage. That becomes, you think you want to do something at first. You can't ever think I'm ever going to have an income. You got to get that out of your heads. Or then I'm going to be angry about it. Okay. There's a process where I should be getting either alimony or Social Security. So in the old days, the way the law was, I'm supposed to get both. Okay, I'm supposed to get half of the man's Social Security because we're not legally divorced. Just, it doesn't matter what people have been doing. That's criminal. None of that matters. I don't have a certificate of divorce in my hands. You can't literally ship a woman to another state, cut off all communication with her, and then tell yourself you're divorced and remarried, and you get a man's Social Security check. She worked. She'll get her own retirement just like Cindy. Okay, like really? Well, people obviously in life, you go, oh my God, why would you need to do that, Angela? Get it? Why would you need to do that? You people removed my children. You did whatever you wanted with my house. You've never had to pay a penny in alimony. And now it's, no, I'm his legal wife and I'd still get I'd get half of his Social Security. You'd have to claim that I'd get his whole Social Security, right? I'm his surviving spouse. You'd have to say I'm his spouse and I still get half of that. Right, you go, I don't know when you people decided I was legally divorced. If it was, when was I legally divorced? 2021? Hello? What the fuck? I guess maybe that's why they keep the deadbolt on. Was there just a breeze? How the fuck did that door open up like that? There must have been a breeze. I don't see any wind. There must have been a wind. That was... I thought it was her or the landlord. How did that door just open like that? I bet you the door's unlocked. Like the main door must be unlocked for that to happen. I did. I unlocked it. I'm going to lock it again. Okay. That explains some things. Yeah, some things that I thought were fucking weird and odd, but that door must have been, I think I did it. So people could come in and out. Yeah, I think I did it, and that's probably why. Maybe that's happened before. Even a car going by could, I know you just go, whoa, why is that door open? Anyways, the deadbolt's back on. I want to make sure I don't get locked out. So, yeah, because it's not the main door, but it's probably the landlord did it, but Tommy has keys to it, he told me. At first, I thought it was done, the landlord did it so he could lock his tenants out because of all the laws about squatters. I thought it was done so he could lock his tenants out. It made sense to me. But Tommy told me he had keys to those. Yeah. So that means Cindy has keys to those, but Mary doesn't. That's really bad. I was telling Candy about it. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to fully explain it to the police about why she has possession of those keys. So maybe Barbara could ask her to please bring those keys to the funeral home. She has no reason to have those keys. Okay, like I should have the keys to the deadbolts. If someone insists they have to have a key here, which I don't think they can do that, but other than the landlord, they don't need keys to the deadbolts while Mary's here. I bet you the cops would even tell the landlord that. Like, you said, first of all, rent's not due till the 16th, and today's the 5th. Just because the man died doesn't, right? You go, I'm not a drug user or anything. Yeah, so they get worried about that, drug users. Like, you're going to never leave. I never said that. I've been trying to get out of here since the day he died. The shelter is explaining to me to wait. The cop said to wait, and Candy asked me to wait. Okay. So now it's the 30th, actually. I can stay here till the 30th. The shelter needs to know that, okay, because they have other people that have need. And I don't need to take up a space when I can stay here till the 30th. It's like, so this business with Cynthia had to be taken care of. I got to do some things for myself, okay? I figured it was the inevitable that she'd go into Cindy's care. That's why I did what I did. It was not a punishment to her. Okay. So she would actually stop working if she believed she was going to be caring for her, because she has to stay home with her. So she would think that. And it's Social Security that pays her to care for her if they decide to do that. So that is actually how it works, because she worked. Social Security wouldn't even pay me to care for her because I didn't work, because I'm her daughter. Yeah, I know it's a system set up for forcing people to work and just weirdness. That gives a stranger a work. They pay a stranger to care for her, and then I'd have to work. Not walk, I have to work. So, anyways, those things do actually make sense if it's decided she's her caretaker. Okay. So as weird as it sounds, she could take that Social Security and pay another person to come in and help her. Okay. She takes Mary to her house. After she has time to find out her resources and think about it, she herself could decide to take any part of Barbara's money, because she has no rent, and pay someone to come in. And then she could still work if she wanted to, but she wouldn't have to. She's already collecting Social Security. She probably only has to be there physically living with her, giving her a bath once in a while, and she could still hire another person to come in. That's life. Mary doesn't have the resources to do that. Okay. So, yeah. If I was going to ever have money, I got to be honest, I would rather try to, quote unquote, help homeless drug addicts. Most of them are drug addicts by now. Yeah, I'm not Barbara Kent. I just got to be totally honest. Like, I understand about, right, it's just, I think some of the other people's reaction is they don't want me to have to go to the shelter because it's certain death, basically. I understand that. But it doesn't mean that I want to care for her. But yeah, Candy was saying the same thing. You can hire people, If Cindy was doing that, maybe would people feel differently about it? Right. Like, I said something about agreeing to have some sort of a counseling, like a support system, because she stated she only talked to Tommy, and now Tommy's dead, and she's already just continuously trying to make up excuses. She needs some kind of support group. I'm sure they have them. Like, she's got to be able to reach out to people that aren't related to her. Tommy had the same problem. So, I do. I think really the other family members are concerned about me, especially after what happened to Tommy, because he's older than me. So it's like Tom Kent went on dialysis. Now his son is dead at 57, and then there's me, and they know that I'm a do not treat. So that's caring for Barbara Kent isn't going to change that. So I would suggest, if they have a grief counseling and crisis management, that's addressed. Okay. I appreciate it, but I don't think it's a good reason for me to take on that level of work. There's a reason why I told Tommy I didn't feel medically I could help him pick her up and stuff. I was afraid of that very thing. Okay. So unfortunately, message for the wrong person, but I think it would still possibly be true with me. Yeah, just I don't want to sound histrionic. It's just because I can walk around and carry things doesn't mean I can lift up a 250-pound woman off the ground. He even said that he was concerned about doing it. Maybe God told him to stop doing that. Okay, so obviously Candy can't be doing that. She doesn't want to take over a care, but she mentioned something about she wants a relationship with her mother. Obviously, she mentioned where she lives, getting a 2-bedroom apartment where she is. She mentioned that. I know. She said it's expensive though. So I think that's the concern. Honestly, they know that she didn't want to go into a nursing home. So Cindy's house isn't a nursing home. She does get all that money. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate too, because if Tommy didn't set up other people, he would never thought he was going to die like that, and his mother still be living. Yeah, because otherwise it probably would have just went to probate between the siblings, and he probably would have wanted that if he had anything. Yeah, I'm sure. So yeah, well, people don't plan ahead when they don't have a spouse or children, and I'm sure it happens. And then you have an elderly person that now some people are going to fight over, because that means that sibling gets Tommy's stuff too. I don't know if Tommy would be in a rage about that, but he wanted Cindy to care for the mother. He was trying to get Cindy to do more to help him. So, yeah, like she's supposed to be his person, right? Because she's a nurse, and right. I don't think he'd want me to end up on the street again. No, but how do you put a stop to that? Right? Just if she's not going to work, she's got to have a means to live. So, yeah, granted, she would get Social Security. That's why I said, what are you going to do with $3,600 a month if you're getting Social Security too? And Tommy's annuity and his pension? Probably people do it all the time. I know, you just go, here I am at the shelter. Okay, so this is what it is. I'm not even talking bad about it. Just this is what it is. You're not going to believe this, right? I live with these two people for 13 years. I'm in a house with just the two of them for 2 years, right? He just drops dead. Right. And then she's still living. He's supposed to be thinking he's taking care of her till she dies. That's why he wouldn't put her in a nursing home. He drops dead. Cindy doesn't know the trail is not paid off. I told Scott. He doesn't talk to Cindy. Someone will tell her. Yeah, it's $10,000. If you want to pay a bank $10,000. I know, I found the paperwork. The truck's not paid off. The trailer's not paid off. This is a rental house. You got to take the mother. That's the deal. Right. So he's got a pension and an annuity. Right. And his mother's still living, and he's not married and has no children. So that's why I'm homeless again. Yeah. So $3,600 a month when she already owns a home, Brian, and rents houses in Plymouth. She's going to get Social Security because she quit her work to take care of her. That's how it works. They wouldn't give it to me because I didn't work. And because Barbara is Tommy's beneficiary, she gets all of Tommy's annuity in his pension. Used to be Lizzie Borden. Okay, so all the things she was mad about Tom Kent, the father, there you go. No, it's like this. Just I do, and I guess I do. I would think a person like that should pay Mary like what, $1,000 a month. But like I said, it would have to go into a separate account that has nothing to do with her. Good luck getting her to do that. I don't know who would actually discuss that with her other than the VA. Right, like, or maybe even Father Bill's place. She knows Kaz, right? What if she gets a phone call from Father Bill's corporation, the Yawkey Resource? Okay, well, I know that things are not our business, but obviously Mary's been coming here since 2011, so just wait and see what happens. If the VA decides it's her, which she told me it was, that the VA already told her that, but she doesn't get paid till May 1st, and she can't access the account because it's Tommy and Barbara. So none of that's going to be transferred to her at least by the 17th. They're having a meeting with her at her house on the 17th, and then she can't access any accounts till May 1st. Okay, so everything's on a hold in terms of till the 30th of April. So probably because they know the woman has other things. They get it. So everything is like decompressed. So now you have all that time with your mother in your house to figure out what you're going to do. And the rest of the family has time to bury their brother and calm down and think about rationally things. Okay. It's good for Cindy to understand the level of care her mother needs now, and if that's going to work out for her. I honestly think it will work out better than she thinks. I really do. I do. It can be scary to be anchored to your house, but if all you were doing was going to work and driving over here, you have a constant person to talk to. It's just knowing when she's done talking to you, because she was having issues with Tommy. But the conversations are different, right? It's knowing when to give her a break. Okay, so. And agreeing to have help, right? She can have people come in and help her to get a break. I think there was a misunderstanding again. That's why they need mediation about what Barbara Bunko was telling her. Just her getting off the phone and what she said to me is not what Candy told me Barbara was doing. So there's a concern because she's a little bit like Tommy and she's not listening to what people are saying. She's jumping the gun. Okay, Barbara was talking to her about she knows people like that Forever Young, but Barbara doesn't know. It was good for Barbara to go over there and visit with Barbara so she can see, okay. I don't know if that's going to be feasible for her, but it might be. I told Candy about the fall that Tommy never transported her somewhere to be looked at. And I'm not convinced she can't, with assistance, see if she can get back to walking before she begins to degrade, because it's already been 4 months. So that's something for people to discuss with Cindy, not me. Okay. I don't know what they do. I'm not a doctor. I don't know if they x-ray her, if they have those big, huge nurses assistants come in, because she can stand, and see if she can stand all the way up and take a step or two. And then if something gives out or she's in pain. Okay, so especially after an x-ray to see if anything's broken. Okay, so you don't have to worry about things about she doesn't have a diaper or she has a diaper rash. She has a diaper rash because she can't get out of bed. So you got to get over that stuff. The whole planet knows she has a diaper rash. It's the World Wide Web. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. I explained about it being on the floor. It doesn't go away by ignoring it. He was trying to do it with his mother. Right. It doesn't go away by ignoring it. Okay, so. People are not out to get you. You're not going to go to jail for willful neglect. I started saying that so that he would do it. I was doing to him what he was doing to his mother. You'll go to a hospital. He was never going to take her to a hospital. She didn't want to do that. Except for when her face swelled up. Yeah. Because antibiotics, but apparently she didn't even need antibiotics. That was like a wonderment. That I gave her a mouthwash. That's all it took. She doesn't brush her teeth. She stopped brushing her teeth probably, a year and a half ago. She was still doing that every morning at the other house. Yeah, it was completely detrimental to her mental health, the transfer, even though this is better for her. It's probably like a mix-up. Sometimes when someone's in the same environment, you don't realize that they don't know what they're doing. Okay. It's like a slow thing that can happen to a person. I had somewhat of a concern with Tommy. So he had to prove me wrong by fixing his truck. Yep, he had to prove me wrong by fixing his truck, but I did. I remember going, if he can fix his truck, then I guess I'm wrong. And then he fixed his truck, and you go, what the fuck? He could have been doing the stuff purposely, which is part of his mental illness. Like, you're here to learn compassion. He may have thought he was a teacher. Just some of the stuff he was doing. I don't know if he's the one doing weird stuff with the food. Get it? Disabling shopping carts so that we can have a conversation. Okay, that's the stuff that was weirding me out. Like, he was never like abusing me. Even verbally, he wasn't doing it. It was just, he was a weirdo. Yeah, like it creeps stuff that creeps you out, and maybe they don't understand they're creeping people out. Why are my shopping carts disabled? Because he wants to have a conversation. That's what they do. They're going to force you to have a relationship with them, which makes it even worse. So Cindy now seems to be doing the same thing, and I didn't realize she had that problem. Okay. There's plenty of people that will have a relationship with Cindy. You have to mingle with the right types of people, like a support group for people that are caring for their elderly parents. Okay, so yeah, reaching out to others. Candy was talking about it. Like, there's people in the family that are aware of the isolation problem, and that you don't have to label yourself paranoid. It's just, it's related to that because of your mother, the matriarch of the family. It's so integrated within you. And I feel bad that some of that may have been made worse because of, you can see that I'm literally actually being attacked, but maybe that's part of what God's doing with you guys to help you. Okay. It helps you figure out which things are paranoid and not. Okay. Like people that have that martyr complex and stuff, like God is displayed to you what happens when someone's actually doing that, or a group of people. That's what's happening with me. Like, I keep going to a shelter. I keep filling out forms. I keep going to therapy. Okay, so they're outlawing Florida alimony. Ron DeSantis' wife is working at a golf channel with Al Gore. So that's literally being targeted. Okay, I think that's really helpful for Cindy. That's being targeted. I'm not happy about it, but I guess. That sounds grandiose. I don't really like to talk like that, but it's a lifelong assignment, apparently, nuns. It's a lifelong assignment. So if you're one of those people that you feel you're like the designated sane person, first of all, make sure you're sane, because that's what people do. They all think they're sane. And maybe they are separately with some work. They're all sane, but they all think, everyone thinks they're the one sane person. So know that about not going to therapy. Everyone thinks they're the one sane people. Yeah. So there's certain people in life that it's just not going to work out, and then you stay sane. Otherwise, you're doing the insane things. Like, you're not coming in this house. I'll leave it out on the porch. Some people find that insane. Like meat. You're too meat. Okay. Some things you got to, I discussed it with the police, the married police. Okay. He offered other people in Dunkin' Donuts food. So I'm sure he's probably married. The beards. Hello. I violated my own thing. Yeah, in life you go, okay, this person is way young and he's attractive and has a beard. I'm sure he's married. Okay? I'm sure I didn't look, but they wear wedding rings. Yes. Okay, so coffee, head down phone, marital ring. Maybe, yeah, everybody, men and women, get those big wide ones. Okay. And that guy didn't have a beard. That's why you wear a ring. You don't have to have a beard in recovery, but it will help you. You are supposed to wear a ring when you're in recovery. Okay. So, meaning that you're too insane to date. Okay, drug addict, prostitutes, you're too insane to date. That's why you have a ring on. And then every time you're out in public, people are like, where is your ring? If he was still living, Brian Buchanan, where's your ring? It hasn't even been a year. Nope, it's April. The last time you broke up with me was June 25th of 2023. So you can't possibly be in a real relationship. Someone could say that to me. Someone could say that to me. And where's your ring? Oh, you're going to wear one? I'll wear one too. Never did he put a ring on his hand. Okay, so that day you go, okay, you're going to wear one? So if I'm never going to see you in life again without that ring on, right? Ever in life, me, Jeremy, anybody on the planet is never going to see you anywhere without that ring on, right? They're at least going to do it with someone that's married and they know is in recovery and doesn't want to be doing it. They're at least going to do that. And then the cops or Jeremy go, what's this? And then they turn around and look the other way. Get it? Okay. This person's clearly in a recovery program and doesn't know what he's doing. So now I'm sectioning him again for 3 days. That's why he has a ring on. Who are you? Okay, are you married? All right, so no. So if they know who the person was that put the ring on the person and they're the cops, in the future, yep. You don't have to molest every single one of them. In the future, yep. Because I was trying to do it with Alex and obviously we weren't a couple. So then the cops go, hello. Okay, because they know these people. Hello, Alex. Where's Mary? Who are you? Okay. We got to take him, just so you know. Okay, and then maybe a counselor. I said something about the live stream if I could actually be available online, and then I can explain it to them. These people have a problem where they can't control their habit. Some of them have mania, but they decided, like Jen, they decided at some point that they don't want to do that. Brian Buchanan told me himself that he can't control his urges. That's why he agreed to go to a hospital. And everybody that knows him knows that. Right. So that's why they were highly disturbed when they found out he left the hospital. Some of them acted like they hated me. Kind of, it's not as, these people aren't acting as bad like that, but it's because of the shock and the grief, because you can't even go to a detox, that you won't keep these people in a detox center for 24 hours. He shouldn't have been able to check himself out. I think they sent him out. So obviously the governor and everybody, the cops know to be on alert about that. That's why they started putting people in jails. Okay. Liars. Right. Don't start telling your family members that you didn't agree to do it. Please. Okay? I already went over it when I heard. Some things are not actually people's business when you're an adult, even to your mother. Get it? Okay. So that's why. And when I hear things and then other people are told that, it causes problems and paranoia, like people like Tommy and Barbara. Okay. Maybe even Cindy. I don't believe the police are doing that. They started doing it out in Quincy. These people agree to it. I told Tommy that. So I think he actually believed me, because he knows I don't lie. He knows I don't make up things. Okay. Like I might speculate, but I say at the time, yeah, I don't know. They didn't say that. Right. I'm pretty sure I told Tommy that. I go, they do it sometimes where they would put Brian away for 3 days. Brian didn't care. Right. So it's good that you're not used to seeing people in a certain way. Okay. That's really good. Okay. Just so you know, like I was explaining it to Scott, it'll probably further our relationship, but still there's certain things people don't. Yeah. As I was like, the thing about Brian is he wasn't even upright when he wasn't with me. Like that's why they were like, he's got to be dead. Yeah. Because people will keep pouring stuff down a person's throat who can't even stand up and walk anymore. So yeah, I mean, I think a law is, if there isn't one. Okay, but that's why they can section them for 3 days to get them away from these people. Okay, try to save their lives.
That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even
Yeah, I could. That's why I said, and they said they were going to offer him a 90-day, and I don't know what happened. And we probably wouldn't be informed of that, but unfortunately, the cops didn't know where he was. So, yeah, it was like pretty disturbing. So, people go to people's houses and then you die there because he's never going to leave. It's that bad. He's just going to stay there using until these people throw him back out to the street or he dies in their house. Okay, so if someone dies in your house, just call to have the body removed so the family and friends can be informed and the fiance. That would be great.
Finding a charger when you have 1% battery is hard. Hiring Morgan & Morgan for your injury is easy.
I remember when I first moved here, some weird thing happened. I didn't know if there was another person in the house. I don't think that there was, but there was some weird scuffle up like downstairs or something. And I remember him going, "Get out of my house." Like he was doing the same thing Barbara does. Yeah, it's very sad. I mean, he's gone now, so he's in a better place, but I feel he was definitely mentally retarded and it was just undiagnosed, and that's part of the problem. But he couldn't formulate like his own self. Yeah, he would be like, he either sounded like Tom Kent or Candy. Yep, and just he started doing that stuff about get out of my house. This is my house, just like his mother. Not to me, to her. That's why you go, I know I had all these wild, hopeful dreams that they bought a house because I said it to him. I would have thought you guys bought a house. What happened to all that money? Like, I'm not accusing you, just you're Tom Kent's son and you didn't buy a house with that money? Whoa. Okay. Maybe other people thought that too. Like, they're renting a house? She didn't pay anything for a year. I know. Did the VA take back that money or something? You go, it's $37,000, right? Isn't that what it comes out to be over the course of a year? It's on the piece of paper. Understanding that the president and his team have been supporting him. I know. I guess he didn't even pay off his trailer with it. Remember when someone was questioning what he was doing? I got the paperwork right now. We all do it, but I'm pretty sure it was Cindy wanted to know how he was buying all that stuff on credit. He probably had good credit. Yeah. I don't know why he was bringing his mother with him to buy his truck. Maybe he just couldn't do anything without his mommy. Right. He can't even go to a food pantry by himself. I had to do it. So maybe he couldn't do anything without his mommy. And that's why he wouldn't even go to Salem and stuff. So yeah, because she may have been the one that was at least there pretending she knew what she was doing. I know, just it was on credit. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't even know if you can sell something like that. Well, whoever this bank is, do they repossess trailers? Well, that saves you, the landlord, the trouble of getting rid of the thing if they repossess them and the car. Because someone said he still owes on the car. So, yeah, the landlord doesn't have to worry about that. Even though Cynthia has keys to the truck and the trailer, but someone could hook it up to the truck and drive away. But I don't know if that bank's going to track you down. Yeah. Even if you leave Massachusetts, it still has license plates on it, right? I don't know. It's probably one of those hidden secrets that they don't repossess trailers. But there's companies for everything. That's a business to a person where they take over that stuff and they do it for the bank. The bank just hands them the loan and then they have the equipment to take it away and they put it on eBay. Don't fight it when people are doing stuff. What are you going to do with that? Yeah. If you had an annuity, if you were given a lump sum of money, then you could buy a piece of land and put the trailer on it and live in it and not be homeless anymore. But it's not paid off. Right. It's not paid off and you're not the beneficiary of the man's money. So, I would hope to God her house is paid off by now, but maybe it's not. But that's a lump of sum of money to pay towards paying off a house, and she has children and grandchildren. So, and one of them is homeless. Like the other one, he doesn't want to live with her. No, the other ones are getting their own places now. Okay, probably because it's too much. But the other one is homeless. I mean, he's renting a room in a rooming house right now. Okay, that's not exactly, yeah. And he's got to work to pay for it. So, and he has children. I don't know if he has contact with them or whatever, but yeah, I myself, I think people, when you're making decisions, should think about stuff like that. The other family members, as weird as it sounds, I know, just okay. Well, the thing is, though, if she perishes, if she dies, her children get her house. So, do you like her children? Should they have to struggle in the world and all of that? Because you did, because that's how Tommy was. Tommy was saying that about he was like flew into a rage when he thought that Jared had money. He didn't believe in free college because he wasn't given free college. He would never be able to handle college, but maybe that's why he didn't go. He couldn't afford it. What was the other thing? No, it was that he may not have been talking about me. He may have been pissed about because of me, because he clearly knew they shut off my money somehow, right? Probably from me talking so loud in the room. Well, before I was viewable online, apparently too. Cindy told me. He goes, oh, I used to think that everybody should get a basic income, but I changed my mind. Like, fuck them. I didn't know. I thought he was talking about me, but it might be because he knew they shut off my money or something. I don't know. And then I think when he had something bad to say about Tom at the food pantry, he was actually jealous, right? Like, because he doesn't have any friends, and that's what they do. Mentally retarded people do that. They get mean and rude. Right, just he doesn't even know anything about this Tom guy, but he goes, that just really bothers me, people that are just handed things. I don't know how long he was in the Sprinkler Fitters Union. You would think he worked there for 65 years. It's part of grandiosity. Like, he completely made up a new self for himself when he was living here. He got to pretend he was doing that. It's weird. Like, he completely made up that he was like a world worker, and he went on a work strike, and now he earned all this stuff, just like his father. He was just totally probably talking Tom Kent-isms. Yeah, like he didn't really have a self. He'd watch the TV, watch the podcasts, and then he would act just like his father or act just like Candy. At her worst, by the way. He wasn't acting like a good version of Candy. He was acting like Candy at her worst. Worse? I just said worse. I don't know. I probably could hear it. I don't know. I don't have that much soda. What time is it? Okay, it's 5:09. I have to put on. I might be able to just wear this on my walk, because these are walkable clothes, and then take another shower. I got to scrub out the tub. I at least want to take a bath at some point before I go back to the shelter. There's no bathtubs at the shelter. I know they're like, I guess they still put mats on the floor. Yeah. So. It interrupted the talk about the thermonuclear weapons, which didn't go away so far, but today's the day I'm supposed to do my regular walk. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to walk to the SNAP office. Who cares? I'll shower when I get back. I'll brush my teeth and stuff. Yeah.
As you mentioned, they figured
Is it gonna be closed when I walk over there? Well, then I know. They don't even want me out there, but yet they won't renew my SNAP food card over the telephone. They won't answer the phone. Okay, so if I'm staying here till the 30th, I can't go to the food pantry tomorrow. I'm not going to run out of food. Don't get me wrong. I can't go tomorrow. I'm not going to make up stuff because I have to go to the funeral home tomorrow. 10 a.m. Let's see. They're not. DTA, Massachusetts. I think that helps. Yeah, oh, okay, here we go. For some reason, they're not going to do the hours.
The frenzy to be in the right place at the right time to see the total effects has begun. Millions are expected to travel.
Yeah, I really should go there today because now it's going to be the weekend. It's open from 8 to 5 today. But this is like just their regular thing. It doesn't say anything though. Your assistance line. Yeah. It says make certain updates to your case. Automated prompts. Talk to a case manager between. Did I try this number already? I don't remember it being an 877 number. I have a notebook upstairs. What do I have? 30? I just went to the Dollar Tree the day that Tommy died. So my mind, I had 30. So I probably have like 28. Yeah, I think I have water. I got to get soda, which if I don't go out to Quincy, I'm probably going to go to Stop and Shop. So it'll be a little bit more than what I was doing when I was going to Dollar Tree. If I do my regular walk and get, can I make it till Monday and not do that today? I guess I kind of don't see why I wouldn't do it today, other than thermonuclear weapons, but aren't we in a lull? Are they doing dry cast that I'm going to breathe in today? Like by saying don't come out here yet, does that have to do with the dry cast too? Or just, yeah, because it's not a good time to have done this with my SNAP card, but they had no way of knowing he was going to die. Right, because clearly I'd wait till that SNAP card was run out to have to go out there since I've been calling them. Yeah, to me, I'm not understanding why they refused to renew it over the phone. Yeah, because you would think that they were trying to drag me out there, but the shelter themselves is going, don't come out here yet. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that's what I would think. Why you won't renew a SNAP food card over the phone? Get it? Like, yeah, I did. I called after he died and they still wouldn't do it. Oh, yeah, I do. I still have my gift card to Shaw's. So should I wait till Monday? I forgot about the gift card to Shaw's. Yeah, maybe Shaw's Star Market. Yeah. I am like that. Yeah. $1, $2. I am like that. Yes. Right. But you can buy taxable items with it, like hair color. But if I had my $400 in a SNAP card again, I would. Yeah, it's what? You have to risk it, folks. They might want to buy peanuts or hair color. You don't know that. And it to some degree, it's not your business if it's not one of your people. They'll sell them. Yeah. They will buy something and return it. Well, yeah. So it's what? You have to have money for the train. That's why I don't like to be like that. I don't, but I have a gift card to Shaw's. Do you want that? I don't think they would. They'd be like, give it to someone else because I'm just gonna throw it in the trash. Or like Brian gives away potato chips he didn't need. He doesn't know how she bought those. Maybe she bought them with the SNAP card, Brian. He would feel weird, like he didn't want to go, no, I'm drunk. He probably needed to eat some potato chips, and then he tried to give them away. I'm not going to eat these. At what point does Brian Buchanan eat food? I did. I go, it's not really about be careful what you're saying, but you have no idea what he was doing with $2,000 a month. You don't know that. I don't know what his truck payment was. And the trailer is only $89. I get it. There probably was months he was doing that where he was completely spending his entire paycheck on drugs. But for all we know, he was buying food and dropping it off at a food pantry. I have no idea what he was doing. Some people in life do that. They do stuff and don't tell people they're doing it. But anyways, it's possible. But I noticed recently there wasn't those smells, but like in the past, I don't know, at least he may have stopped smoking that stuff in October. The first time I said I was going to stop smoking, he had tried to stop smoking. Remember, he left like paraphernalia display on the floor in front of the bathroom, like he was trying to tell me that he was going to stop smoking. And then I was still smoking, but then I stopped on October 1st. He may not have smoked that stuff anymore, but he was smoking occasionally marijuana. That looks like marijuana to me. Right. So that's why he said any drug use. I go, yeah, he used to be smoking mad drugs. I don't know what they are. Like, is it Cindy? Is Cindy the one who keeps saying he wasn't smoking drugs? I don't know. There's someone who, whenever I say it, there's some problem with it. It's probably Cindy. Probably. She wasn't living with him. I mean, she forgot the house when he was in the basement. He was clearly a drug addict. Okay, so anyways, in the last at least couple of weeks, it could have been a couple months, I didn't smell those weird smells anymore. Every once in a while, I'd smell marijuana. Yeah, so he was, I don't know what it was. It smelled like meth, and it stank. I think it's either meth or crack cocaine, man. It was something, whatever that stuff is. Yep. When I heard him on the phone with his doctor supposedly once saying that he has used Adderall a couple times. I know it's bad. I don't know if he was pretending to be on the phone because he was talking right outside my bedroom. You can't really get psychotherapy this way, dude. But anyways, he's dead now. That's what your therapist is for, and a psychiatric hospital. But yeah, like with that blood pressure and you're taking Adderall, by taking Adderall, were you crushing it and mixing it with marijuana and smoking it? Okay. That's called meth. I'm not going to have it. He's dead. He can't argue with me anymore. We already had that argument at the other house where he flipped out and said that Adderall is not meth. He knows. That's when he admitted all his drug use. He knows he's done meth. He's done Adderall. He's done crack. Okay, so he admitted that he used all those drugs. So when people go, oh, but he admitted it to me years and years ago. He used all those drugs. So he was clearly smoking something downstairs in that house. I think he was using different drugs. And at one point he used spice, because I know what spice is. And it's possible that some of it was done for attention. Like he had a complex like Barbara Kent, where he's going to be the pitiful thing that people are supposed to help. Like he was sick. That's what I'm telling you. He specifically told Barbara Kent that she was here to learn about compassion. He had the same mental illness she has. Okay, like to the point where he was doing weird shit and telling himself he was teaching people things. So he got to die believing he was teaching lessons. This is me this is what I do to survive. I'm not really intending to teach anybody. It's like a resource or whatever if people wanted to listen to it. Right. So, no, I wasn't doing this when I was in my house with my children. I had children and I was never really discussing stuff like that until 2011. And it was like 10 or 15 minutes at a table with Bibles, and that was it. Most people do that with their children. Yep. And we were talking about, were we talking about dinosaurs too? We probably started going over the thing about the dinosaurs in the Bible. And then we did the thing where we went around the table and you were supposed to tell me just, you clear your mind and then you tell me your thought. Is that weird? Okay. I don't find that to be weird. You're on, it's like a way to talk to your children too. It doesn't have to be, they're all prophets, just, okay, so we sit, everybody does this, closes their mouth. It's like a process of learning how to talk as a family. Okay, so I'm sure there's probably couples that do it. You have the mother there, the father there, 6 children, 3 and 3, and everybody goes, okay, so this is our moment of silence, whatever you want to call it. And everybody gets a turn to speak. So anyways, I got cut off at the knees of what I was doing after Alfred left. So sometimes, I don't know if people thought that was weird. The children, except for Jocelyn, the children enjoyed it. I think, was that before? Was that after I came up here in February? Because she was worried that the same thing was going to happen. Because she listened to stuff that Alfred and Angela were talking about. So she knew that that was going to happen again. She was like starting to try to become too bossy, which I don't do. I'm not Barbara Kent. I don't have a katana as a daughter. All due respect. Where now she is telling me to stop reading a Bible because she's been so traumatized by what's happened because of her father and Angela. And that was before DCF. Whatever was going on, she was so traumatized by it. That's why God kills people. Right? Like a child is terrorized because her mother stopped drinking alcohol and is parenting her children. She finally got the man out of the house that was the problem and is parenting her children and using a Holy Bible, not 24 hours a day, by the way. And so she's terrified of the Holy Bible. Americans, come on. Yeah, just ridiculous. Terrorizing children because they doesn't mean the children think I'm sick, Barbara Kent. It doesn't mean that. It means that they know that people have decided that's a sickness and they don't want me taken away from them.
What does that do? What does that open up in terms of getting more aid into the office? Good for the
She told me herself. Right. So there's certain things in life that never go away. I never in a day would be mean to her, bringing it up. Right. Just we're not going to have a certain type of relationship after certain words and phrases. I mean, seriously? Not even talking about me right to my face. Just, yeah. I mean, I know that she's ill, obviously, and she allowed me to be in her house, but Candy was allowing me to be there too. So, yeah, just, she's the one that would kick me out. I don't think Candy ever told me to leave, but I think when I first came up there, the first time I had to leave in March of 2012, it's because of everything that was going on. It causes people to act weird, just like Tommy dying, right? Because you just go, what is going on? How did someone take Mary's children? And like I think they actually thought that I lost my mind, and they're having all these flashbacks about their mother and abandonment, and there's nobody there to take care of them. And yeah, you got to do that to my children because this woman did it to her own children. Get it? Right. So there's not going to be any more cycling of abuse like that, where you got one person in a family that's sane, and so someone's got to put a stop to that. Right. I would not allow people to dip their fingers into my children. Okay. I'm aware of the whole upbringing. Just because I don't have to talk about it 24 hours a day, I'm aware of the whole upbringing. So there's certain things you don't introduce your children into. So some people will set out to destroy you because of it. So I think that was Barbara's motivation. I remember just immediately brain loss and we're all going to pretend we're royals. Just maybe the children could come up here and spend a summer. I don't even talk to my children, Barbara. Did you think I had access to my children? Just whoa, she probably didn't see those emails. I'm not allowed to talk to my children, Barbara. I might be able to Skype if I sign bankruptcy papers from another state and allow someone to tell my daughter, who's a minor, to forge my signature on taxes while I'm in Massachusetts. I don't have access to my children. Just a complete denial and shock of what a man and a woman did and the state of Florida. Because this is what I do. Miss, I'm a Bible reader cover to cover. It's called King Solomon. Not I stay and put up a fight and stuff. No. John doesn't sit in King's courts. Miss, read the Bible cover to cover. Well, right. It's like a lifelong assignment is what I'm kind of getting. You just go, okay, so you're not a prophet. Okay. Like, unfortunately, you're a mentally ill woman who had a bunch of children and you kept them in a house all isolated. Okay. And a bunch of them have been abused and then cycles of abuse. And you got a bunch of people with drug problems, people that refuse to go to therapy to get help for themselves. They're afraid of everybody. Okay. So you're not a prophet. You went through all that where you're making all these predictions and Mary does something. So you're going to do it. You're not Mary. Okay. You didn't renounce. People they forced you because you didn't even think that wasn't necessary, but maybe someone thought it was because your house was filled with mice and stuff. So for your mental health, you were forced out of it finally. Okay. You're not a prophet. You're not a homeless woman in a room. You didn't take a vow of poverty. You're not a nun. You're not John the Baptist, but you just let her say whatever she wants. She can't see this. She's not even in the house. There's no way she can hear me. So it doesn't matter. Just let her say whatever she wants. She's 89. She doesn't even control her own finances. Okay, so avoiding stuff like that and talking about other topics. I know Cindy wants to talk about Catholicism a lot. I don't know if that's really going to cause a problem. But when she says she's John the Baptist, don't argue with her. Okay. Right. So she was doing the stuff. I don't think she's doing the predictions anymore. Okay. She went through a whole cycle of that where she'd go in the room I was in and come out and announce news and wait for it to go on the television. So I don't know if she said she'd talk in here. No, talk in the kitchen. You talk in the kitchen and then you come in here and it's on the TV. That's what she was saying. And you go, okay. And then didn't she say something about live streaming or something before she left here? Yeah. I'm always live streaming, Barbara. That's what I do. I usually listen to music in the morning. I should at least listen to a song. I'm still kind of rushing myself. Like I'm feeling like I'm supposed to be doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. Yeah. Especially with her gone. I gotta relax a little bit. Like someone's going to come. It's like I'm in Barbara Kent's house again. Someone's going to come and I'm not dressed. They wouldn't even know that by what I'm wearing. Just put sneakers on and you're dressed. But no, I don't usually do that. Got my Bible. So, because the TV's down here and it's a bed. Yeah. I know it seems like I went, now I'm in her bed. It's not really that. I could have done his room, but like I said, I'd have to wash his bedding first. So at some point, yes, I'm going to have to do a bunch of laundry because I haven't even been down there. Maybe I should do that before I go out. I'll get dressed first and check it. I can throw something in the washer because I know at least Cindy changed her once and I don't want to leave stuff like that. I'm pretty sure he's got a basket of dirty clothes. I don't know if I should wash them and then put them in a bag to get ready to put that stuff to donations. I probably will wait until people come. Sometimes people want items of people's clothing and stuff. So I would think nobody would have a problem with washing the bedding and making the bed. Okay. Hopefully that's okay. Wash the bedding. His comfort is in the basement. I don't know if he washed it. That's what I'm saying. He couldn't even do his own laundry. He definitely was not equipped to be caring for her, but he provided to her a level of care that she couldn't provide to herself for a certain amount of time. So, because during that time, Cindy told me she didn't want to do it, and I guess that the other siblings did not want her doing it. They agreed to hand it over to Tommy. Okay, so like they all got their turn. Yeah. So, yeah, she's a nurse. She should be used to dealing with old people, but it's up to her other siblings in the VA. So don't make any decisions because Mary's going to be homeless. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. Okay. So sometimes maybe in a shelter system, right, because I did have a place to go and people make up their own minds. It doesn't matter. I'm just explaining to your reality about why would you be removed from your children, stuff like that. Because they wanted someone else here with Tommy and Barbara. Okay, because it was too much for him. And it's a level of protection of domestic violence to have another person here. So now if she went to somebody else's care, then, right, they could have a visiting nurse. They don't need to make Mary forced to live with Barbara and Cindy. Okay, so, right. They have apartments there, by the way, but it doesn't mean they're going to give me one, but they have rooms and rooming houses with a bed to lay down in. Okay, so obviously I have a caseworker. I text with her last night. I left her. She did return, and now I'm back on her system. Right, so it could have been that. Like I said, that's the thing Luquette showed me. It was a domestic call to the house. That might have been a concern about Tommy and Barbara in a house alone. So those people hold the purse strings and stuff, so it's pointless to argue with them. Okay, so right. Well, they may have felt that there was a little bit of fibbing, not on my part, about 2019, because here it is 2024 and I'm still alive. So they do put people in rooms and stuff on medical. So they may have went, wait a minute, medical? She's walking over here, she's walking over there, because they looked at my medical report and went, okay, she's about to die. That's what they do. Carol was in a house and she died from lung cancer. Because there's people that have a need of those rooms. Pat was not in a good way. Sandra was not in a good way. I don't know about the woman Sandra was living with. There was a lot of hair in the shower. I don't know if she has cancer and she's getting radiation treatments. So, or she washes her hair once a week, like me. That could happen to me because I don't wash my hair that often, but I noticed it when I showered there. So some people don't tell people they have medical conditions. Rebecca was in a room because she had ovarian cancer, and now she's not in a room because she's still living. I saw her the last time I was out there. They're forcing her to live with their husband. Okay, so you have to have the means to put people in housing that don't have an income, that still expect heat. I didn't have cable or internet. I was hoping to get Barbara Kent to pay for it, and then I was forced out of the room. She had the money. This in a house? Is it RCN's business that there's 12 people in the house picking up the internet? They could put 12 of those in a house. Well, probably be more than $400 a month auto pay. But Scott's in a rooming house. He just did, and he doesn't want to have to interact with Cindy. I'm not betraying his trust. I'm just explaining it. He contemplated it when I said something. And then obviously you have to have Barbara to pay everything. So it's not going to work out. Yeah, you can't take Barbara to pay for a house. That's not fair to Barbara. It's not fair to separate the mother from the daughter. That's why Tommy did it, because he tolerated Cindy. Other people don't tolerate Cindy, but Tommy did. So that's probably why everybody agreed to it then. I think they knew my point of view, and apparently that's Jim's. Okay. About the nursing home. I understand her wishes, just that's why I don't fight certain things. But in terms of, I'm not going to fight whatever they're doing, as long as it doesn't obligate me. Yeah, because I think it's a little bit too much. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too much. I'm willing to live in a shelter. I went out there last year. I was in a bed. I mean, I did swell up. Aren't I going to swell up anywhere? Okay. Who knows? If they saw me like that, they might have put me in a room and went, okay, yeah, now you do need to be in a room. You weren't doing that before. Okay. They might know that. That's why they're like, it's a warming center with chairs. Don't come here. Yeah. They have my medical record. My caseworker has all that. I don't have any suspensions. Okay. Right. That's what they said when I called them. And then I remember once I called there from Bournewood Hospital, and my caseworker was Elliot, and he's like, yeah, you don't have any reason why you can't come back here. They're used to people being, yeah, it's nobody should be homeless. That's right. You take on something, like Brian Buchanan. You have to know what type of people that you can take on. So yeah, don't forget the thing about the wheelchair and the food. She's getting better, but she wants Cindy. She would be asking for Cindy. She did it. That's the thing. Maybe they don't know that. For it, who knows if it's because there was nobody else coming here? It could be because there was nobody else coming here. I don't know. I don't know what. Michelle works with kids. I'm sure she doesn't want Barbara at her house with all those kids. You have to remember that the family has things in their stuff, and there's reasons why they don't want people around. It affects their behavior because of abuse. Barbara has children too. I don't think she works with the elderly, does she? Yeah. Cindy's a nurse. Life isn't perfect. Yeah, because even talking to Candy, it seemed like her concern was me. She has a concern for her mother because she knows her mother doesn't want a nursing home. And I don't know if Cindy's saying that yet. I think she needs counseling. Okay. Like, if you work in a nursing home, why would your mother need a nursing home? It has to do with coming to terms with your mother's age and slow decline, which you might be overdoing. She fell in December and she hasn't been checked out, people, and she has an underlying mental health condition. So I suggested that. Tommy made sure she was up every day, and then you saw her bed isn't even soaked. She can go from there to a potty chair. She was having a lot of problems with Tommy, and she admitted she was getting depressed. And after she announced that, it was every day he got her out of bed, and then she was rolling that thing around doing her same behaviors. She could probably be put on that chair and washed. I'm glad she took the chair. See how God works? Because she can put that in her bathroom and do the same thing. Just use cups of water. But I don't have a handheld use cups of water. Use a sponge and a bucket, like a bowl. I brought a bowl out here when I had a clean poop that was up to the back of her waist. You don't even want to know. I'm sure some people, it was so gross. I felt so bad for her. Because she was even though she felt like that, she was getting up and putting herself in a wheelchair and trying to change diapers. And I was like, I could see it. I'm like, what the hell? Tommy didn't do all that. He didn't know what was going on. Yeah, like that was like right at the beginning. It was just completely it was like mounds of poop. Oh God, I threw the thing away. It was just, I had to keep going back and forth with the bucket and washcloths and stuff. It was, and I didn't even have gloves. It was like gross. What do? You can't leave a person like that. You're just like, oh my God, this is terrible. Gotta clean you up. So Peanuts, are you going outside today? No. I don't have that much
Well,
soda
there
in
have
that
different
bottle.
reasons for getting a reverse mortgage. But you know what? They all felt the same about two things. They all loved their home, and they all wanted to stay in that home.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you can access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts tax-free cash in your pocket. Call 800-716-4364.
Why don't you call AAG and find out what a reverse mortgage can mean for you?
Call right now to receive your free no obligation info kit. Call
Yeah, no more carb week. I didn't even have that much, but I had a little bit of cheese last night and some more chickpea pasta. So just a warning, I think that might contribute to blocking people up. So don't eat that stuff too much. It's different than the chickpeas. Right. But clearly I've had a severe trauma and a lot of time standing up and not eating and drinking enough. So I'm being forced. I got a little bit of soda, so I'll be having my soda, but I'm being forced to have to walk, whether I go to a SNAP office today or Monday. So I think that, should I try to do my entire regular walk? I mean, physically, I just did 3 months. Yeah, there shouldn't be a reason. What would I actually want to wear? Not those sneakers, probably. They're too flat. Let me go get my other sneakers. Hang up my robe. I like to do the walk first and then shower, so I don't have as much laundry. And then, well, I'm either going to throw her stuff in before I go, whatever's down there, and then when I get back, because I've got laundry I want to do too. All right. Put this stuff upstairs.
And with big news from market, the blockbuster jobs report this morning, the economy adding 303,000 jobs last month, way higher, 100,000 jobs higher than expected. That marks 39 straight months of job growth, the 5th longest streak on record. Joining me now is Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. Thank you so much for being here. Look, after seeing this report, I just wanted to get your take on how you would describe the U.S. economy.
Well, the president described it himself. It's the strongest economy in the world, and the numbers certainly tell that story. You mentioned the 303,000 jobs created. At the same time, unemployment remains under 4%. That's for 26 months straight. So for over 2 years, we're seeing historically low unemployment rate. At the same time that we see very strong labor force participation rate. And it's worth noting that real wages continue to go up. So the idea here is that overall a strong economy is good for everybody, but under President Biden's policy, it's especially good for working people. And that's exactly what we want to see.
I have like a cup of soda upstairs too, so I have a little bit more than I thought. It's so cold. I think I know everything got a little bit messed up, but and I'll wash those 2 cups. Coffee in the microwave. This might be it for the top. Put this in the refrigerator. I can do that now.
Why do you think
I didn't want to take up all their room in the
data
refrigerator.
and what we keep seeing and how Americans actually feel about their personal economies?
It's something where they have to fill up every space. I don't know what that is, but he had it even more severe than her. I don't think he could ever live alone, and that's probably why he lost his house. It's something where they have to fill up every space with an item. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be in a head that sick. It scares me. Yeah. I know. To be able to explain it to you. It's somebody else's job to explain that. Like Allie has to explain narcissism unless she can't do that. Just like Jeffrey Dahmer explained to you what was going on and Joel Steinberg did. So.
But we also take out the time to get more work to do, and we'll continue to do it until every American feels that sense of security that the president talks about. We want a good job, not just to be a good paycheck, but also to provide.
Yeah, I'm grateful that I'm not really having flashbacks of the bathroom. So that's good. It goes away after about a day or 2. So it's just a weird.
I was in Wisconsin and Michigan. when I meet.
I think Darlene was having a wicked problem because it was her husband, and he died in the bed with her. So yeah, I'm sure that probably takes a lot longer to go away if it ever does. But you got to focus on other things and not that. Yeah, I think it's just the weirdness of it. I know it's like your brain wants to keep reconstructing it. Yeah. Like almost like a sense of denial. Your brain wants to keep, like that's going to make some sort of a difference or something. Like you can't go back in time. You just can't do it. So. Some people, if they die in a car accident, some people feel like more bad for them because they were alone and you don't know all these things about what happened to them and stuff. Right? You just go, it appeared to me that he was like instantly dead. That's what appeared to me. That's what I keep telling them. So they don't have to see all that. It's just, you got to trust me. I'm not lying. It really looked like he may have actually died on the toilet and then slipped off of it. I'm still sort of going with that in my own mind. So.
When it comes to hair supplements, you just never know.
Even a delayed response of a denial, why is this person in the bathroom so long? Right? Like, I don't know if that really would have mattered, especially with his medical state, how he was, and just they have to come, get into the bathroom and all that. And just, if it's what I think it was, I don't think he would have survived anyways. So, yeah, like even that is sort of, I'm the only person that would suffer with that. Yeah, just, yeah, just, I'm not a doctor, but just, certain things, I guess I'm trying to reenact it. If you even were, yeah, if you were even like fluttering, do you get what I'm saying? And you weren't conscious, but I didn't see like you know what Cindy actually said to me? She goes, oh, there's blood on the phone. Like he was trying to call for help. Huh? I know, just really? I'm already having survivor's guilt, as they call it. And you're going to tell me that? It's like I'm in Lost. Why are you alive? Why are you alive? Remember that? How are you here? How are you here? I don't know if he was robbed of dying on April Fool's Day or, right, because I have no way of knowing that either. It may have not have been till 4/2. Like I'm leaving on 4/1 and now you've robbed me of that, Mary. Now it's 4/2. What? Like he's trying to be the president. Get it? Like he's Donald Trump. He's the president. He's a king. No, it looks like it's 4/2. Even with the delayed response, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like 4/2, not 4/1, sir. That was like when Candy thought, she actually said to me, no, you left on April 1st. I go, no, I didn't. I left the house on April 1st. I didn't leave Massachusetts till the next day. I went to Quincy. I tried to stay in a hotel because I wanted to make sure I was close to South Station. Yeah, I didn't want to risk a delay in the trains and stuff to miss my Amtrak train. You get it at South Station. So I went to Quincy. They wouldn't let me go into a hotel room. So I had to actually go to the shelter, and I really did not want to. That's not why I went there. But I saw Joanne. I saw other Jen. She was getting ready to go to Florida. And she was like, well, if you change your mind. Didn't she go to South Station with me? Jen with the glasses. Her and Dave moved to Florida. Yeah. So they all knew that I was going there. They all knew I was going to New Mexico because, and then the next day was 4-2. Get it? That's 4-2, a train or a bus. No, a bus is 4-4. 4-2 is a train. 4-1 is Air Force One. 4-3 is a helicopter.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Welcome to
I did. Didn't I have a dream about the airport recently? And it was like D terminal. Yeah, remember that? And I was like, it was like dark, and there's like a hallway. You never know. He might have been half, sort of, not even with it. If he was like, yeah, he may have been half with it and went into the bathroom. Because I told you, the bathroom is a common place people go and they don't feel good. It's just a thing. You go and look at your face, right? And when you have panic disorder, you don't know if you're just having a panic. You're looking in the mirror. Do I have to take a poop? You're strained to poop maybe because you think that's what it is, and boom. Yeah, and just, and it worked out perfectly. No one has to, like, yeah, we don't know. Eyes wide open, mouth open, who knows? Just stuff that you're glad you don't have imprinted in your head.
In Nevada, this is a state that Democrats have been struggling for the last year or so. When President Trump wins in Nevada.
Yeah, I do have a wicked piece about that because that's, I told you, he's the type of person that would be scared. I know, you just see a grown man. I used to have flashes of that because for some reason I was wondering if he had kidney failure because he used to smell like uremia. But I think it's because he was using so much drugs and he was constantly detoxing. They smell like that. Yeah. And sometimes you don't know because it's like the same smell. So he was like constantly detoxing because he was using so much drugs and laying around and sweating. So it would smell like uremia, smell like sweat. And he wasn't bathing, he wasn't doing his laundry. So I used to have flashes of him like being so the way he is, I guess, on a bed screaming at his mother about why he can't get up. Oh yeah, I did. I used to have flash and him having like wicked bad leg cramps and stuff. Just horrifying, a horrifying way to go. So that's clearly not what happened to him. So. Speaking of which, I had the leg cramps last night. Probably dehydration and hormones. It was happening in 2019 too. Yeah, I definitely think it's hormone related. So, no, I haven't had that in a while. It wasn't wicked bad. Yeah, as long as you keep your legs stretched out, you're fine. But I just went a couple days with not doing my regular thing. Sometimes I get leg cramps when I'm not walking. So it's a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm sure I'll feel better after my walk. Put my sneakers on. I guess someone went to the morgue with one sneaker on.
Yeah, it is interesting. And this is a candidate who, every time he's involved in either a campaign rally or one of his court appearances, he comes out and talks about voter suppression, about how unfair it is, about how they're changing the rules on him. And lo and behold, here they are trying to change the rules. Not in a nefarious type of way. It's perfectly acceptable to go and try and persuade this unusual legislature. I mean, Nebraska, among other things, is the only unicameral legislature. They don't have.
Does it matter?
They have
yeah.
Just the one legislature. So they can try and they can push, but it really would be a matter of disenfranchising a number of people who went into this election season expecting it to be like all of the other ones. Where
they did. They came right over and explained that Junior, I guess, is having a child, and I guess it's a girl.
We will take that as it comes. Donald Trump did an interview with Hugh Hewitt, and he said some wild things here. He talked about President Biden's performance during the state.
I'm not the creator and I'm not the judge, so it doesn't matter if they believe that. I don't think it matters, and I'm not saying it's true or untrue. I would have no way of knowing that. But what was it? Is it Isaiah 7 something where it says something about the Lord or something, something? Okay, so I guess wait and see. It isn't what is it called? An annuity?
I don't know what he's using, but that was not, he was higher than a kite.
That would make a person really have a bad life if they wanted to be a female and would have no way of sort of processing that in their brain and explaining it to people. So, yeah, I tried that. I don't even know if that's like a DSM or a real person, this Henry VIII business, but I tried that with Warren, my friend Warren, who used to be Mary Tudor. Not I'm Mary Tudor. Okay, I'm not an English royal, but I tried that. I tried to get him to come to Mount Beach where she was. I'm sorry, he probably would not like it if I said that. Used to be Mary Tudor. Okay, Warren is not a female. Okay, Warren's a homosexual man. Okay, so that used to be Mary Tudor. I think I accused Kris Kardashian of being her. No, it's a man named Warren who is a friend of mine. I don't think he's a drug addict. Nope. He showed up in Quincy Center with did he have an ankle bracelet? Someone said he did. I didn't see one. I don't think he did. People make up things. I saw him walking around in those shorts, and he looked like he had thigh highs on because he had a tan. Yeah. His boyfriend died. Yeah. He had an older boyfriend, and he died. And then he was out in the street like me because the shelter was closed. And he's the one that asked me where those people were that were hanging around here. And I don't know. It's just, you can't take the homo out of the homo. You just can't do it. I don't know. It's just, you don't realize you're doing it even when it's nonsensical. And you just go, yeah, because I was already down the beach. Yeah, you're new here, right? Okay, well, what I would do, I'd acclimate yourself to the area before you start branching off other places, right? He must have immediately followed me right to the beach. Okay, wait a minute. You're a model and I'm a gay man. I just told you that. And I'm doing my feminine thing to you, so you know immediately I'm gay. And I'm not your type anyway, but I got to tell you that. Immediately, I'm gay. My boyfriend died. Okay, you're clearly not homophobic. And what is it? Okay. Rebecca Donahue did it too. What is this? And Warren doesn't even know this. She doesn't sleep outside. Nah, we got to follow her. And then dun 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 dun. There it is. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I see. I'm going to Man at Health. He did. I'm going to go to Man at Health. He got himself a tent. Well, like we just entered a viewing area for Michael Foran. It's like a 24-year-old way hotter James Brolin just at the beach. Like, huh? Okay. There was already a gay guy down there doing the same thing. Yeah, so I'm here with my dog. Brian knows him too. He was a meth dealer, right? So yeah, I'm here with my dog. So no, he told me he wanted to stop using. Yeah, but clearly, I mean, duh, I was doing it too. So what could I say? He wasn't raping the guy or even being weird. So what do I say about people setting up chairs? What year were you born? Okay. Anyways, you got to shave them. Yeah. That's way too young and you're not married. You got to shave that beard right off. Yep. They do the beards, they do the baseball caps, the clothes, and then they talk like they're adults. And you're like, what year were you born? Okay.
I remember we drove him to quarantine and we all said goodbye and
then I brought Patrick down and then really all hell broke loose. And then I was like, we are not a couple. And Lauren goes, yeah, I see that. We're like a brother-sister team here. Just, he's not staying in my tent because he has no intention of stop using it. He left with Rebecca, and I'm not getting scabies again. All due respect. She came down the beach and announced she was using meth via injection. So I'm not, nope, not in a tent. You can stay on Mount Beach, but you're not sleeping like this with your hand on my boob. Talking to this guy, I know I have no chance. Okay, just there's 3 of us now at this point. We all know we don't have a chance. Okay, it's a viewing area for a movie star. Right, the Mitty house. Yeah. So a Hakanon, is that what it is? A Hakanon. Hakanon. A Kakanon? A Kakanon? I don't know, that doesn't sound right. A Kakanon? A Hakanon? A Kakanon?
Now's the time to plan ahead. Learn about an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. And how a plan like this helps you take charge of your healthcare with lower out-of-pocket costs. Here's why. Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything. Your deductibles and
What would a Kakanon mean in terms of science, though? A Kakanon?
Everyone's a little surprised to learn that one.
adding a Medicare supplement plan helps pay some of what Medicare doesn't. And that can mean fewer surprises and more
Kananen?
costs.
Maybe. Kananen? I don't know. Kananen?
To learn more about plan benefits, options, and rates. Medicare supplement plans let you choose any doctor.
Akanian?
Anywhere in the U.S. who accepts Medicare.
Akani? I'd have to look at the word again. Akanian? Do they have symbols for it or just a word?
Anywhere you travel in the country. If you're turning 65 soon or over 65 and planning to retire, find out more about the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP.
Thumbs up to that.
Remember, the time to prepare is before you go on Medicare.
Don't wait. Get started today.
Take charge of your health care. Call United Healthcare for your free decision guide. And learn more about lowering your
I'm used to having a mirror right here, and I already start doing my hair
Medicare patients.
Oh, and happy birthday.
upstairs. Yeah, I think it's because it's cold, and there's a TV down here, and I could sleep with the TV on. It helps, I think. No, I don't have to do it all the time, but because of what's going on, I think it was helping me. As a suggestion, if you would, yeah, if you don't have a TV in your room, you might want to sleep on your living room like a night or two. As long as it doesn't become a regular thing. I don't think that's good. But especially if it's like it's your boyfriend or your wife or something and you share a bed. Yeah. But eventually your friends would come over and go, well, we'll have to completely change the room then. You're either going to have to live in another place or we're tearing everything out of your bedroom. Yeah, is that what happened to Darlene? Okay. She got another apartment. Right. If you are still on a couch after, I don't know, a month, maybe. Yeah. You're either gonna you gotta get a new bed and stuff. It's too much to be sleeping in the same bed, especially when you woke up to him dead. And it's this. And this one, you have to, I don't know, he had it figured out, man. This is why I leave shit alone. I hate these things. There we go. Barbara hated that thing too. I mean, Barbara's not dead. Barbara hates that thing too. He just probably figured it out, and so Yeah, he would have hated it too. He probably hated it for a week and then went, okay, so you just have to keep pulling it down and you have to let it go up like that. I'm gonna have to color my hair. That's not a far enough walk. Like, yeah, because I could go to Shaw's and get a hair color and go to Dollar Tree for the soda, but I wanted to do my, I'm scheduled to do my regular walk today. It's weird that she didn't text me and say she wasn't coming, isn't it? She's gonna have to bite the bullet and talk to Michelle and Barbara and Candy and Kathy and Jim again. Yeah, she's gonna have to bite the bullet and get over this business with Mary for sure. Like, it's tomorrow, right? So I know she wanted to come today, right, to pick up the bed. It's only one more day, and then that can all be discussed about coming here to get stuff. Right. So I'm not here alone with her or her and Scott, what's his name, Cameron, and dragging them into it. Yeah. So I don't know. Michelle said she's not really talking to Candy anymore. So obviously you're going to have to. I am going to this thing to support the other people in the family. I myself hate wakes, but I guess it's someone else is doing all that. So like the responsibility is not there for me to do it. Sometimes in life, you do things because you have to. So somebody else already took on that role. So because I spoke to Candy, I don't even think Cindy told me. Right. So because I spoke to Candy, I will go to the thing tomorrow morning. Not I'm there to give directions. Don't worry about that. It's like just to be supportive to people. And then if someone wants to ask me my opinion about something, right? So never in a day am I getting involved in war battles, right? So did the thing. I'm gonna have to color my hair, so I suppose I could probably just buy a hair color. I have a little bit, I don't know, I maybe have like $40 or $60 because I've been holding on to it since they shut my money off. I don't spend money, especially when I know I don't have money coming in. So I'd rather prefer to hold on to the gift card till I have nothing. Yeah, because what else would I spend money on? I started thinking about this a while ago about a storage unit. Yeah, I think it was when before I got the income, wasn't it? It must have been last year before I got the income. I remember Googling it. Yeah, maybe it's just last year wasn't the time to do it because of what just happened. She would have been in a house by herself, and then Cindy probably would be the unless she called 911. Yeah, that would have been terrible for Barbara. So obviously, if that's God decides what I'm doing, so.
But the real thing that I'm hearing from them is that it's a ripoff. It's a ripoff to be here come Monday. The hotels are going from, let's say right now, $100. They may charge.
I don't think I'm required to do that with her. I've spent 13 years with her. She's well aware about God and all of that. And, right, I don't think I'm required for that. Yeah, if I take this walk, my voice will probably go back to regular, and that will help people for tomorrow because it's not usually like that. It has happened before. There's reams of videos where I sound like I can't even breathe. All right, you got to relax. I just did 3 months of health assessment on myself, and we all just got nuked again. So we're all going to have a little bit of that. Okay. It doesn't mean that's what happened to Tommy. He could have had, to me, not a doctor. I look stuff up, obviously I watch forensic files, all that stuff. So to me, it seems really probably something with his aorta. I mean, that's a lot of blood, right? So with that level of blood pressure and stuff, being that unhealthy. So it can happen with the liver apparently too. So I was told that by, again, people that were around someone that died from cirrhosis of the liver after being given 6 months to live. So.
Plus, there has never been a better time to buy. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. There are so many designs to choose from.
Yeah, like I said, because again, God's saying, because the SNAP food thing has been wicked stressing me out. Obviously since October, and then they start shutting off social media, and that makes it worse. And then the SNAP card. So you go, okay, so it wasn't so I'd go to the shelter? Okay. Why are you refusing to renew the SNAP food card? It's just insane. I know, maybe. They're just insane, Mary. There's not really, yeah. The Father Bills is like, that's not why we're not telling you to come back out here. They're just insane. Yeah. They're probably all dealing with it. Like they're trying to corral everybody from outside again, and the shelter's going, oh my fucking God. Okay, so you were in a house and they kicked you out. Okay, so the SNAP card, you were in a tent. Okay. Okay. Did they start evicting you? Just leave. Trust us. We already went through this with Mary. Yeah, just leave and go to the shelter. You don't have a medical condition? Okay, just leave and go to the shelter. You don't care about sitting in a fucking chair, right? Okay. But please don't leave unless you have to. That's the message, if people can hear this. At least until you have to, because it was cold and stuff. Okay. And clearly, all of a sudden, there's another bunch of people, even though they just built a new building. So it's good that that was available. So as more people begin to pass away, there's going to be more, unfortunately, at first, there's going to be more homeless people that have been stacked up in people's housing. It's similar things, and then people die, and then these landlords are kicking people out. So we're hoping, maybe they're hoping the same thing. So. Day one, the housing, approve every stipend. Okay, so that's, they're maybe hoping too, because I thought he represented, I didn't know he was going to die, but I thought he represented a bunch of people. Okay, like the landlords, maybe the internet jailers. So there's always the hope of that. And her name is Barbara. Who knows if she represents the money? Not, you can kill her and then shut off the money. Okay. So.
Their seamless one-piece wall means easy cleaning, no grout, and perfect watertight seal, and a lifetime warranty. Bathfitter just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
I said April 19th, so we'll see if that's the end of the nuclear campaign. I don't launch nuclear weapons. Okay, so that maybe just wait till the end of the month. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful view. I kept trying to. She would go and look, but unfortunately, the lower window, I mean, it's terrible. I know, but it's not anybody's doing. The poor woman. She used to be able to stand up. Maybe that's why God did it, so she'd stand at it. But with the wheelchair, I don't know if you can tell, but it fogs up. There's something with the glass or something. Yeah, he has a really nice view from that room. So that was good. He got to look at Blue Hills and this stuff. At the beginning, he would go down and feed ducks and stuff. And then apparently they left, or he wasn't doing that anymore. Certain things that people enjoy, he lost the enjoyment of it. And it's like, yeah, like your mother's getting worse, like all this. They don't listen. They don't listen. Yeah. They got to have somebody else. Yeah, they don't listen. You just, it was a dumpster dude and not a trailer. Okay, so. A dumpster, and then not throw away all of Mary's stuff and take all your stuff here. I was telling them they haven't been here. Yeah, let's go down the basement in case people can see this. Well, I was. Should we go up to the third floor first? Okay, we'll go up to the third floor first because it's very sad, but I think it's better than the environment. He used to be in the basement, so it's better than the environment they were in. So I think I already did this in describing what these, because this is Tommy in charge. Okay. Books are not on a bookshelf. And then, yeah, I mean, this is a good setup. And see how that TV is on? Because the remote's downstairs. Just a bed not made. That level of sort of cognition, because he can see when he comes up here, his comforter isn't up here. But he doesn't get up. He doesn't just go downstairs and get it. Oh, that's right, the clothing. But he's got a beautiful view here. So when you get sad, okay, think about how he was before. Okay, so, right, this was good for him. He got my step. I don't know if he was praying on it. Okay, so he's also got some drugs there. Yeah. So, what's that over there? I didn't see that before. Oh, Old English. I was using that too because there was a scratch on the floor. He's got a basket. I don't know what this is for other than to take up space. Drills, pencils. What's this? Is he doing grafting? It looks like he was drawing something. He was still trying to do some sort of drafting or something. That's what he liked to do. And he's got Dr. Seuss books here. What's this? In a People's House. I don't know. Maybe he just needed a book or something. He's got a couple of them, though. And to think that I saw it on Mulberry Street. It was probably things when he moved that were in your mother's house and he thought they were cool. Dr. Seuss books are cool. Okay. So I accused him of maybe spending too much time looking at his neighbors. I still think he was probably doing that. Towels, another blanket. Oh, here we go. He never even wore this. Here we go, folks. And he's got this too. Because that's not long sleeves. Does it have to be long sleeves? Okay. Bunch of jackets. That's a lot of jackets for someone. No clothes, but jackets. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he didn't hang up anything in his closet. He didn't put his clothes in a closet. More jackets. He's got an air conditioner in the closet and another blanket. Okay, so that's really a person who cannot care for himself. So this door doesn't even, this closet doesn't even have a door on it. All right, so we got this. I'm going to take this. I'll bring this tomorrow. Okay. Slippers, more sneakers. He's got some weight. He's got a globe here. The fan. So that must be, he did have an air conditioner in the window, and then he had a fan set up to blow air. He thought that would blow air downstairs. And he said that was the first, that was not last summer, the summer before, the one that was wicked hot, and I thought that he was trying to kill her on purpose. Like, I think he was hoping she'd die. He already wanted to get out of it. Right? It was like a weird mix. Because he gave himself an air conditioner and goes, I don't know what you people are going to do, like pretending he's Candy. It's not Candy's fault he was that sick. Okay. That was his perceptions of Candy when she was in charge. He was just completely copying other people. Naughty was an adult man. Yeah, so we've got a basket. I don't know. Those are probably clean clothes. Yeah, I should check that too. And then I think this basket's dirty clothes. I never went past the bathroom. I really tried to maintain his privacy. So probably section to a hospital. But I think what happens when people are retarded, like you think that they can take care of themselves when they can't. So. These are like sweaters and thermal shirts. I'm looking for pants, yeah. Let's see. That's probably why his father bought him a house and stuff. All right, what's this? Did you buy yourself your own suit? Van Housen. Looks like it was either laundered or never used. It says suit separates. Did you buy yourself your own funeral clothes, dude? Find out. Or it's old and it doesn't fit him anymore. Well, it looks like he bought himself his own funeral clothes. So got this. I got to remember to take this and his Bruins jersey just in case. Even though he bought himself a suit, can he have his jersey on too? Okay. It's pretty big. I don't know. Did he go to Crystal's wedding? But it's still in the same bag, but that doesn't mean that he didn't wear it at all. Yeah, if he went to Crystal's wedding, it could be from that. I know, Jesus, I bought a dress to go to the symphony. Just in case. Yeah, that's a little bit weird, Eerie. It's all right, I won't know. I'll be gone. Okay, so both think that the Bruins jersey, he's just like his mother. He never wore it. Why would you never wear this? It must have been a Christmas gift. Why would you never wear this? I think he should have this on, even if I'm not going to decide those things, but even if he's in the suit, if it fits him, I think he should have that on. like put it on him. Tissues. What else did I come up here for? I'm gonna have to, after I have my soda, brush my teeth. Take this bag. Yeah, I gotta take the bag. Yeah, I gotta take the bag because I gotta stop at the store. Okay. It's this and this. The key's in here, don't forget. Maybe I'll put it on myself right now. Jeez Louise. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I had those effing keys, I could hide one of them somewhere in case something ever like that happened. Did he tell me he had keys hidden somewhere? But he didn't tell me where they were. Is it in his truck? Yeah, obviously, dude, how would you get into your truck? Because he always locks it. If you locked yourself out, is the garage actually not locked? Where would he hide? He said he had them. He didn't tell me where, because this came up once. When I go outside to go for my walk, but I'm not going to spend hours doing that. All right, so I'll come back up when I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. I got a little bit of time. Okay, 10, 15, 10, 13. Okay, so no, I told her I could walk. I can walk to Folsom Funeral Home. I have to do a walk it's not even actually on my schedule. I don't know about my arm stuff right now, but I got to do a walk today because of my belly and my mental health. So as long as I'm out of here by, I don't know, 11 or 12. But yeah, it can't be in the house because we had the whole discussion. Cindy said the trailer was locked. I tried to figure that out once. I was trying to look in that little thing where he told me he had stuff hidden. Knowing Tommy, who knows if it makes any sense? I know you have it hidden, but do you have to have your key to get the hidden key? And does it fit the deadbolt or just this thing? Because that's my concern. He would never think that, but obviously she could do it. Right, if Barbara is in the house and she locked these effing deadbolts, that's my concern. Right, you go, I'm pretty sure he told me he has keys to those, so that's why I'm worried about it. Cindy has keys to the house that I don't have. Like if she was psycho, she could come here when I was out and lock me out. Oh yeah, bring your phone, that's right. Call the police. Just it doesn't even matter if people are sort of if something seems like so psycho, a person wouldn't do it. You don't understand mental illness. That's not keys. He's got something inside of that thing. Maybe so it stays there. Yeah, I know. It can't be in the house. It's got to be somewhere outside. I don't know if I've ever checked that door in the garage to see if it was locked. I did this once. Remember, I got locked out of the house when they went to Plymouth? I was just sitting on that porch going, well, it is summertime. But I said in my mind, I'm going to rely upon Tommy's mental condition. And lo and behold, they came back here because they were supposed to spend the night in Plymouth and they didn't. I just remember it. I was like sitting there going, oh my God, I forgot the effing key. I left and closed the door. And as soon as I closed it, I think I was concerned. And then when I got back here, I went, oh my God, I forgot the key. I'm locked out of the friggin' house, right? And I'm just sitting there on the porch. And I was like, God was probably telling me, but I'm like, I'm going to rely upon Tommy's mental condition that he's worried that I'll immediately call Brian. Because Brian and I, we must have been on the outs at that time, but I don't know if Tommy knew that. Right, just me. I don't know. and you go, all I would have had to have done if I had a phone number is call them and go, yeah, I guess, or even walk out there. They're gone for the night, so you can come here tonight. So I knew that Tommy was going to come back here. I just knew it. And lo and behold, here they came, like that sick. Yep. It's kind of like what Cindy's doing. And I explained it about when they went to Ohio. I think they might be having some kind of panic disorder. And it's like, it's now 2024. Right. It's like, it comes across really weird. Yeah. Just what, like, I can be alone in a house. Like, do they think I'm suicidal or something? It's like really weird. I'm not suicidal. I know, you just go, remember when the cops came here and said that someone said I was suicidal? Yeah, you go, maybe it was the person calling them.
And just very quickly to follow on the dismissals of these.
She keeps trying to make up excuses to talk to me. Right, so she didn't show up and she didn't send a text. Yeah. Maybe it would have been pretty late at night for someone to inform her that we all have to be at the funeral home on Saturday. So why keep pushing it? Like, where's she sleeping now? She made it a night, right? So she'll make it a couple more nights. And then it'll be sorted out about beds. And then Candy told me she's telling Bob, or she doesn't, or she's telling someone, I don't know if the bed's going to fit in that room. That's probably God talking. Because they deliver that stuff to your house. It's called the VA. I told her she needed to be more aggressive with the VA. Not about money, but I did. I said something about bridge the gap, because she's telling me she has to work to have money. How's she going to live from now to the 1st? Right. So it's not really that long. What do you need money for? Does she have food? Because she was offering to take me to the store and quote unquote use her card. So she has no money? Yeah, I mean, I could leave you a Shaw's gift card in the mailbox if you have no money. Will that get you through till the 1st? I mean, they're coming to your house on the 17th. It's April 5th. I know, seriously, $20 in a gift card. What's it going to take to get you through from now to the 17th? Yeah, I mean, the VA can supply to you things, but they might say, let's see, that's less than 2 weeks from now. It's a week and a half from today is the 17th. It's a week from next Wednesday. So they might say, we have to wait till you're actually the person. Right. And then it was probably a good idea to put a halt on that, I guess. It's only a couple of weeks. Right. But I didn't do it intentionally. If they had showed up with the truck and removed it that night, I wouldn't have done anything to stop them. No, it's not because I was going to sleep in it. Right. Just, yeah, it's just, yeah, that's, again, tomorrow they can talk about that. Right. Just other people present and I'm out somewhere. I'm physically able to spend the day in Boston or something, or it's not freezing cold out. So do you need to go out? Come on, let's go out. You smell like poopy, like you're farting. Come on. You got to do poopies outside. Go outside. Go outside.
HIV-1 are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to Norvasvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Good boy. Come on.
Jesus.
It's not that cold out. I'll get it remember. There you go. Good boy. Come on. No, peanuts. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Outside.
Supervisor screen exclusively on Max.
It's a new day when our shared values propel us towards a more secure future through develop state-of-the-art next-generation submarines. Think Phil, think stronger together, securing decades of peace and prosperity for America and our allies. We are going forward and staying forward together.
Right? There's no slowing down. These days, you live and see and things to do. That's why you choose Lucerne to help manage blood sugar response. We designed with carbs in Lucerne. Bring on the day.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stayed clearer at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling. It's just 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase the risk of infection and lower your ability to fight. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you have a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Closed captioning brought to you by MesoBook.com.
If you or a loved one have used lithium, we'll send you a free book and request a discount. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
We are continuing to follow the latest data. The IDF says it required numerous officers after investigating the strikes that killed 7 aid workers earlier this week. Israel is blaming the strikes on food.
Dog will not go outside, and they locked stuff in that trailer that wasn't locked, unless Tommy did it after the last time.
Thanks so much.
I know, you just go, did you go out to that trailer, open it up, and then lock it all up again? Why would you do that and then take the keys to it? I can see why Candy's so irritated. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can definitely see why Candy's so irritated. Why can't Mary access the trailer or the truck? Oh, yeah. Like, anyways, that's why. Don't even talk to me. Stop texting me. Because that little thing, I opened that once. So unless Tommy locked it, you actually went out there and made sure I couldn't get into that trailer. Why didn't you leave the truck unlocked when you left here with Tommy's keys? That's why the cops are concerned. Okay, so, yeah. Why didn't you drop those keys off here last night or yesterday, like you were told to? I'll discuss it with the other family members at the funeral home tomorrow about what to do about it. Right. She was never told to take those keys. She was told to tell the people, make sure the keys, so I had them. So they wouldn't go to the morgue. Not so Cindy Kent could hide them at her house. Yeah, she's got his wallet, his phone. Even Barbara said, why do you have those things? Okay, so why do you have his phone, his wallet, and his keys, and Mary doesn't have them? I'm still in the house. Oh, yeah, like a person can come and go into this house when she wants. That's why she was told to take her mother with her. Okay, so there's a definite issue there. Anyways, because if she locked that thing to the trailer, he told me he had keys hidden somewhere. Maybe he left it unlocked for a reason? Jesus Christ. Anyways, God help me. Yeah, just God help me. This dog has to go. So I know Candy said something. Yeah, so tomorrow that's going to be discussed because otherwise I'm calling the pound to come get it. I can't even get the dog to go outside, and I'm not picking up dog piss and shit. Like, everyone has their limitations, and this is a live stream, right? Right, just, I can't even get that dog to go outside, and it's been 2 days. It pooped the first day because it didn't know that Tommy was gone, I think, and it will not go out. So, well, I guess I can try that, but yeah, if they want the dog to be adopted out, they've got to take the dog. Otherwise, let Mary call the pound. Please.
Assistance to the Palestinians over the years. Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, it's been reported by numerous outlets, had authorized money to flow.
No, I understand you don't want to do that to Tommy, but Tommy doesn't know. Okay, so.
Before October 7th.
Hi.
Years it's been described in some reporting. And it's.
I'm not going to hurt you.
Israeli government seems to be saying, well, the United
I'm not coming to beat you or anything. I got to put your leash on.
Palestinians, in Gaza.
Okay, come on. Now we're going to go outside. All right. It's not going to be a choice. Come on.
The United States priorities when it comes to Israel and Gaza and Palestinians have been a few things. First, peace and stability in the region. Second, for the Palestinians at least, we wanted to make sure that they had enough humanitarian aid, and that requires resources in order to do. You don't want people starving in mass. You don't want people dying of dehydration over the years. And so we have helped provide that. But we've also, in our policies over the years, tried to move both sides toward going back to the table and agreeing to a two-state solution. Obviously, that has failed because we're not anywhere right now near a two-state solution. But that's the spirit that the United States has operated in. And I got a chance to hear a part of your interview and your questions about Prime Minister Netanyahu and allowing the money from the Qataris. And, you know, one of the things Prime Minister Netanyahu has done is he's made statements since the 1970s about being against a two-state solution. And so he was often playing Hamas against the Palestinian Authority so that neither one would have the political power or support to really demand and call for and make happen a two-state solution. And so I think the United States has to play a lead role in getting these sides back to the table. And I know that Director Burns of the CIA and others have been working on this, but get them back towards that two-state solution, if that is possible.
All right, Congressman Joaquin Castro, thank you very much. Hope to have you back soon. A lot of other issues we want to tackle, but time is time. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Good to be with you. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Well, you gotta drink some water if you're still not pooping, but I knew you had to take a poop. There you go. See how that's gonna work, and it's not probably when I say go outside, you go outside. You just want the leash on, that's fine. So you don't run to the street and then I've got to suffer through you being hit by a car? Okay. I guess Tommy, he goes outside without a leash, but Mary has to have a leash. Okay. That's fine. You can go back where you were. I just have to make sure you can lay there all day and night. I just got to make sure you do your parties outside and you have food and water until we figure out where you're going. You definitely were starving because you've already eaten a whole can, man, today. Yeah, you got a big belly, so I can't overfeed you. You still have dry stuff and water. I'm pretty sure I told Cindy I think he only eats half a can a day. She thought it was twice a day because she feeds her dog twice a day. That's a tiny dog who doesn't move. I'm pretty sure it's only half a can because there's usually a half a can of dog food somewhere. And then Tommy started forgetting he already had half a can and opening up more cans. Yeah. That cognitively ill. Sometimes people do make a mistake, but it was more than once.
Let's get started. No, where's your bath? I really
Well,
don't sleep in today, but I'm done struggling. Now I sleep with Inspire. Inspire?
I don't think there's anything in the fridge now. I left it out because it's cold in here. I don't think it needs to be in the fridge. He started leaving it out on the counter, and it used to be in the refrigerator, and then there'd be two of them with the spoon in it. Yeah, and then it used to go in that thing on the stove, probably so he would remember it was there. And then I don't know if a battle war took place or he did it, where all of a sudden a different item was there. Or he felt it was too warm to keep it on the stove or something. I don't know, but it's good to have a routine. Yeah. But I think it's half a can a day. And he would go ding, ding, and he feeds the dog at night. So it got fed basically a whole can because I put half a can last night and he never came downstairs. I got him downstairs today by force. I picked him up just like Tommy does by the harness. And then the dog ate it and I didn't know it. So I gave him another half and he already ate that too. So he was definitely hungry. But this dog also has an issue with overeating. So if he gets adopted, yeah, you can't just keep feeding him. So you got to make up an amount and that's it. Because you'll kill the dog. It's already got a swollen belly. So because it needs to be exercised probably. It fell down the stairs because it gets sore from the radiation from the nuclear weapons and it's completely out of shape. But it went down the stairs just now fine. But it comes and goes. It has to do with the radioactive ionizing radiation like everyone else. It's not the dog didn't get a COVID vaccine, neither did I.
No one knows these programs better than the experts at
I did. I said, would she be willing to have a psychiatric exam? Like a psych eval? Okay. It's not to lock her away or say she can't care for her mother. It's just the thing with the COVID vaccines is a little bit concerning to me. Okay. And this business we're taking off with Tommy stuff. It could just be a reaction to grief and refusing to drop those keys off here another day. So, but she clearly didn't come out here because the potty chair is still there. So it's obviously, like I said, it's concerning to the police too. Like she's so ill, you would almost expect her to tell people she's the landlord. And then everybody would if she was, you'd realize how ill she is. Okay. So is there a way for somebody to find that out, Tandy? Wouldn't the VA know that and people would be arrested for fraud? Okay. Right, because you go, are you Home Realty Trust? Okay, you need to drop those keys off like you were told. They're not in a mailbox. Because they also go to Thomas Kent's trailer and his truck. So if by some shocking insanity you were Home Realty Trust and committing fraud to the VA, that doesn't include Thomas Kent's truck and his trailer. That has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with this house. Okay, so it's probably a reaction to stress. Like I told the police, I thought she was having a mental crisis, as they call it. Okay. But she's not supposed to leave Barbara alone. Right. So is she going to the funeral home? She needs to bring those keys so they can be handed to me. Because I'm in this house till the 30th. Okay. At least the 17th, as the shelter was told. And if I stay here till the 30th, the shelter will be informed of that. Okay. So she said she contacted the landlord and the landlord said I was good till the 30th. So I'm sure the landlord would appreciate if anybody has a figuring out to do about emptying the house. So all people would have to do is put a dumpster, and I would do the best I can to try to put stuff into it after they have a chance to take what they want. Right. It's specifically about Cynthia Kent. It's not about the other family members because none of them have even come here. So they're not showing like a level of aggression that's concerning to me. And they don't have keys to this house. They don't have keys to this house that I don't have. Get it? Okay. They don't have keys to a truck that Candy said is supposed to go to probate. They don't. That might be why they wanted to take it, and that was my mistake asking for them. They probably should have gone to the morgue. They probably should have gone to the morgue, so that's my fault. I had no idea she was going to do this. That might be why they don't do it. They probably feel bad, and they're like, we should have just handed it to that woman that lives in the house. They handed his wallet, his phone, and his keys to a person who doesn't live here, and she won't give them back to me or Barbara when Barbara was still here. Okay, so if she's not the landlord, I know you go, maybe the landlord could call her back and go, I don't like to get involved, but you need to drop off the keys, at least to my house, to the mailbox of the woman that's in that house. I'm not getting involved in probate, but all of the keys on that keychain, you probably don't even know what they go to, right? Okay. You shouldn't be in possession of keys to my property. Okay, that's.
I have to assume, maybe I'm this scenario where I'm going to get something wrong on live TV. Are we along the same fault?
I don't see how she could be the landlord, because do you understand the level of freakish insanity and fraud that is?
It definitely is rare.
Oh yeah, like Tommy was forced to pay you your mother's money when you're not even caring for her. Why would you use a dummy fucking corporation in order to do that? That's called fraud. Yeah, I would assume the cops would have said she's the landlord, because otherwise I'm a mental case, right? Okay, it's got to be they're concerned about her, so she's not the landlord. I know you go, but the landlord is trying to hide who they are. Yeah, you just go, is it people that buy up houses? Is that why it was bought? Okay. Then that is a corporation. Like there's different people working there. I wouldn't even know who to call. Right, just there's no phone number. Do they have a phone number online? Yeah, that's why, folks. When you have a psycho person in your family, then I seem like I'm psycho, because the landlord's probably like, "How did she end up with the keys?" Apparently, I said make sure they hand over the keys, and then you would think at first it was a mistake on her part until she refuses to give them back to me. I never said you take them. No, I never told her to take that stuff out of this house. She's charging his phone, presumably to make phone calls from here, not to take his. She took his wallet, his phone, the keys to this house, the keys to his truck, the keys. That's why Candy's so mad. I can see now why. Because someone probably told her about what Cindy was doing to me. And I told her I had to have the cops there. She wouldn't leave. She wouldn't leave. She would not leave. That's why I thought she was having a mental crisis. Even if she somehow was the landlord, that doesn't mean that she can stay in the house like that with me. The rent isn't even due. I know you can't just keep entering a house that you have. I'm not a tenant of hers. I know you go, there's no way she can be the landlord, right? Okay, that I know the family is sick, but they're that sick. Oh yeah, that's got to get away from them. Yeah. I know you just go, what the hell? Why are you had to see her here. She shocked me. Even Cindy. I know she's done weird stuff, obviously, over 13 years, but how she was acting, even the cops, that's what I'm saying. They're like, I'm kind of concerned about your safety. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought they would just talk to her and go, okay, so you can't leave because you're not leaving your mother here. Is that what they said to her? Okay, well, there you go. That's why she was told to take her out of here. Candy might not know that. Okay. She was told to take her out of here. Okay. Because I wasn't going to stay in this house for 30 days with Cindy Kent planted in it and ordering me around and stuff. That's why I said I think she's having a mental crisis. She has no right to plant herself in this house like that. Okay? Your mother? Then take your mother out. So don't be mad at the cops. That's why they agreed with me. They understood what was actually happening and why I said what I said. Right. So I know Barbara's mad, but I think Barbara gets it too. I heard the whole thing. She seemed mad, but she wasn't that mad. She wasn't flipping out, screaming. Barbara's going to protest anything, even when she wants to live with Cindy. Just know that. But I think Barbara gets it too. She was here the whole time and heard everything that was going on. Right. Like she even went up to Cindy, like I told you earlier, and goes, why do you have those things? I think it was the day before. Why do you have Tommy's keys, wallet, and phone?
Clinical study of the most common side effects included urinary and respiratory tract infections and headache. VYVGUARD may increase the risk of infection. Tell your doctor about a history of infections or symptoms of an infection.
Is it because you have so much caring for Tommy? Then why is a dog here? Is it because you have so much caring for Tommy? Then why'd you leave his dog here? So, anyways. She was ordering her children around too. I heard her that night. Oh, yeah. Why did you do that? Because Barbara got out of the chair and sat back in the bed because she was like going to act like she didn't want to go. Of course she wanted to go. She doesn't want to stay here with Mary and no Tommy. Yeah, that's just Barbara. But apparently, Candy told me that they had to call for a medical transport to get her from the car to her house. So they do that. Okay, good. Yeah. Right. They didn't say what's going on and take her to a hospital because that's her daughter and she's a nurse and the woman is obviously, disabled. So that's why they did it. They're not bringing her back here and planting her on Mary's lap because of the cops already know what happened with Cindy. Okay, so it is what it is. That's what I was trying to explain to Candy. It can take a while. If someone started doing that process, it can take a while to court section someone. So it happened to Barbara before from Cindy's house. Okay, so I don't have to be here for all this. I don't have to be there for all that drama. Thank God. Thank you, God, for telling me to do that. Yeah, thank you, God, for telling me to do that because I'm just here by myself and I got a dog to deal with. But I'm having a little bit of panic about her showing up here. Candy said she was worried about it too, about her locking me out of the house. How would she figure to do it? She'd have to use the key and put the deadbolt on. It's not that hard to do. Yeah, I got to make sure I bring my phone with me. I'll have to call the cops, and then I know it becomes a humongous thing. That's why I told the cops, and she told the cops she didn't have the keys on her. I know, you just go, that's probably why they got concerned. Yeah, you go, okay, so were you living here? Okay. It's in writing. She was told again yesterday to drop off the keys, and that's probably why she didn't come and get the chair. Right, because you're supposed to leave the keys in the mailbox when you pick up the potty chair. Obviously, you can pick it up. I'm not holding it from you to get the keys. Right. You're not getting a bed without keys to this house. All the keys you have, Tommy's trailer, Tommy's truck. Did anyone tell her the trailer's not paid off yet? Because that will help. That's why she didn't take the truck already. It's probably like a panic to what's happened. Okay. She told me that Tommy told her he owes like a year or two on the truck. So that's why she didn't take the truck. She was telling me. She would have had her children come here and take that truck away already. Okay. That's why she didn't take the truck. She tried to give Scott the trailer within hours of Tommy's body being removed from this house. So she's having a mental crisis that's not needed. But I need all the keys. If she wants to keep his phone in his wallet until probate deals with it, okay, I know you go, oh my fucking God, really? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the cops or the shelter will be too happy if it's, I went out for my regular walk and I came back and my sister is mentally ill and she took the keys from his body and she won't return them and she locked me out of the friggin' house. Because what are the cops going to do? I don't have a telephone number for the landlord. I know you go. I was warned by other people about how sick she gets. Is there a phone number on this? It's in Hyde Park. Oh, no, that's... Oh, that's not the... Okay, no, that's them. I'm looking at the check. Okay, it's written on the account for Thomas and Barbara, and it's paid to Home Realty Trust.
you know, a 4.7 is not insignificant.
Wouldn't she have told the cops if that's her? And then you go, what? Okay, nah, I'm to the shelter tonight. Oh, yeah. Tommy told me he didn't know who the landlord was. He goes, I don't even know who the landlord is. I just give this old guy a check. That's what he told me. Do they have an address? Does he go right to the office and pay it?
We did. A lot of us were
Whoa.
second-guessing ourselves. We were wondering, did we just experience that? And then, obviously, as more and more people started coming out of their offices, we realized...
I don't care about anything to do with money. I want to not be stalked and harassed and locked out of a house. I was told I could stay until the 30th.
And when you're from California and you're used to earthquakes and you move to a city like New York, always in the back of your mind, you always wonder, I wonder what would happen if something like that happened here. Now, of course, we don't have to wonder.
Absolutely. All right, Jason. Hey, thank you so much for being ready for us. We appreciate it. I want to go to Laura Dolan, one of our CNN producers out in Long Island. I feel like I'm getting to talk to all of my New York friends today, Andrew, Jason, and Laura. Laura, what did you feel? I think you're out on Long Island.
That's not even a... It's not even a company.
The city, and when it first started, I thought it was a truck coming down one of the roads near us.
It says, what is a realty trust?
And it started small and it got stronger and stronger to the point where I ran outside. I initially thought it might be my boiler or something crazy going on in my home. And when I ran outside, my other neighbors had also, those of us who were home today, and we all thought the same thing. Maybe it was something with our home. And when we went outside, we all said, oh my God, we just felt an earthquake. But we relieved, it wasn't anything from my home, but then the bigger issue of, wow, that was a really strong earthquake. And like Jason just said, quite different from the one we felt about 10 years ago, I think, where it was just a very quick. This one was noticeably stronger, and our homes were shaken.
Yeah, it's basically telling you it's set up to hide who the homeowner is. I get all that. Okay, but the issue is, right, I don't even care about that other than a person being mentally insane, okay, and clearly not going to heaven. Like, I don't care about all that. Right, like, say that unbeknownst to, like, Candy and Kathy and Mary and Jimmy, that at the time of 2021, Cynthia took over all of Barbara Kent's assets. And Tommy didn't even know that. The VA would have had to have gone along with it. Why would the VA go along with that? Because otherwise, it's severe fraud that I'm not involved in, by the way. Okay, because Tommy told me he doesn't even know who the landlord is, and he writes a check and gives it to some old guy. Okay, so someone, whoever owns this house, is trying to hide who they are for some reason, which is weird. I don't know if it's because like if you're going to rent out properties, you prefer to be anonymous, as long as it's not Cynthia Kent. Okay, if it's Cynthia Kent, then shouldn't she be arrested for fraud? That is psychotic. Especially if Tommy didn't know the money was going to her. Right. And I'm not interested in people making up Tudor houses and stuff. That's why there's a shelter. Okay, so what did she say to the police? Because they said, I guess the landlord said you can stay till the 30th. Did she tell the police that she's the homeowner? I'm thinking that the police, no, because I think the police would have told me to leave. Right. Why would the police agree to hide the fact that someone's the homeowner and she's committing fraud through the VA? Which no one gets arrested for anything anymore. It's God and thermonuclear weapons. So you would have to assume she's in a mental crisis. Yeah, because the police said I have a concern for your safety. They weren't tricking me to leave. No. That has happened before in Dedham. Okay, they weren't tricking me to leave. They told Cindy to take the mother out of here, just like I said. Okay, they told her that, and then they didn't say, like, I know, like, they didn't go, did you not know that your sister is the homeowner? They didn't say anything like that. They just, and they talked to Jake. So they all lied to the police. Jake and Cindy both lied to the police, just as an FYI. Obviously, I'll be seeing Candy tomorrow, and I'll tell her again. I told her yesterday. Jake and Cindy both lied to the police because I saw the police on the phone. They don't believe anything that she's saying because she doesn't make sense. They probably asked her, "Do you live here?" Okay. Where do you live? Norton? Okay. And did they ask her if she was the homeowner? They probably did, because that's what they used to do with Candy. And she must have told them no, right? Okay. So it's a simple mental crisis about stop bothering Mary. Right, you're not moving into this house. It's a rental house. Barbara Kent doesn't own this house either. It's owned by a company that probably just rents houses. Okay. I know you just go, it's owned by another person, and Tom Kent was paying rent to it through the VA.
So we will see if there is any response here from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which operates those airports around the
I know, probably. Now they've got to find another person to rent the house out to. Available May 1st. Right. Well, it's probably going to be available on May 15th or 16th. Yeah, because they've already probably thought about that. Like, okay, so these people filled up my house with stuff. Okay. And then he actually died, not her. Great. And she can't use money. That's why she had him. So Mary, it has no income. Okay. And she doesn't drive or anything. So she clearly can't hire a moving company to move the stuff out. All right. So she's not getting a month. She's getting a half a month. That way, the landlord knows they may have to come in here. Okay. And they have 2 weeks to get the house out so they can rent it out by May 15th, 16th, whatever it is. Okay. That makes sense. Cindy doesn't know how to convey things, just like she couldn't convey what Barbara said. Yeah, so that's probably what the landlord said. Okay, that makes sense to me. Because, and apparently the landlord maybe doesn't like Cindy already. Like, why are you calling me? Oh, okay, because you took the man's phone. Okay, that's why she's not calling us. She has no phone number. I just tried to look it up. Maybe Tommy can't call them either. How did she call the landlord? How did she call the landlord? Yeah, I know the shelter doesn't want me out there. You're getting why it's weird? Okay. How did she call the landlord? Jesus Christ, I know you just go. I just tried to Google it. Is it in his phone? How did she call the landlord? So anyway, her and Jake both lied to the Boston police. Okay, because they told the police that they would have Barbara out of here by the nighttime. She was still sitting in this house when I got here. Okay.
The other thing I want to mention, our team in New York is telling us that the Philadelphia Police Department.
I'm sure Candy's going to find out. And you go, how are you that insane? How did you call the landlord? I'm not talking to her. No. Nope. How did you call the landlord? Can Tommy call the landlord? Did anybody talk to the landlord? Is she lying and she didn't even call anybody? And then they're telling the police that? Oh my fucking God. I got to get the fuck away from these people. That's why I don't talk to anybody. You could be so surrounded by mentally insane people that you appear insane. Get it? How would I not know that she's the landlord? How would I not know she's the landlord? How is she the fucking landlord? She can't be the landlord, but how the fuck did she call Home Realty Trust. Is it Horn and not Home? Is that a H? Is that a O-R-N-E? Is it Horn Realty Trust? And not Home? Let's see. But is it a realty trust? That's just because it's a landlord who probably doesn't want people showing up at his fucking house. Like, why would you do that anyways? Maybe that's it. I'm going to find out in a second. I know, you just go. Cops are not fucking private investigators, people. Just go. No.
You didn't live this strong, this long to get put on a shelf like a porcelain doll. If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk.
Okay, here we go. Maybe this is it. Horn Realty Incorporated. Ashland, Massachusetts, maybe. That's the only thing that's coming up so far. I'm sure that was probably a dream come true. That lasted, what, 2 years? No, that's pretty good where you know you're getting guaranteed money because it's the VA. But he still has to pay it through checks. All right, this is Ashland, Massachusetts. So this is like a company. Okay. Yeah, it's not that hard to set up a website, but. Okay, so they've been around since February 21st of 2018, so it's probably not Cindy. Okay. That was freaky, though. Can you see why a person would go? Because she's acting so weird. I know, you just go, why do you have keys to this house? All right, so we have a phone number. Well, this will be in my phone. I'm going to call them only if I have a problem because supposedly she already called them. And when people go psycho, right, that might make a landlord go, okay, I know I said that, but I really need you to just get out of the house. Like, you get what I'm saying? A person like that could cause problems for me. Okay. Like, in case you're not familiar, I've been in the shelter. So yeah, you can cause so much problems that the staff goes, I just need both of you to leave. Get what I'm saying? So always try to avoid psycho situations. That's the first step, is getting her to get Barbara out. That's the first psycho situation. And then the second one is someone convincing her to hand over those keys, and then they can give them to me. If she's refusing to put them in a mailbox, is that a safety issue? Okay. Someone, anyone, even probate. Okay, like, who handles probate? Do they have to use the cops ever? The death certificate? Okay, yeah. We need the key. We need Thomas's personal effects. Right. We're not releasing a death certificate without his phone, his keys, and his wallet. Because there's an issue with who he was living with, and he has other siblings. Hopefully someone reported it already. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Yeah, so hopefully someone reported it. I know I feel unsafe, like I can't even leave the house. That's a whole night before tomorrow morning if I was stuck outside. But I have to go out. I have to take my walk, and I got to get soda, so I'm going to have to get over that fear. I can't do anything of destruction of property because Cindy's a psycho. Get it? That's why I've already got one police call to this house. And some people know how to do things when they're dead set to do it. Right. Like constantly showing up here and constantly the cops are being called. Like the cops are going to finally tell me to leave and go to a shelter. Or the landlord gets so many phone calls from people. That's why I don't want to do it. She's already done it. She's already called them. So when the landlord gets too many phone calls, they go, we're going to have to ask you to leave. Yeah, because clearly we understand there's an issue, da da da. That's what psychos do to people. I'm familiar with it from the shelter. Like, yeah, I've never had to really, honestly. It's kind of like Alfred and Angela. Remember when Angela showed up and sat sprawled out on my car? It's not, the Yaris was not Alfred's car in any way, shape, or form. It was completely in my name, the car. He bought a car in his wife's name using my credit. And I never confiscated the car from him. I'm not like that. But she was sprawled out. There is none of that when you're married, in case you didn't know that. Nope, there's nothing he paid for anything. When you're married in Florida with a joint checking account, he didn't even pay it. His wife paid the bills. If you've never been married, just so you know, there's none of that. It was totally my car, and I didn't take it back from him. Okay? So anyway, she sprawled herself out on my car in my driveway. So I'm familiar with psychos. I knew I had to get away from them, just like Cindy. Okay, so yeah, I probably, but it's not my place. Yeah, that's why they know exactly what they're doing to cause all kinds of problems. So the landlord finally goes, I'm a whacked out homeless person. She would start telling them that. Oh yeah, she was lit there. She doesn't work. She's homeless. They might even pull a Tommy and lie and say I'm a drug addict or something. Who the fuck knows? But always run away from psychos. That's why you're going psycho on me. You won't have a chance. I already spoke to the shelter and they know the family history. Yeah, I know. You go do. And then I'm gone and you never fucking see me again. I wouldn't even be able to show up to the funeral home tomorrow. I'd just be like, I'm not sleeping outside on a fucking porch with no blanket or anything. Okay? Thank you. Just putting that out there. I do have people's phone numbers. Yeah. They'd be called from a shelter, just so you know. Yep, exactly what I said. And then you just, I'm at the shelter. I mean, right, just... Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty early morning, but I could probably still get to the funeral home by 10 a.m. if something like that ever would happen. I have to take my walk for my health, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I worried about it the night before last. Yesterday, I stayed in the house all day. I didn't go out yesterday. So, yeah, I haven't left the house yet since she removed Barbara and still hasn't dropped those keys off. So it's concerning that she said she was going to come out here yesterday and didn't do it because she was told to leave keys. And then she said she was coming last night and didn't do it. She didn't take the potty chair or leave keys. So hopefully she just decided that was insane and didn't do it. Because it was like 9:30 at night, wasn't it?
4.8 magnitude in the center there of New Jersey being found across the tri.
Is that how she usually deals with people? And then they start talking to her again? Yeah, she's not used to dealing with me, but I mean, she should be. She should be. Remember when she trapped me in the driveway and I still wouldn't talk to her? Because of Brian. Yeah. Remember that? Where's Brian? Brian would go, Jesus Christ, Mary, what the fuck? That person who made us walk in the fucking pouring rain like that? That lunatic in fucking Plymouth? Yeah, don't let her in that fucking house with you. Candy doesn't even know about that. I haven't had a chance to explain it to people. Tommy cut the cord with me at Brian because I wanted us to be able to sleep on the porch one night. He's responsible for me losing my fiance. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would not wish the guy dead. Yeah, it's like I understand his mental health issues, so, and it's not my house, but yeah, we parted ways at that. He did it with Karen and Michael too, and it wasn't even his house; it was his mother's house. So it wasn't even inside the house, and he has a trailer. He didn't go, why don't you two just sleep in the trailer for the night? Get it? Okay, so Yeah, I obviously I really would not wish the person dead. Just I feel bad for the person, but you go. Maybe that's what Candy was thinking. That maybe it would have worked out with me and Barbara, and then I could finally have people there. But you go, she has to have round the clock care. How do I even talk to people? That's what I was trying to explain to Cindy. Yeah, so right, I was like, so she was trying to convince me to stay here. Right, she was trying to convince me to stay in this house. That's what she was doing. And you go, okay, if you were trying to convince me to stay in this house, why didn't you leave when you told the cops you were gonna? No, I wasn't just mad and then I come back and everything's fine. I am not like that. I'm not your mother, and I'm not Tommy. I'm Mary. Okay, that's why I go to a shelter and I don't typically talk to you.
What was going on? Nothing have I have never felt anything like it in my years of living here in New York.
Anyways,
His office just posted this on social media.
Yeah, because that's why Candy hasn't had anything to do with her mother because of Tommy and Cindy. Yeah, she might have been thinking she could come here and visit if it was me and Barbara, because obviously Candy and I always got along. Norm and I got along. I was like baffled when they left the house, but I somewhat understood it. Tommy was sounding very threatening. Yes, very threatening, but a lot of that is because of Barbara. She egged it on. And he was angry when Candy and Norm left. And I heard him say to Barbara, thanks for messing it up with me and Candy. Right. She just is sick. And she did that to him because he's, in my opinion, at least mildly mentally retarded and mentally ill. He completely was reliant upon his parents for every information knowledge in his brain and every social interaction. So it is. It's like I told you, it's a mixed thing with him. That's why you always feel bad for people that are sick like that, but you do attempt to get away from them. I even did it last year, and the cops are like, yeah, so a warrant from something from 2017. Something from 2017? That's a police report where they told Tom Kent not to live with his mother. Luquette, oh yeah, did you take care of this? That's not a warrant for my arrest. That's when the police came and I was kicked out. They said to leave. Not you keep making me live with them. And then it says, told Tom Kent to leave, to move out of his mother's house. One down, one to go. Right. Well, it's not even like that. Like I'm going to live with them, but they're not aggressive towards me. Yeah, they're not aggressive towards me. That's the two in the family. Barbara Kent doesn't drive. She used to have Tommy drive her out to Quincy. So that's one of two. You still got one of them. And I'm not living with her. No. She works. She's a homeowner. She's got even more money. She'll be fine. She can hire the people. Yeah. I just don't want her locking me out of this house. And then that's a reason we're talking. Oh, I'm locked out of the. Understand how sick people are. Yeah. Understand how sick people can get. I need those keys. I'm locked out of the house. Like, who the fuck locked me out but her? She already talked to the landlord. Yeah, just make sure she doesn't leave her house today. Is Justin there? Yeah, maybe trust the Almighty. Make sure she doesn't leave the house today so I can take my walk. Because tomorrow morning, hopefully this will be settled. Yeah, hopefully this will be settled by tomorrow morning. Okay, so you need to, when you come to the funeral home at 10 a.m., you need to bring all of the keys that Tommy had on a keychain. Every single one of them. Don't remove any keys to be able to come into this house. His whole keychain. You don't have, no one's going to do anything with his truck and trailer, Cindy. It has to go to probate. Candy explained it to me. We're not trying to do that anyway. Right. God already took your brother. No one's going to take his possessions from you. He doesn't own this house, and neither do you. Okay, so it's not tenants' rights because I'm not in the lease. It's called basic human compassion. It's a warming center where you have to sit. You can't lay down and sleep even at night. See the level of disgust in case people were wondering why I said that to her that night? It's very rare I say that. You are not staying on planet Earth with me. You don't have to worry about questions about purgatory and whatnot. Just really. No, I don't do anything to anybody but explain it to you.
Give us some context right now. First of all, what can you tell us about this 4.8 earthquake?
Well, the estimate now is 4.7. It might vary a little bit. It is obviously not.
Well, Tom Kent never got that bad, so he was spared. He was spared from that unless he was looking me up online, but I don't know if I even said that about him. Just whoa. Did it seem like Candy was doing that in the past? No, she wasn't. Yeah, that was... Well, she doesn't want all that. She already discussed it. So it becomes... There's not a point to talk about it. She doesn't want what I explained to her that I believe happened. She doesn't want that. She wants to transition into something else. So she doesn't care about any of that. I'm trying to help her have crisis intervention. Just Jesus Christ. That's too much activity too fast. Like constantly trying to move Mary Gladys around to not face your own reality. I don't know, maybe she got it last night or Justin or somebody called her. Right, and it's like, all right, you need to calm down. It's just like Mary told the police. Right, you need to calm down. Yeah, you're running around and running around and running around because your brother died. And you're stressing me the fuck out. You got to stop it. I don't have weird mental health issues where, oh my God, and then strange, weird people are going to show up and lock me out of the house. That's a person actually acting like that. You can't lock people out of Barbara Kent's house because she had no locks on her doors. So, yeah, I would only know that key exists because of Tommy. See how, right, we clearly had conversations about things. She may not even have known that till I revealed it, right? You just go, she said you have a key. It doesn't work on the deadbolts. Tommy didn't give me those keys. Probably in case he ever wanted to lock me out. Because he goes, oh yeah, I have keys to those. He has keys to the deadbolts. That's what he told me. I only have a key to those ones that you do this with. Right. And he said, I'm not on the lease. I don't know. Maybe so if something would have happened, I wouldn't try to do that thing about tenants' rights. I don't do that stuff anyway, but he might have had a concern about that. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to mess things up with your landlord when you're in a rental property. You never know. He might have not liked all that psycho shit either.
This is inside a coffee
Yeah, he might have been wanting to just. That's why he said something about keeping the peace, maybe. They need to go out again. I can hear you breathing.
Right, well, you know, the thing is, you can't feel an earthquake in the air, although passengers are definitely feeling the impact of it right now. Ground stops still in place for the FAA at Newark and at JFK until half past the hour, 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time. The FAA has tweeted out a statement saying that this is a rapidly evolving situation. They say that the 4.8 magnitude earthquake in New Jersey may impact some air traffic facilities in New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. You know now that Philadelphia and Baltimore have been removed from the red list. Air traffic operations resuming as quickly as possible. So we're continuing to follow this. Gene Zipper of the FAA says that crews there at Newark and at JFK still need to inspect the runways. Our Greg Wallace, listening to air traffic control audio that's coming in real time. Crews from the Port Authority of New York have inspected the runway there at Newark. It seems like some flights are departing right now, but some flights are having to be diverted.
I guess what I could do if I'm not worried about it is just go to Stop and Shop and back and not do my regular walk, because that doesn't take me 2.5 hours to do. So it's only one more day. I hate giving up my schedule, and like I said, I wanted to walk because of my belly. It's better than yesterday, and I'm like having a menstrual cycle, so it's probably related to that. But maybe just for my, and then I know that because once I go there, hopefully it's going to be settled about the keys, and then I don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, I mean, she might be like, I don't understand why she's doing that. Like, I would lock her out of the house, and then you just go, Cindy, you wouldn't leave the house. So yeah, like you seem like you're not making any sense. Get it? You're concerned and telling me that I can stay here, and you're acting like you're worried that I might go to a shelter, but you won't leave because we had a fight. Right. So it was, you need to leave. It wasn't even leave and come back the next day, and it worked out for the best because it's really better for you to have your mother at your house. No, regardless of what's going to happen. It's better for her to be there. You're going to find out between now and the 17th if you actually want to do what you said you're going to do. I don't see what the problem was with doing that. Get it? And then if she doesn't want to do it, then the family has a discussion about that. Or if the family goes, we don't want her to do it. Get it? There's other siblings. I'm actually not in charge of anything. Okay. Anything in life, it's just like the last time. It's no different than the last time. I think people were trying to avoid that. And Candy doesn't understand it either. Candy's in agreement of her being seen unless they're not doing that anymore. They would have to tell us they don't do that anymore because of what's going on everywhere. So that's the two siblings. I don't know about James or Kathy. Right. Tommy wouldn't do it. And Tommy clearly was in charge, but Tommy died. So I don't even know if Cindy can make those decisions. Okay, just why was she not transported from this house to a hospital when Tommy died? Why did that not happen? Because she said she was going to take her to her house. Get it? I don't have battle wars. Okay. So now she's not even here. I don't have to worry about any of that. So clearly Candy and James and Kathy have the ability or the VA to section her, to have her looked at. So I'm waiting to see what's going on with that. It doesn't mean anything about permanent. It's just like 2021. Didn't they bring her to a hospital? And that's how the VA sorted this out. Okay. I know it's disturbing to Barbara. If it happens, because it takes longer than a day. Remember that whole business in 2017? And she had me at a hotel? Okay, it takes longer than a day to court section someone to a hospital. Okay, so it's just to figure out her care. So if that happens, tell Cindy if it does happen, that it's just to sort it out, and it may happen quicker than what she thought. Remember the 17th and the 1st? Okay, so because of the fall, Tommy would not bring her to a doctor or call an ambulance. Okay, so how are you going to know what to do with her in terms of nursing, taking care of her, nurses coming, if they don't take a look at her? Unless the hospitals are not open and they're not doing that anymore. Okay. I don't have an x-ray machine. I'm not a doctor, a nurse, or a nurse's assistant. Okay. I wasn't here when she took the fall, Tommy told me. Okay, so I don't know if he was frightened and that's why he never called them. Like I was frightened to open up that door finally and find out what the fuck was going on. Okay, from like 10 p.m. No, I went to sleep, but it seemed odd. It seemed odd to me, like, okay. I don't usually use the bathroom down here. So, yeah. It's like avoidance, which I understand, the inevitable. But I think with Barbara, I think a lot of people are, yeah, she's not on her deathbed. She wrote it down, I am not dead. Okay. Did she fracture something, or does she have a pinched nerve? Or it's her mental health, and she hasn't been forced to stand up and walk because Tommy didn't have the strength to do it. Okay. I was at the symphony, okay, and he told me, he goes, oh yeah, she fell down again. He goes, but this time, he goes, she fell really hard. He goes, she got up and she walked over there, and he goes, I happened to see her. She fell right on the stairs. And he said, he goes, I remember at the time, I go, oh my God, she's had to have hurt herself there. So she fell pretty hard on the stairs, I guess. I was not here. Yep. So that's why I know it's December, because I was at the symphony. So before that, she had been ill. It was after one of these nuclear events. Okay. And she, we all tend to get sore and stuff. And she fell, I think, but she was still walking around. No, I'm sorry. She was sick. Remember, I was sick after the parade? Okay, after Thanksgiving, I was sick. She was sick. I figured it was the same thing. Okay. With the, I didn't vomit. I don't know. I don't think I had diarrhea. I just felt wicked sick, like the flu. So I was worried. I was like, oh God, this could kill her. I stayed in a bed for about 24 hours. And then that was when she pooped herself. She got out of the bed and sat in the wheelchair like she would do anyway. Okay. Because it was after that she couldn't walk anymore. Right. It was after that. This was a couple of weeks ago. And because of her underlying mental health condition, all of a sudden she somehow was laying down right here. Okay. And then when I walked out there, took my walk, because Tommy was there. And when I came back, she had moved herself to a different position. You have to understand, Barbara Kent, I know it sounds bad. She had moved herself to a different position, like she was pretending that she was hurt. She does it. Remember, I'm going to go outside and lay on the ground. I found her laying on the ground outside of a window outside. She goes, she goes like this. No, she didn't say that. She goes, this is narcissism that everybody, that doctor that's an Indian, she's from India, she knows. She goes, now go, she said it to me, now go outside and lay down on that ground and listen to every word everyone says. And then she went outside and did just that. I saw her. I went outside and went, what is going on? Are you all right? Oh, I get Tommy. She didn't fall. She admitted it before she went outside. She didn't fall down. She put herself on the ground outside and underneath my window the room I was in. Okay. So yeah, that was when I discussed it with Tommy. When I came back, I go, yeah, I went out and I came back. Did I just go to the store? I don't think I was going that long. I go, yep. And then when I came back, she was in a different position. You saw her rolling around in a wheelchair. Does she seem like she'd just be laying on a floor like that, not talking? Okay. She was doing the weirdest shit to Tommy to get his attention. It started out with other things, like he would tell her not to do something and she'd keep doing it, like a child, like a bad seed child. Yep. So I told you I caught her standing up at the window in that bathroom. Okay, because that's what she used to do. So there's a confusion on my part about what her actual physical abilities are. Right. That's why he would get her up in the morning, and it got way better. Okay. Just like I asked, and then you could see it. As soon as he got her up in that chair, he would have to scream and scream and scream, just like Cindy and the kids were doing to get her out of here. She rolls herself around in the wheelchair just fine. So someone needs to find out if she can actually stand up still. Okay? How did you get from a bed to the toilet? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I see you're on your throne. Okay. She doesn't mind because I'm a girl, and I walk by and I leave her alone. I don't stay down here. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So that's how I would expect it to be with Cindy, because Cindy's a girl and there's no boys going to be living in her house. Okay. Whereas she doesn't want Tommy seeing her like that. Okay. Because she knows it's her son and it's a boy. That's how she talks. Just as an FYI, if you haven't talked to her in a while. I guess it's this because Tommy's a boy and I'm a girl. That's how she talks. Okay. So I know, like Candy, just so you know, like she's still Barbara. It's just, 89. They sort of let it all hang loose, probably. Are you like, okay, and then she also can go from the toilet to the chair. Tommy would come down and go, oh, good morning. Oh, you got yourself out of the bed already. Right, because I would notice it too. Okay, so she has a long history of major clinical depression. I got 30 minutes. I know I want to do it, but I'm afraid to get locked out of the house. It's not an excuse. I know you go, this is terrible. It's not an irrational fear. I don't have that. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could have a person that's so psycho, you appear like you're, and they will tell people all this stuff about you. Like, thank God Almighty, I don't use drugs or drink alcohol or even smoke tobacco, because I feel bad for drug addicts, man. It's always going to be that. Okay. How did the person get like that? There's no way in hell you're normal. Just know that. Every single one of you that goes, oh my God, and yeah, the drug use, and he or she is talking and acting like this, just know, no, I'm not the only one, okay? Just know that. So if you could stop saying that to people, that would be great. How did they get like that? Okay. So if that was going on with any of her children, and that's a constant problem, it causes a problem because the drug addicts don't want to tell you, because then it sounds like they're complete fucking nutters. Get it? Okay. They're not. Some of them have mental health problems, but some of them don't. Here's another dirty dish. What the hell?
So it can happen in a common, we haven't really heard any reports of that, but that can happen. As far as economic losses, we haven't heard too much about damages, and physical structural damage, because again, with this being, a 4.8, you don't really see too much catastrophic damage with that, and it is showing with some of the data that we have from the USGS that it is, kind of lower on that impact scale. I think we're finding a lot of that impact. There's a lot of New Yorkers just physically, emotionally rattled, because it is so rare and so not common in this area. A lot of people walking about on their Friday trying to wonder what that was. And I know we've heard from guests, that people thought maybe it was a truck that ran by, or, what was that? Or they just asking each other, what was that? Because so many people felt the shaking. So what we know so far, that it was very light but shallow, so that's why we could feel the shaking in places like New York City, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C., some of our biggest cities in the country. Seismic waves travel farther on the East Coast than on the West Coast. On the West Coast, we have a little bit more of that fault line structure, and that's where the earthquakes are more common. You have more of the fault lines and the volcanoes.
Well, I mentioned that. I guess it could border on grandiosity, but I mentioned that the people of Boston, that apparently you have new police officers. So I already spoke to them about explaining something about drug addicts. Okay. It doesn't mean they didn't already know that. So, yeah. No, he doesn't want anyone to know where he is, but no. Yeah, just they don't want it. People withhold stuff sometimes because they're presuming that you're going to think that they're mentally ill. Right. So obviously a lot of people use drugs that are stuck in situations like that. Okay. So some things sound sort of like, and it's so involved. That's why I said just keep it simple. It's so involved that cops get overwhelmed and go, okay, that's too much information. Like that's why I don't want to do it, because it makes you seem sick yourself, like you're partaking in it. I'm not partaking in it by choice. The shelter will verify that to you because I already spoke with them more than once. I spoke with them and I had texts with my caseworker. I understand what they're saying too. They know about my medical condition, so they're probably concerned about my health. So it doesn't mean they don't have space in a shelter. They told me that. Okay. It's just when it gets warmer, I dealt with this last year, but I was out there earlier. I was out there in March, and now we just had an April storm. So people may be waiting. By the end of April, we shouldn't be having that. Even if we're having nuclear events, it's not going to get that cold. So in terms of the warming centers, and there's people that are literally have nowhere else to go. Not even dealing with psychotic family members. They don't even have that. So you want to make sure there's space available for them. So I don't want anybody down in those tunnels with the downtown crossing. Okay, I don't know what's going on the Ave. I mind my own business, because never start speaking for other people, especially like that. I've never experienced that, so I would know nothing about them. So I don't want to, but it becomes sort of clearly that the person might seem, you could have a person talking like that doesn't even use, because I know, he's gone now. Tommy's gone now, but just, oh yeah, and Scott was here high as a kite popping his pills. How do you know that? Did he pop pills in front of you, or was he agitated because he hasn't seen grandma like that? She wouldn't even get out of the bed. That's upsetting. Like, that's man moms and she won't even get out of the bed. That's pretty okay. These people haven't seen her in years and years. It's been at least 4 years, right? Okay, so right, it takes one to know one, possibly. Scott wasn't even, I didn't tell Scott that. No. He probably wouldn't even be mad because he was telling me about conversations with them. So, yeah. He has been already through the ringer with his mother. I already predicted I didn't even ask him, but I predicted what happened after what I saw at Dedham Sister Court. So, like, he couldn't get out of prison until he talked to her again. Okay, so that's not appropriate. Yeah, I've met her several times. Just let him decide if he's going to have interactions with her. Just, he may have wanted to try it, and just any level of sobriety, just going, she's never going to change. You see it more and more, especially when you're in recovery and you stay in it. You see it more and more, and you just can see yourself, and you go, she's never going to change. I can't do it. You feel bad. That's what I said. You feel bad, but you can't keep killing yourself over it. There's other people to help you with things. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good. It sucks for Candy. That's what I'm saying. But in a hospital, she could visit her mother during the time of what they're going to decide to do. Right. Because she's probably like, I would have gone to the house with Mary there and not Tommy, but I mean, now she's at Cindy's. Okay, so I'm sure Barbara would like to see Candy. I'm sure. So it seems a good reason to check her out. Things don't have to be sort of scary and offensive and stuff with other people. It's how they do it. That's how they did it before, right? That's how they do it. And then find out what's going on with the walking. Candy can have visits with her. Candy shouldn't have to interact with Cindy either. Okay, so people make decisions in their lives that they have to do for themselves. She had a cardiac appointment, so do the math. It's probably similar to me. Tommy couldn't do that, but he expressed to me that he knew it was bad for his health, and he was beginning to wonder if he should be doing it anymore, and now he's dead. So that's a good message to others like Mary and Candy, okay, about acceptance in life. And even in a nursing home, she can have visitors. But I'm not saying anything either way. That's what I said about, I'm respecting that. They have a say in it. That's why you have doctors look at her and mediation. They talk to Barbara and da-da-da. Right. I'm not stating that. But I support if they wanted to court section her, if there's still a refusal to have her checked out. But I mean, how are they going to communicate that when no one wants to talk to Cindy? Okay, so I think I've expressed it enough times, and you can tell when a person won't agree with you and they do something that irrational rather than calling for a medical transport. She clearly didn't want to do it. Even when they came to put her in the house, she didn't go take her to the hospital and find out why she can't walk. Okay, so that's a lot to go through. So I would say she wants to do it, but right, that's a lot to go through, and not just take her out of here and just go, I can't do it. I know I said I was going to do it, but I can't. Okay, so that's a lot to go through and still do it. Like Tommy went through a lot too, whereas Mary went, just take her out of here. It wasn't even because of Barbara, but poor Barbara. It wasn't because of Barbara, but just take her out. I thought it was going to be this week, but I realized it's not. Well, because you got to figure out if she's going to attend her own son's services and how that's going to happen. Okay, so if we don't know how to get her from a car into a house, which is, I understand that. Okay, so I don't know what they do, but the VA has transport unless the VA closed down. So I don't know how they do it. Okay. I don't know. I began talking about that with Cindy, but then she seemed way better. So I don't think it's appropriate in that case. Like if someone's completely gone and they keep asking you every day where a person is, maybe lie. If they're gone and about to die, okay, and they won't stop asking you, okay. But she remembered. I told Cindy that even the next day. That's why she didn't ask me where he was. Okay. So she already knew that. So I would expect a pretty strong reaction when she sees Candy. Okay. Probably every person that she has to see that she hasn't seen in a long time, like she's already at the wake. Okay. Based on, me talking to her and stuff, right? Yeah, like, I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding about I am not dead. Like, she's probably like, why am I being treated like this? I'm not dead. Right. And then she was like, he is not dead. Like, it's some people, their religious faith, that's how they talk. Okay. That's right. If people believe in reincarnation, for example, they talk like that. Okay. That doesn't mean she doesn't know he's dead. Okay. Like, I was the one who told her. Okay. So I think she knows. Yeah. It's common probably for people to go, no. Like, she's expressing what you're doing in your mind. Anyway, so I think she knows. She was concerned about his health for a while. Right. So She knew he didn't make dinner. I knew that morning, but when I saw the stuff there, she knew he didn't make dinner. She had been rolling around in a wheelchair. She puts herself in the bed. She knew he didn't come down to make dinner. Okay, so I, after the phone call, said people are coming because something's happened to Tommy. So I've called for people to come. I'm not sure. I might have told her I found him on the floor, but and then afterwards they told me she probably could hear them, and then I just went right to her and said that Tommy died. So, what the hell? If Brian was here, I'd go, all right, I'm going to shut this off and you go up there and watch it, right? But turn your phone on so you can still hear me. That's twice today. Were they talking about it before? I don't know, though. Did that seem like it triggered a conversation, or I was in mid-conversation? Could you hear it? And as soon as I said Tommy died, then she goes, the bridge collapsed, 6 people died. I know you go, did 6 people die and no one told me? Okay. It's so weird. Barbara, I think, thinks the children are dead too. And she said that a long time ago. How does it make any sense that they don't contact us? They don't want to have anything to do with you guys. Okay, like, I don't want to be mean. I don't think Al does either. All right. And just over the course of 13 years, that should be understandable, everything that's happened. Clearly, it's a wicked, dysfunctional family. Okay, so they would not be doing that given everything that's happened. So try not to get too upset. It doesn't necessarily mean they're dead. But like recently, I've been wondering myself. Right. But they would ignore Facebook messages, phone calls, searches for them. Okay. Because that's not me, and they may not even want to talk to me. Okay, so yeah, I don't track and search people. I'm not Cindy. Okay, so that's expected that they wouldn't want to talk to them. Okay, so I think a long time ago, Tommy brought Christina to my apartment at the Greens. So Veronica was like 1 year old, and Jocelyn had just been born. So that they're not going to remember. We came up here in like 2010 when I was living in the condo. I brought them all up here. I'm in my big girl pants. I mean, just because you're a homemaker, the dude didn't do anything, right? Just because you're a homemaker. I ran the entire household. Okay, so I booked the flights. I got a rental car. I flew 6 children with suitcases and everything. And they were, how old were they in 2010? Okay, they were all minors, right? So we got the suitcases. We're at Logan Airport. We had the rental truck. We booked a hotel. We stayed at the Marriott in 2 rooms. I didn't stay at Barbara's house for a reason. We went over for a visit. So he was probably there. I don't know if they remember, but that was a long time ago. They wouldn't have been allowed to have too much interaction with them. And then we went back to the Marriott. We went to Six Flags. We went to Canopy Lake Park. Okay, so yeah. Cindy does that stuff too. But anyway, yeah, I clearly could have stayed in my home with my children. I'm fully capable of doing that. So anyways, sometimes things get confusing when you're in a situation like this for 13 years and people are very abusive and controlling. I don't have to be down here all the time. I should, before I leave, go upstairs, but I don't have a thing to up to the 3rd floor. Having my soda. I'm not doing it to spite you, Tom Kent. You can't see me, but I don't know if he cared about the 3rd floor. That was Barbara. Oh yeah, both of them are ill. It's part of dementia. I think hers is because she can't go up and down the stairs. She gets jealous. Yep. Why is he upstairs? And why am I upstairs? And why is she downstairs? I'm not kidding you. He went up here like once and he said he didn't like it because it smelled like wood. He doesn't like the smell of wood. It might be asbestos, so it might be the smell of don't breathe that shit in. This is where I was supposed to do interviews with the dead. Okay, and it's right above the room he was in. Okay, so I know you just go, whoa. I had this set up like this is supposed to be, because there's for lights. This is supposed to be my interviews with the dead. This is my beginning thing. And it echoes too. I don't know if that would be good on a. I wanted to have Steve in here. Yeah, and Patrick. I was going to do interviews with the dead up here. Oh my God, where's James? There's a dead fly on the thing. Just like the ring. Anyways. Oh God, those look like bees. Yeah, those are yellow jackets in there, but they're dead. Okay. Because it's a nice view. This was supposed to be my writing room, and it's just like Amityville Horror. I did this when I first moved in. I never got a chance because Barbara Kent started flipping out about me being up here. I am not kidding you. 2 years. It looks like there might have been some water damage up here at some point. Yeah, I don't remember that being like that, but it's old. I don't think I ever opened that window. Yeah. I don't know, unless it's just because it's cold up here or something. Maybe it was like that. It looked like at one point in time there might have been water damage here from this window. But they did something to raise the window up and they put a piece of wood. Whoever did all this, yeah. But he also told me that the landlord would take money off the rent if he fixed up this room, which it looks, I told Cindy, it looks like he started doing it. He started ripping down insulation and stopped in the middle of doing it. Oh, yeah. I don't know if he was even wearing a mask. Unless this is how the landlord left it. I don't know. How do you not know who your landlord is, but you're having conversations like that? Anyways, that's why I thought it was weird. Yeah, you can see there's all kinds of hanging insulation and stuff up there, but and then when I first moved in, it was all over the house. Yep, I was sweeping it up and throwing it away in the bedroom that I was in. So, like I said, I was like in my glory for about, I don't know, a couple of days. I was up there live streaming and shit, wasn't I? Or doing videos. And then all of a sudden, Barbara Kent flips out and goes, "There's a legal computer up on the 3rd floor." I don't know if I should leave that open. The heat's not even on. I was going to go heat rise. I know. There's a vent up there too. You go, that's a lot of money, dude. I know that you wanted a house and your mother doesn't even go on the 2nd or 3rd floor and you got to oil heat all that. Whoa. That's a lot of, yeah, I wouldn't do it. Why? Yeah, like I would have. Oh, I forgot to show you again that door locks with the key from the outside, just like the basement. Yeah, so you go, clearly a mentally ill person. Why would you even rent a house like that? And that's the room that wasn't covered in shit. Like he thought he was trying to get me to take that room. I'm not staying in a room with a door that locks from the outside. Yeah, that justifiable paranoia. Like, whoa. Oh crap! Is it downstairs? No, it's in the bathroom. All right, so I did the. I probably should take my trash out today in a couple days. I carry my trash. So, oh shoot, except it broke. All right, I carry my trash. I put something, the Swiffer thing, so the other one broke. So I carry my trash. So I'm probably only gonna have to put the trash out Tuesday. I can start putting all my trash in one bag, and I carry it. So I may only have to do that once. So don't, if you're like the landlord that drives by, don't worry about that. Yeah, it's because that's just how I do it. That was their 2 trash barrels, and with Barbara not here, there's not someone coming here and continuously putting trash in those barrels. Okay, so yeah, just by chance, if the landlord has the internet and goes, okay, what's going on? Like, why aren't the trash barrels out? Yeah. I already was outside in the backyard this morning with the dog, so I don't know if the neighbors, if they noticed Barbara being taken out. Okay, because they probably were wondering who died, I'm sure. So I'm pretty sure they might have seen me when I went to the Dollar Tree. Okay, but no one had seen Barbara. Okay, so yeah, I'm sure they probably got it by now because the dog hasn't been going outside. It's weird because Tommy never goes out, but probably in the morning he takes his dog out. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I've had neighbors. Sometimes you don't notice things, you don't happen to be there at the time, but that was hours where there was police cars and stuff in front of the house, right? So you probably get it that someone died. Well, I put the thing on. I don't know if people could see it. And yeah, and obviously I walked down there that day. So you go, okay, well, it's not her. I'm pretty sure there's only 3 people living there. So it's either him, it's got to be the mother. That's what you'd think, right? No. Nope. So sometimes you go, it's not me. I'm on the Facebook. I'm on the thing if anyone could see it. I didn't die. Nope. Yeah, she would have to actually quit her job because Barbara has to have 24-hour care. Yeah. He actually used air freshener the other day, which I thought was weird too. I was like, why does it smell nice in here? Like it smelled like fruity. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't want that stuff in that cabinet. He might have not wanted to have that stuff in that cabinet. I'll have to try to clean that carpet again. Yeah, there's a carpet cleaner down there. That would give me something to do, I guess. From her peeing. Yeah. It should come out. Sometimes you gotta scrub that stuff. There's all kinds of chemical products that. Yeah, it actually smelled good in there. Like, he had his own air freshener. He didn't want it in the cabinet, apparently. He took it out of the cabinet that's in the bathroom. No shit, right? And put it over here on this bookshelf. Like, this is a thing that you do right here. And then you have a bookshelf there, a bookshelf there, and a bookshelf there. And none of them have books in them because you have a room filled with books on the floor, evenly spaced out like that. No, I didn't do the books, right? I had to take videos out. He had the books like that in that room. I don't know. Maybe he thought he was organizing them. It's called mental illness. Yeah. Like he told himself he was going to organize it. It's like way too overthinking. I don't want to be mean. I didn't have that much shit. Oh, I didn't go in the basement yet. That's right. I don't want to be mean. I didn't have that much shit. Okay. But when Al and I moved, I have literally, and I had to box it up once. But once we had a moving company, but they put the boxes in the house and I unpack them, right? I've done it. An entire house. I didn't have all this crap though. And I'd have it done in a day. I was not going to have boxes. I wanted to get organized, And you have to wash the dishes, when they're wrapped in newspaper. When you get smart, you get those things, the packing paper. But I had to I would have to wash them all because I wrapped them in newspaper. You learn that lesson once. We've moved a couple of times. We did move a couple times. I mean, obviously, there's no we. Yeah, let me see. Today is... All right, so I'm going to scratch that off. But if I do it, I do it. I don't think I'm going to do it out of fear, like I told you. Because it's one day. I'm going to go probably at least to Stop and Shop. Okay, because I got to have my soda for tomorrow. Because it's not good for me medically. It's already been, because I started this on Monday. I was due Monday. That was my first day of Saturday. No, Sunday, because, those are all off days, right? Saturday is when I walked to the food pantry, right? Okay, and then Sunday, I did my last arms. So basically since Sunday, and today's Friday, that's a long time. I walked to the Dollar Tree on Tuesday. So I spent 2 days just in the house. Oh my God. Yeah, this would be the third day. That's bad for me. Yeah, Tuesday was when I discovered him, and then people were here the same day, right? That wasn't the next day, was it? Was it the next day when people came? Maybe it was Wednesday when Scott, Michelle, and okay. That explains why. Okay. Because it was like I lost a day. It might be that was Wednesday. Okay. So that's the dog. That weird noise. It gets congested. Tommy has all kinds of stuff for congestion too, but I don't know. Is that what happens when your blood pressure is wicked high? You're congested all the time. And he was a drug user, and he used to before they moved here. I think he had it happen to him at least once living here, where he'd have to go and get antibiotics because he would get sinus infections. This time he said it was Lyme disease. And they gave him this whole broad spectrum of stuff. And he did the same thing where he's displaying medication. He puts his paperwork on the kitchen table so everyone can see it, and displays his medication in the refrigerator and stuff. It's like a syndrome in the family. So, that's a whole attention and procedure about you having medical. And I remember he clearly seemed relieved. Every time he went to the doctor, he would tell himself, it's just that and he's fine. You could tell he was doing that. Yeah, he didn't want to go because he knew he was a drug addict and he's probably afraid of what they're going to say. But he used to get sinus infections because he told me, and he'd have to go. And that's from smoking drugs, dude. So then the new thing was they had Lyme disease after they went camping. And then he told me he got bit by a tick, and he said he knew he got bit by a tick when it happened. He could tell when he would cut down the street. And then he went to the doctor again, and they told him it was Lyme disease and gave him that stuff. So, well, it's like this. You don't know things about people, obviously, but I wore gloves. I wore gloves and poured bleach on the thing and had a mask on. But yeah, bodily fluids. I don't know his status, but yeah, just that's why people hire companies to take care of stuff. But clearly, I don't have an income. And make sure I bring this. Well, I have to come back up here anyway, and that's sitting there, so I shouldn't forget it. I still have a little bit of soda, and now it's 12 o'clock, though. Maybe put this in the fridge. I wanted to go down to the basement, and I got to bring those gloves in case I have to put stuff in the laundry. I said I was going to do that before I went. Oh, yeah, this is going to go in the fridge. I can do that because there's nobody else here. I know there was a lot of things I couldn't do because of people's issues. Yeah. Containers of sour cream. I think he knew that she had an issue too. And he didn't want to eat stuff that was opened either. I think it started getting like that. And then he didn't know whose food was whose, and he didn't know what to throw away. So none of those problems exist anymore. I definitely would not leave a landlord with anything in the refrigerator. I don't even know if that's the landlord's refrigerator, but it is now. Okay, so, oh yeah, the basement. Where am I going? I won't leave food in the house because that's the thing that's a problem for a landlord. Anything that's food, I can put in. I have a couple of weeks. It's once a week. Once this is empty because it didn't go out Monday night. That's why I said that Monday night I'll have to clean out the refrigerator. Other than what I'm going to use and this other stuff. Some of this is like their food I would never eat. Okay, so there's not a ton of food stored up. Yeah, it's not a ton of food stored up, but I'm going to be going to a shelter. So clearly some of this stuff, the beans and things, are never going to get eaten in that amount of time. So yeah, I won't leave food. It's not like the other house. When I am out, I had been going to the food pantry, and it was during a time where you couldn't pick out what you were eating, and there was no sharing of food going on. Like, they had plenty of money, and they were going to a grocery store. They didn't even expect me to give them anything from a food pantry. It was when they were just handing you bags up at Panera. It was different this time. Yeah, so this stuff will get thrown into the thing, and then there's not going to be any more need for these trash bags. That eliminates a cost for the rest of the time. Because she would have been here every day filling up that thing and then telling me to empty it. I'm not your slave. I don't get that. Why would you come here? You're taking over possession of your mother. I get it. You're doing that, and you're throwing it in the trash, and then you're telling me that needs to be emptied. I'm not one of your nurses that you're in charge of. Right. That's why I said maybe. I need the gloves. And then she put the gloves in the sink. Oh, are they already down there? Did I go down there already? They might be. Because I had to pick up dog poop, right? Please, dear God, Mary, you didn't throw those gloves away, right? I had to throw dog poop away. Nope, right here they are. I had to throw dog poop away, so they're up there. I know, because Cindy was bringing the gloves over. That wasn't Tommy either. She was probably supplying that stuff. She was getting it from work. So she shouldn't worry about that. She's going to have so much more money. You just buy the stuff. You can probably have it delivered to your house. Yeah, that's all. Just to make sure. They don't care, Cindy. Make sure someone tells her. They don't care, Cindy. Yeah. You have to remember that Tommy was caring for her. They had no idea I was going to be here. I was at the shelter. You got to relax. Right. It's just. She had an ultrasound. What does she think goes on? She doesn't even know what a psych eval is. Tommy was in charge here. I mean, give it a break. He wasn't doing all that. He wasn't coming and changing a bum and da-da-da and gonna do a shower. And Mary wasn't doing it either. Believe me. Well, when I first got here, I tried to do more things, and Tommy told me not to do it. Okay, there is actually nothing down here except for this. The latest thing that Cindy threw down here. Okay. So that's enough for. I don't like to mix up stuff with her stuff because her stuff is so disgusting. But oh crap, the bleach. That's right. I gotta go back up there. Bring the bleach down here. Remember that? We don't have any bleach in this house. Well, now we do. There's no we anymore. And here's the comforter, which I should probably wash. Do his bedding. I have no idea if he even washed it. I bet you he didn't. That doesn't look clean. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I guess I'll do this first. Good Lord, dude. God did you a favor. You were definitely ill. He brought it down here and put it there. He never even washed it. That's not washed. Oh my. Yeah, you can smell it till he smells like him. Oh my God. Like his BO. God rescued you the fuck out of your body, dude. Whoa. Talk about not having any fucking brain left. Is that what they said at the autopsy? I don't think they'd know that. Yeah. I don't think that brain disease works like that, but I'm not a doctor. My God, dude. No, there was never any discussions of anything like that. It doesn't mean I wouldn't have done it, but it sure as fuck wouldn't have gone like this. That's what happens. Mentally ill people make up shit in their heads. That is what happens. There'll be 2 loads. I can't fit this all in one. It won't get clean because he's got a comforter. So her smelly stuff will just be a smaller load. And that'll be the end of that nonsense. That's right, heavy. Might as well do hot. Okay, let me go get that. Is there something in here? Nope, there's nothing in there. Was he down here before he died? Because that's the weird shit he does. There's something out of the dryer. The filter isn't cleaned and the door was shut. Unless I did laundry that day and I was in shock. Yeah, that's not something I typically do. Bleach. Putting bleach on your shit. You're not here anymore. What's in here? Anything? Laundry bag that nothing ever went in. He just did stuff that was at the other house. I grabbed the rest of his bedding, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to wash it with her stuff. But I do have bleach because that's not gonna fit in here. Oh, so what I was saying is mentally ill people sometimes make up stuff in their head, and when they're not talking to other people, he literally thought that I was going to be like his live-in maid. And clearly, I'm sure that wasn't discussed at the VA, right? Okay. So you're having a similar problem with Cynthia, so that's why I want it addressed. That's why she was told to take her out of here. Well, yeah, because it can get confusing when people are not used to Mary, like within being able to talk freely without other people around. Okay. And not being afraid of getting yelled at and stuff. So I'm actually an adult myself, and people don't tell me things. Not I'm mentally incompetent. I just have a certain belief system, which has caused me to end up like this. It's called a calling by Almighty God. Not I'm like agreeing to be an unpaid servant. Barbara thought that too. Barbara Kent. She thought that's what a nun is. It's actually not. And I'm supposed to be getting alimony and child support in my house. Okay. It's called a marital divorce. People have been doing that a long time. So when the VA designates Tom Kent III as the woman's payee, is that what it's called? I would assume myself that means that he's taking over her care, correct? He didn't think that. Okay. And Barbara Kent thought she was told that someone was going to come here twice a week. Okay, so that never happened. And then Thomas Kent retrieved Mary Legore from the ground in Quincy with no discussion about agreements of rent or anything, which he never asked me for that. And I go, well, I do have a SNAP card because at the time I had like 800. He didn't ask that. I volunteered that. So I stuck by that. When I couldn't do it, I went to a food pantry. So it was sort of agreed upon that I would help out with the food. It became an issue each and every time my SNAP food card was shut off. Okay. Not I actually cared about doing that. Okay. So anyways, never in a day was there a discussion about me providing any level of care to either one of those people. And I completely disagree with handing out money to people that are mentally incompetent, and then they kidnap a homeless woman who's mentally competent because other people won't give her money. And that's a new system of government in medical care and mental health care. Just for the record. Yeah. I got to think about going because what's the latest I've left? But that's only when I'm going to the store. That's not my walk. So I have to make a decision real quick about that. Are you going to go outside again before I go to the store? Since it's been a couple of hours? Do a walker? Do a walker?
Like number one chef.
Do the walker? Walker? See, it's your leash. You're all right. Good boy. See, I don't hurt you. I'm just putting your time steady on. Good job. Do a little walker.
Even the ones I don't remember. Then any I don't want, Experian cancels them for me. Easy.
Seal, you can do an Experian.com/save now.
Rose Sparks, engineered for the spontaneous. A dual-action formula with the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis. Faster acting and long-lasting. Grab the moment. Get started at Rove.com/sparks.
When your home needs work, where do you go? Angie?
That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated certified pros in your area. Plus, compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day everything is better. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein. Have you ever considered getting a walk-in tub? Well, look no further. Proudly made in Tennessee, a Safe Step walk-in tub is the best in its class. The ultra-low, easy step helps keep you safe from having to climb over those high-walled tubs, allowing you to age gracefully in the home you love. And now, backed by popular demand, for a limited time, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. And if you call today, you will also receive $1,600 off. Now you can enjoy the
There's no backpack.
the therapeutic benefits of a warm soup.
No backpack.
Increased mobility, relieve pain.
That's a good boy.
Oh, yay! Improved sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower.
I had dogs. I just like to train my own dogs and pick them up for myself. Okay, so they got another. I don't think they had that dog before. It's been winter and I don't usually go out there, but there was a wood crane back there that got scared away. It was sitting in that little, there's like a little tiny area. Yeah, because it's Sprague's Pond, but like right behind here, there's a little bit of overgrowth. So it's like hidden from everything. It flew off when I went down there with the dog. I didn't even walk down the thing and it scared it. I'm telling you, I saw a wood crane at St. Mary's Cemetery a couple of years ago. It was like this tall. I was like, this wood crane's here? It was like weird. Where they had the fountain. And I thought I saw fish in that thing once. But it was leaves. Yeah, it was like fall leaves. But it's like the bird probably thought there was fish in there. Because it was like fall leaves and then the water. It probably did the same thing I did and went, oh my God, there's nothing here. It's nothing but leaves. That looked like a wood crane to me. That's not a seagull. No, that's why it's so big. So I hope it comes back. It might be looking for a nesting area and I just scared it off. That's not cool unless it's not safe for it to be there. It's probably looking for a nesting area. Shit. Well, maybe it will come back, but it probably went, oh, this isn't going to work. There's a friggin' person and a dog. All right, so I got to make a decision about the, yeah, don't forget this. Okay, so I know it's not going to be that long. You haven't been alone in this house ever in your life, right? Did they take you when they used to go to Castle Island? I can't take you over there because I have to go in the store. Yeah. Did they took you in the truck when they went to Castle Island, probably, right? So you've never been alone here? Yeah, that's gonna be not good.
I don't think so, Jana. The White House officials I've been in touch with in the last half hour or so say that they didn't feel anything. Our colleagues who are in the White House booth, they also said that they didn't feel anything. So I think unlikely the president himself felt this earthquake. But as you said, we do know that the president has been briefed on the situation. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying that they are monitoring the potential impact of this earthquake, and they're certainly going to be coordinating with state, local, and federal officials as well. I mean, this is exactly, of course, the kind of response you would expect from the White House after a situation like this. I should note the president, of course, is just about to leave the White House for Baltimore He is headed there, of course, to survey the site of the recently collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge. He's going to be spending the day meeting with local leaders there and meeting, of course, with some of the family members of the 6 people who died as a result of that bridge collapsing. I can certainly expect, though, that as he is on the road today, he is going to continue getting any updates from his advisors on the impact of this earthquake. Certainly something that he is going to continue being heated on, given the significance of this earthquake. Dana.
MJ, thank you so much for that reporting. Let's move up north a bit to Philadelphia. That's where CNN's Danny Friedman is. Danny, can you give us a sense of what's happening there? What's the reaction? How much do people feel it in Philly?
Yeah, we've been speaking a lot about New York and the impact they felt. We definitely felt it here in Philadelphia as well. I was at home, working on a separate piece for actually this hour, when really our entire building shook. And I live in a row home, so I have neighbors who actually live downstairs, and they were the first ones to text me, "Hey, did you feel that entire home shake just now?" And I said, "Yeah." And then the email started coming in from CNN that, "Oh, this might have been an earthquake." Now, it wasn't as impactful as we've seen from some of the videos coming in from New Jersey, close to the epicenter, but we definitely felt it. It was strong enough here. I think other people have said similar things. We felt like a massive truck was driving down our streets, and the place definitely shook. But as of now, we're not getting any reports of damages. The Philadelphia Police Department, they actually tweeted a little while ago saying that they are aware of the seismic activity, but they were encouraging people not to call 911, essentially unless people are actually injured. I also note the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, he said that he and FEMA, the emergency management agency here in Pennsylvania, they're monitoring the effects closely as well. Dan?
Yeah, we were in our morning meeting here, Danny. One of the things we were talking about is the report we were preparing for this show, which we will certainly do another time. My brother called from Long Island, and he said immediately, "We just had an earthquake here. We could feel it. I could feel everything shaking." Certainly is not something that we here on the East Coast are used to. Thank you so much for that report. The earthquake is having an impact on travel in the very busy Northeast corridor. CNN Stephen King is here in Washington with how this earthquake is impacting transportation.
Being on an airplane, probably one of the best places to be during an earthquake. But for the delays, and all the ground stops have been canceled right now. In fact, the last pulled out was Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey that has now transitioned to a ground delay, meaning that flights are delayed at their departure airport bound for Newark. 77 minutes, so an hour and 17 minutes. Seems like that'll be in place according to the FAA.
All right, let me see. I want
tonight. So the air travel impact is not over just yet. The ground stops were canceled at LaGuardia.
She's saying they won't release the body because of Barbara's signature, right? That's why everyone's meeting at the funeral home. It's because of probate. Okay.
A million and a half people commuting, a lot of them by rail, and there's still delays right now on the New Jersey transit system, also on Amtrak's Northeast corridor. And Amtrak says that tracks must be inspected and that trains are being restricted up and down the Northeast corridor, and that will be in place until those inspections can be complete. So we're just at the genesis of that story. A lot of people could be impacted by that. The good news here is that MTA, which operates the subway system and some of the commuter rail systems in the New York area, they say that there are no impacts to MTA services and that services are operating normally. Holland Tunnel and the Lincoln Tunnel, both been inspected by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. All the delays are clear there as well. Although remember here, Dana, the thing is that a lot of these pieces of infrastructure need to be looked at visually, and New York not really built for a lot of seismic activity, and so we'll have to see some of these tunnels under New York 120 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important, not to mention what we've now heard from the governor and the mayor and others, that we do need to be prepared for some active shocks that could change things. I'm also getting text from Amtrak saying we should expect delays. So, as you said, this is probably the genesis of that part of the story. Pete, thank you so much. We are going to stay on this earthquake here on the East Coast, but we're also going to get to some other really important news coming
coming up the after-action report on a terrible tragedy with questions about how many Netanyahu's conducted Israel's war against Hamas. Get louder.
This is the big dance. It's time to dance.
Every day, more dog people and more pets are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. They're quitting the kibble and kicking the cans and feeding their dogs dog food that's actually, well, food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier.
Oh, fantastic. Am I supposed to not tell her about the funeral home? Oh, God, please, people, come on. Is it not going to make any difference if we meet there without her? Okay, well, she's dealing with the sprinkler fitters, though, and they're supposed to be paying. Okay. No, I understand about probate. We've got to get those keys back. Yeah, we have to get the keys and the wallet and the phone. It has to go into probate, and then I guess people sort it out what's going to happen. Nobody's stealing Tommy from Cindy. Right, that's why I said it's obviously upsetting, but hopefully that means she's not going to lock me out when I go out. But now that it's this, yeah. Is it cold out? I don't like being sneaky and stuff. Yeah, I really don't. But yeah, she's already doing it, right? She's already doing it. So, right, she doesn't talk to her, da-da-da. I figured, I just said, I don't think it's that. Right, it's right here. Right. I really don't think it's that. So I'm waiting to find out if they're going to have Barbara court sectioned just to get her looked at. I want to make sure Cindy knows that if it happens. I don't know if it's going to happen. Okay. Because Candy and I discussed, because Cindy didn't live here, so she's not culpable or whatever people get worried about. When she took the fall, Tommy didn't take her to the doctors. That was 4 months ago. So it's important for Cindy to know if she can be helped, especially if her son is still there and he comes to visit, or a nurse comes twice a week or whatever, to encourage her to stand up and see if she can take any steps to keep her going, because people live, okay, years, and don't just assume she's on her deathbed. I think that helps when taking that on, that you're doing it and you're not gonna wake up tomorrow morning and she's dead at your house. Okay, so people live into their 90s and now she's generating an income to you because you're not going to be working, and I don't know what your bills are. You don't want to end up homeless when the woman dies because she didn't get forced to walk around. So that's definitely not me trying to harm you. So let's see. I want to keep you updated on things, having trouble getting the body released because they want mom's signature, or it has to be like 3 siblings or something. She won't, of course, the process makes no sense. Okay, thanks. Are you going to the funeral home tomorrow? Candy called me yesterday. That's like kind of normal because I'm assuming people aren't being strange. And then she says, why is she won't talk to me? I guess she decided to call you thinking we aren't talking. Typical. See, so there's a lot of paranoia and stuff. And I just said, I don't think it's that. The dog is better because she asked me that earlier. After a day of adjusting, I'll let you know if there is news of anything. Mara's doing well. I figured. Like Mara's doing well, period. I figured because I knew that she wanted to be with her. So I would request that she be looked at, like I said, unless there are no hospitals, and they don't do that anymore, or they think it's unsafe. Okay, that's the weather. So I mentioned that to Candy, and that I put the ball in their court because I know that Barbara is in her daughter's care. So it's not like she's on the floor and I'm going, what do I do? Okay, get it? Okay, good. She called for a medical transport from a car to her house. So she's willing to do that if she can't get her to do things, whereas Tommy was not. Okay. And then he had to pick her up, and he may have harmed himself because of it. And he started to begin to know that. So because of what I said, he may have known he had a medical condition and started thinking about it, or he was pretending he was me, and it may have ended up being true. So it's, again, a warning to me. That's not the only purpose of Tom Kent's life, but it's a totality of things. It's a warning to me that I was right about doing that. I don't have to feel guilty about making him do it. I told him to call an ambulance. He wouldn't do it. So it's good that she's willing to do that. Okay, if she's not if the woman were ever to fall, she can call and she's willing to do that to have someone picked up. Okay. So or they tell you they don't do that. Well, but they did it last night. Okay. So they may ask that you get a bed with a thing or whatever, so it's not every day you're picking a woman up off the floor. Well, 44, yeah, so could take I might do the whole thing. We'll see. My belly is better, yes. Like, I'm relieved now after that. But she's clearly, it's the family is so disjointed. All right. So I don't think it's that. It's just that she doesn't have a relationship with Cindy because of her own health, cardiac appointment. I know Candy has medical issues. So does Kathy, by the way. I'm pretty sure Kathy has mitral valve prolapse, and that was 20 years ago. She's getting older, too. She's older than Candy. So she's like, I got to take my vacation before I have to deal with these people again, I'm sure. So it's both things. Don't overthink yourselves like you're avoiding grief. It's both things. Right. Nobody has to be right or wrong. It's just, right. Everybody's point of view, for the most part, is sort of correct. You have to keep yourself well. Okay, so it's one of those things that's sort of forced. Well, we'll see. We don't want to be the person that's hindering a reunion between Katana and her mother. I explained that. So if she gets court sectioned, Candy can visit her in the hospital. Okay, because she clearly didn't come to this house when Michelle did. Barbara didn't either. Okay. That doesn't mean I have to be there either. Candy is the one who told me about the funeral home and asked me if I needed a ride. So that's why I'm doing it. Right. So I don't want to, yeah, she didn't even ask me about times. I know you just go, did you tell her? Just, oh God, please don't do it to me. Please don't do it to me. Okay. Am I supposed to be the mediator? Okay, well, then you can't keep secrets. Yeah. The body's not released, so nothing's going to happen. Right. Why are we meeting at the funeral home? I have no idea. But clearly, I know you go, the funeral home probably doesn't know either. Cindy doesn't know about the funeral home. Ay. That's probably her. Was Barbara supposed to tell her? Okay.
Okay, forgive me, it looks like Nick can't hear us. If we can get back to Nick as soon as we can, we will. Joining me. Nick, are you there? Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if you heard my question, but talk about the border crossing that was reopened.
The Israeli government saying they're going to open the Erez border crossing, which is hugely significant. Something Secretary Blinken was asking for back in February when he was here. The Erez crossing is in the north of Gaza and it's close to the port of Ashdod. That the cabinet, the war cabinet here, says that they've agreed to open to import humanitarian aid. And what's important here is that Ashdod, the port, is very, very close to the Erez crossing. So the potential here to really... I'll have
to either talk to Candy or text her to find out if she doesn't want Cindy at this thing. Are they allowed to do that? We have to settle the probate thing. I know it's terrible that Cindy's being like this. I do. I blame Cindy for it. I really do. Because she started doing all this stuff. I think she did attempt to talk to Candy, though. Yeah, I think she did attempt to talk to Candy, though. She's going to have to wait. Okay. And please don't take that as an excuse to drive over here. Okay. Maybe I should just tell her I'm about to take my lock. Should I not tell her that? Jesus God, I hate dysfunction.
Momentarily terrifying experience. But like every congressional office, we're in close contact with.
I don't think so.
The governor's office, the mayor's office, and we. So far, there's no reason to be alarmed. There's been no reports of damage to infrastructure. There have been ground delays at airports.
Is Candy having issues with her brain?
There's no interruption
Okay.
to the MTA, to New York City Public Transit Service. But I've been given every assurance that federal, state, and local government authorities will closely monitor the possible aftershocks of the earthquake.
Did you immediately know that it was an earthquake?
I mean, I felt loud. It certainly felt like an earthquake, but I was not sure. So that was part of what made it so terrifying. Is that we all felt blindsided by it. We came out of building.
I guess as earthquakes are known to do. I do want to turn to, as I mentioned, the stuff back in Israel. You are very outspoken in your support of Israel and its right to defend itself. President Biden is now warning Israel that there will be consequences if it does not address civilian crises in Gaza. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson says the president's ultimatums should be going to Hamas, not Israel. Who do you agree with?
All right.
Well, I think we should be crystal clear.
I wish I could take you with me. That's why I wish I could live stream on my phone. I don't think it sounds like she's on her way over here. Is Justin not there? Then she can't. Okay, so I'm taking a walk. You're all set, right? But I know I probably shouldn't leave you too long. I was going to do the radio. I got to have my soda, and it's like I just got to get out. I got to empty my trash, get a soda. It's too much time. I've been doing this at least since I figured it out, since Sunday. It's Friday. Yeah, that's not good, but I'm kind of surprised I went this long. Belly is doing better. Oh, that's right. I have to get some, oh crap. Hold on. I got to go back upstairs about the feminine things I'm not used to. I thought that I may have used them all. I may have to buy panty liners. I'll just buy panty liners. Okay. I think I'll be good with panty liners. Hi. Is that a moving company? Okay, good. Can we go there today? Remember that, Brian? I know he wants to get off the street. I get that. I would call you babe, but you're not my babe anymore. Just, yeah.
So Hamas has been the greatest stumbling block.
I don't know. He's probably not even dead. I'm not going to start talking nice about Brian Buchanan. If I had a way to find you. I got to go to the bathroom again. Oh, my God. I guess I shouldn't complain. I can never complain about urinating. That's what I always say.
Policy stance that we've seen in the past, and of course, it has been very much tied to hostages. Do you not see it that way?
Look, for me, the end goal of removing Hamas from power must be non-negotiable. The means by which it is done can be negotiable. It can be the subject of debate between the United States and Israel. But if Hamas remains in power, there will never be security for Israel, and there will never be peace between Israelis and Palestinians. The removal of Hamas from power is a precondition for both security and peace in the region.
Okay, so there's that question about ceasefire ending the conflict that's going on right now. And then the other piece of it is what you all do in the United States Congress, which is
Oh, God, I know. I'm going to have to call her, right?
Israel. Some of your
I'm going to have to call her, right? Because it's starting to get too dysfunctional now. Wouldn't she have to go to the funeral home too? Okay. I know, just. Wouldn't she have to go there too? Am I supposed to tell her because Candy and Cindy don't talk? Is Justin still there? Okay. Because Barbara can't be left alone, so it might be something where Cindy can't go there. But if they're not releasing the body, that doesn't matter. Right. If Mary and Candy show up, is that enough signatures? Okay. She doesn't have to be left out of her brother's things, but she doesn't understand his stuff has to go to probate. No one's told her that yet. Oh, Jesus God. All right. Yeah. Well, if I don't answer her, she's going to start getting paranoid, thinking there's something going on behind her back. So even though I want to go to the store, it looks like my regular walk is probably out of the question at this point.
Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Is Peanut part of probate?
And more ahead on today's top story.
Okay.
Congressman from New York, a magnitude 4.8 earthquake shakes New York City and the Northeast. We'll be right back with more.
Then that's another excuse to come over here, right? Okay. Maybe don't even answer the question about the dog yet. Okay. Should I say, is Justin there? Okay. She's going to look at plots. How is she doing that? So Justin is there, right? Okay. So she needs to go to the funeral home and not looking at plots, right? Am I going to get in trouble for telling her that? Okay, because the funeral home's got to have a body. I understand probate, but is that what the problem is with the keys? Okay. Should I say, can you go to the funeral home at 10 o'clock and bring the keys and Tommy's wallet and his phone, or just the keys? Just the keys, right? Okay.
Eye injections like Eylea HD may cause eye infection, separation of the retina, or rare but severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. An increase in eye pressure has been seen. There's an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke associated with blood clots. The most common side effects were blurred vision, cataract, corneal injury, and eye floaters. And there's still so much to see. If you are on Eylea or a similar type of treatment, ask your retina specialist about Eylea HD today for the potential for fewer injections.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back. Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stayed clearer at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling. It's just 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
So much like we operating asking the right question, then great can affect your future.
Are you sure you're an orthopedist?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Are you a certified financial planner? CFP professional.
CFP professionals are.
Then if she wants to pick up maybe the dog or something, instead of going to the thing.
Jesus. I was a spy. Sleep. 2 faces. You work for me, pretending to work for them. The supervisor streaming exclusively on Max.
Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So all those for you.
Listen, we adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
No problem. It's the only front end you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab.
Shut up.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Get your backyard ready for any occasion. With the help of quality battery tools by Steel. Only at approved Steel dealers. Right now, save $50 on select AK System battery tool sets. Real Steel.
Right. So she goes, Candy hasn't called me. She really doesn't want to give up those keys. It's a problem. Yeah. Candy doesn't have to call you. Right. I don't know, but I think we have to sign since Mark can't, because she already told me. And then I said, yeah, she called me, so I'm letting you know. Right. We have to sign because Mark can't. So we're not signing it until you give us those keys. Like, when are you going to get this? We're not having a battle war over Tommy's property. It's about you not getting into this house while I'm living here. It's not even about the landlord, right? It's for my safety. So maybe we'll see. That's up to Candy, and we'll see how it goes at the funeral home, because if she shows up there without house keys, the police are going to have to be called again. I mean, at what point is something definitely wrong? You know what I'm saying? Okay. You get it? At some point, yeah, it's like, Cindy, but this might be a psyche Val. That the thing that I had a concern about. Like, you got to stop it. Everyone understands your problem with the family, but you got to stop it. You're going to harm your mother by what you're doing. If you are like appearing to be mentally insane and can't care for your mother, you don't want that. Okay. Well, I'm handling you like an adult, but I'm doing it through text messages. I'm trying to be as nice as I can since I already had it out with you with the police there. So it's terrible, isn't it? I know, but it's sad. Some people get ill. So let's hope she'll think about that and realize to stop it. Okay. Candy doesn't have to talk to you. She probably has the same thing that I have that you're doing to me right now. That Tommy used to do. It's what happens. Sometimes people get ill. And if Tommy's the only person she talks to, that means she doesn't have a therapist. Okay. The police, I think she needs crisis management. They're probably like, yeah, do your job. Right. So, geez, Louise. I'm sure Candy and Norm don't want to take over Barbara's care, right? But she would like to be able to visit with her mother, so it becomes difficult. If they're going to have to do something where Cindy does supervised visits, which is uncomfortable for Candy. I know it sucks. She was hoping I would do it. Right. Well, though, I attempted that. I was supposed to get housing, and I tried to put her in elderly housing. It might have been different, but I mean, come on, really? Barbara has had an issue with me, which is not really as apparent now, okay, because of the wheelchair. But I don't think the VA would allow me to take care of her, okay, because it's too much for me. And Barbara doesn't want that, so.
There's not necessarily.
Oh, okay. So she is refusing to give up the keys still? Okay.
Bigger with a magnitude 7, but they had a sequence of magnitude 6 earthquakes over the next couple of years. They had 3 or 4 magnitude 6 earthquakes. We should definitely expect some aftershocks in the next few days. Typically, those aftershocks are smaller, but there is a chance that we could trigger a larger earthquake here. And that's why when you see things like the earthquake forecast, they say there's a small chance of having a bigger earthquake later.
Wow, I didn't realize that even in 4.8 magnitude, that an aftershock could trigger another entire earthquake. Fascinating. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your many, many years of study with us. Appreciate it, Professor Matt Herman from Cal State Bakersfield. Thank you for joining Inside Politics today. CNN News Central starts after the break. And don't forget, the total solar eclipse passes across the U.S. on Monday, and live coverage will start at 1 p.m. Eastern right here on CNN, or you can stream it on Max.
Awkward question. Is there going to be anything left over? Oh, absolutely. My kids don't know what they want. You know who knows what she wants? Me! With Power, we get all of our financial questions answered, so you don't have to worry. What's next?
Right. Yeah, we need 3 signatures. I'm emailing mine. Okay, well, I still need the Tommy's keys. Oh, yeah. Obviously, we're probably going to have to call the police, and they'll just send them to Norton. I'll worry about it tomorrow with Candy. I just wrote back, okay, I need you to hand over Tommy's keys. Are you still refusing to? You can't stop by the funeral home tomorrow and bring Tommy's keys? I already told her his stuff has to go to probate. That's part of Tommy Kent's property. That's not Cynthia Kent's property.
In December 1987, and had been diagnosed
cancer, neurobehavioral effects, and a child born with birth defects or been diagnosed with fertility issues or more, significant compensation may be available. Call Legal Injury Advocates now to discuss your case.
Call 1-800-501-3636. That's 1-800-501-3636. Call now.
Couldn't she sign it tomorrow? If she's going to look at plots, she's already planning on going out. Is it now going to be she can't leave the house? Because Barbara will probably go over there and pick them up. Should I just, I haven't spoken to Barbara, but she probably would if she went there yesterday. Barbara didn't think to ask her for the keys.
Great tourist safari. Great question. Like everything, it takes a little plan. Or put the microphone down. Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like WealthPlan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and ensure complete.
Do you need someone to drive her over and pick them up?
Billy's not just running a small goat raising business. He's also the chief marketing officer.
Okay, I've got to go out, so I'm not going to be anchored to a house by someone fucking text messaging me. She better be sitting at her house right now and not in her car somewhere. Fucking ridiculous. Oh my fucking God. See? Scott told me she's ill and that she won't stop causing fights. Okay. I don't think she's going to be able to care for Barbara. Okay.
All you have to do is call or visit our website today and learn more about Toss Self Direct.
Vacationing is an art.
Okay.
The Palm Beaches are your canvas. Stroll along sun-soaked beaches. Unwind at boutique resorts. Explore hidden and not so hidden gems. Here you'll discover a lifestyle that's nothing short of a masterpiece. Curate your perfect collection of experiences in the Palm Beaches.
I'm Evan Barrett at the federal court in Washington, and this is CNN.
We're following breaking news. An extremely rare 4.8 magnitude earthquake hitting the Northeast. The shaking felt across several states. Travel is now being impacted in and around New York City.
Plus, mistaken identification and errors in decision making. That from the Israel Defense Forces newly released initial findings into the airstrikes that killed 7 aid workers in Gaza. We're going to tell you how the IDF is responding and the Biden administration's reaction. And numbers from the new jobs report come in way higher than expected. But are they so hot that the Federal Reserve might scrap planned interest rate cuts? We're following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here, CNN News Center.
Did Barbara try to get the keys from her yesterday? Yeah, she's saying she's only going to give the keys to the landlord.
We're following breaking news out of the Northeast. A rare 4.8 magnitude earthquake shaking.
She might have to be sectioned.
The epicenter was in
It depends on what the police decide. Yeah.
all the way down to Washington, D.C.
And the good news is that right now, at least, there appears to be little damage, and officials in New York say the quake posed no threat to life so far. But we are learning that the quake may significantly impact travel. That may be the thing that we're seeing here. We have CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean standing by in Washington, D.C. on that. First, though, let's go to CNN's Polo Sandoval for the very latest in New York. Polo?
Hey, Brianna, take a walk through Times Square. You would know that it was a 4.8 magnitude earthquake that shook America's largest city just a few hours ago. And not just New York, as you point out, really all throughout the Northeast. We heard from New York City officials in the last hour really emphasizing that thus far they've received no reports of any sort of structural damage in and around New York City, certainly no injuries as well, though they are still conducting their assessments. Of course, the infrastructure is always a key question here, the bridges, the tunnels. Well, officials assuring today that in fact the tunnels are meant to sort of move with the earth during seismic events. And the roughly 7 bridges in and out of New York City that are operated by the Mass Transit Authority, they're actually built to withstand the seismic events even greater than what we experienced earlier this morning. So really show a reassuring tone from officials here in New York, encouraging people to go about their day, but also to remain vigilant. We also heard from Zach Iskel, one of the emergency officials here in New York, saying that the risk of any aftershocks, that is low, so encouraging people to remain vigilant, and also, should that take place, to take those precautions to take care of themselves and their families. But again, that is really the key line right now. No major impacts, and as officials described, no major safety events to report after this truly historic and highly unusual event. The people on the streets of New York, Brianna Moores, it depends on who you ask.
Do I have to actually call you, or you're just gonna go there? Just make up something. A courtesy call because you had to transport Barbara into the house yesterday, night before last. Yeah, something. She told the Boston police that she didn't have the keys on her, which she probably did. It's Thomas Kent's keys to this house and his wallet and his phone. It's Thomas Kent's property. Okay. So it has to go to probate, and she's like, she just wants to engage in fights. Her son told me he hadn't talked to her in a while and that she's crazy and she causes fights on purpose. I don't know if she has dementia because Barbara Kent is ill like that. And Tommy would try to do it, but it wasn't successful with me. It's part of dementia. So, yeah, it's making it difficult for me because I was hoping it was going to work out with her and her mother. But I told the police I thought she was having a mental crisis. So now it's in writing. It's not that the keys are at her house. It's in writing and text messages that she's now saying she'll only give the keys over to the landlord. Okay. It's part of probate. It has nothing to do with the landlord. If I had to guess, even the landlord themselves would go, the man is dead. His body hasn't been released from the morgue, ma'am. It has nothing to do with the landlord. Okay. It goes with his belongings. Okay. Also, you were told by the landlord that the man paid a security deposit and he's paid up till the end of the month. Okay, so it's not even the landlord's property. So she's very, very ill. Okay, so it's like a battle war over nothing. They make up excuses to attack you. When I first moved here, her mother had to take her out of the house because she actually lunged at me. Okay, so it's pretty vitally important that car doesn't leave the driveway from Norton. Okay. Yeah, especially if Barbara Kent gets sectioned to a hospital, which is not even me doing it. But anyways, I know it's just, I was trying to help her. And it's just, the stuff I told you, she doesn't make sense when she's talking. Not Candy doesn't make sense. Okay. Right. She's not making any sense. It's in a text message. And she thinks Candy doesn't make any sense. Because Candy's afraid of her, just like Mary is. Okay, that's why. So I guess Barbara Bunko went over there yesterday to see if Barbara could sign the thing, and she can't. Right. So, yeah, Cynthia said she was going to look at plots tomorrow, and if I wanted to come with her. And I said no. And I didn't lie. I told her about the thing. Yeah, I'm like, it's already starting. It's because of the stress. Right. I didn't even lie to her about that. So paranoia, definitely, because of what she said in the text about Candy. Okay. And harassment. So it's an admittance that she lied to the police twice. And the landlord is not going to get involved in your psychotic episode where you're forcing me to the street. I think the police are, unfortunately. I don't know, is it the police or an ambulance, and now you've got an elderly woman in a house too with her. So maybe kill two birds with one stone, where someone shows up, you're being sectioned. Okay. No, it's mental illness, Miss Kent. The police can. It's 72 hours because you appear to be unwell. It's in written form. And then she can be sectioned to the hospital, be looked at, which is what Candy and I discussed yesterday anyway. It's not a nursing home. Nope. It's to check out what happened when she fell because Tommy wouldn't take her to a hospital. And to help sort out what's going to happen with their care. Where's James? Okay. Well, Cindy is James' sibling. She does have adult children. Scott won't talk to her. Okay. She is admitting now that she's got the keys on purpose, which is what I suspected. It was never an accident. She took them and dropped it, hid them in her house or something. Okay. It's part of probate. Yeah, she's very, very sick. She wants to engage in that. Remember when she tried to get rid of drunk driving laws? Okay. She's got to be seen. Yeah. Was she saying weird stuff to Jim? Does she talk to Jim? Jim doesn't talk to her either. Sad. Is that why they're moving out? Is that why Jake and Justin are moving out? Okay.
The U.S. will be watching very carefully for those. Jeremy, what's the latest with the hostage talks?
Yeah, she's going to have to be seen. I'm like afraid of her. So she didn't answer when I said you told the police you weren't coming back here, right? Okay. I'm not getting in battle war with her, but his keys are part of probate. Candy explained it to me yesterday. Yeah. It doesn't matter because no one's determined yet about assets. Right. Barbara Kent doesn't live here anymore, so she doesn't need keys to this house. Neither does Cynthia Kent. Okay. So clearly when you keep changing your story, it's concerning to people in the law enforcement. They told me that when they told me to go to Dunkin' Donuts. Okay. So I have my phone on me. Yes. I'm like living in fear now to take a daily walk, but I'm going to go get soda. It's already starting again. Can you hear it? Yeah. So, no, it's not something that requires treatment. It requires someone to get those keys from Cynthia Kent and give them back to me so she can't get into the house. That's really all it is. The rest of it, okay. If she's not going to hand over the keys, then Candy, when I tell Candy about this, Candy is her sister. She can have her sectioned if her children are refusing to do it. Like, Jesus Christ. Right. If her children are refusing to agree with her having a 72-hour hold to have a psych eval, okay. It's not normal. Yeah. It's kind of dangerous. She's in a crisis mode because her brother died. Okay. So she's obviously having some sort of an episode, like I told the police. I don't know if she has a diagnosis, if people are wondering. Okay. Scott told me that she will just make up fights with you. So hopefully she's at her house and Justin's not there. Okay. Because then she can't leave. She's got her mother there. God works in mysterious ways, like making sure this woman was anchored to her house. Obviously, someone could disable her car. They've done it before, so she can't leave. Right. Disable her car, tow it away. All right, I'm going to the store. I know, just what in the hell, God. So obviously, if I don't come back in a live stream, it's like all points fucking bulletin. Just right, because if she shows up here, I'm just immediately calling 911 to have her taken away by the police, and they'll just section her for 3 days. It's inevitable. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to get Candy all stressed out. So I'm going to take my walk first, and then I'll explain to her what Cindy's doing. Okay. Well, she admitted that she won't give the keys back. Yeah. So. Hopefully this is the police. Okay. It's in writing. Obviously, it's in my phone. I didn't delete it. I said, can someone drive over there and pick up the keys? And she just types back the landlord. Okay, so not she accidentally took them to her house and left them there. So that's probably why she stopped texting me, because she doesn't want to answer me where she is. Is she at her house? Does she have a license plate on her car?